plunge into a dusty border town where the clang of iron meets the pulse of defiance and hearts dare to spark amidst societal scorn. This Western audiobook crafts a riveting saga of courage, connection, and forbidden love, set against the glow of a forge and the endless plains. As tensions simmer and truths ignite, listeners are invited to a journey of passion and perseverance, perfect for those craving a tale as bold and enduring as the frontier itself. Chapter 1. Sparks in the Dust. The dust of redemption. Creek settled on everything. A fine, reddish film that clung to wood, skin, and hope alike. It rose with the dawn wind, danced in the merciless midday sun, and settled again in the cool, quiet evenings, a constant, gritty reminder of where they were. A hard little town scratched into the unforgiving landscape near the border, a place where survival was measured in resilience, and water was worth more than promises. The air itself tasted of it, dry and sharp, mixed with the scent of sun-baked earth, horse manure, and the distant, ever-present tang of creosote bush. Inside the dim, cavernous belly of Thompson's Forge, the air was different. It was thick, alive, tasting of coal smoke, hot metal, and the sweat of honest labor. Here the dust motes danced not in sunlight, but in the shifting, hellish glow of the forge fire, a hungry orange heart beating at the center of the gloom. This was Clara Thompson's world. Had been since she was tall enough to swing a hammer without stumbling. Since her father, Silas, had recognized the spark in her wasn't just the reflection of the fire, but something harder, more enduring, the same stubborn will that had carved this forge from the wilderness. Now at 22, Clara moved with an economy of motion born of long practice. Her leather apron, stained dark with grime and scorched in places, hung heavy on her shoulders. Her calico dress, practical and faded, was rolled up at the sleeves, revealing forearms corded with muscle uncommon for a woman. Wisps of dark brown hair escaped the knot, pinned low on her neck, clinging damply to her temples, framing a face smudged with soot, but defined by clear, determined gray eyes and a mouth set in concentration. She wasn't beautiful in the delicate parlor room way admired in the East, or even in the sun-kissed, bonneted fashion of the town's other young women. Hers was a strength forged, like the iron she worked, in heat and pressure. The rhythmic clang of her hammer against glowing steel was the town's discordant heartbeat, a sound both familiar and to some unsettling. It wasn't the sound a woman was supposed to make. Women baked bread, stitched seams, tended gardens, raised children. They did not stand ankle-deep in coal dust, wrestling with fire and iron, shaping metal with sweat and force. Yet, Clara did. Silas was gone 3 years now, taken by the lung fever that respected no amount of physical strength, leaving her the forge, the small cabin behind it, and a legacy of stubborn independence. She worked the bellows, feeding air to the coals, coaxing them from a sullen orange to a roaring yellow-white. The heat washed over her, intense, familiar, a living thing she respected but did not fear. Selecting a length of bar stock with tongs, she plunged it into the heart of the fire. Patience, that was the first lesson. Rushing the heat made brittle metal. You had to wait, watch the color, understand the language of the fire. Outside, the sounds of Redemption Creek filtered in the creak of wagon wheels, the distant nicker of a horse, the muffled voices from the general store across the dusty street, the tinny, out-of-tune piano, drifting occasionally from the saloon further down. Sounds of a world going about its business, a world that often looked upon her and her forge with a mixture of necessity and disapproval. They needed her skilled tools mended, wagon wheels rimmed, plows sharpened, horses shod, but they whispered. They whispered about Silas indulging his daughter's strange whims, about how unnatural it was, about how no decent man would want a woman smelling of smoke and with calluses on her hands. Clara heard the whispers, saw the sideways glances when she went for supplies, felt the weight of their judgment like the heavy apron she wore. Mostly she ignored it, pouring her frustration, her loneliness, her quiet defiance into the swing of her hammer. The iron glowed bright orange, spitting sparks. With practiced speed, she drew it out, laid it on the anvil, the massive scarred block of iron that had been her father's altar, and the hammer began its song. Clang, sh, clang, sh. The rhythm was ingrained in her bones, shaping, turning, reheating, shaping again. She was repairing a broken harrow tooth for old Farmer McGregor, a fiddly job requiring precision. Her focus narrowed, the outside world receding until only the metal, the fire, and the hammer existed. Sweat traced paths through the soot on her cheeks, dripping onto the packed earth floor. Her breath came steady, timed with the exertion. This was where she belonged. This was where she made sense. A shadow fell across the wide open doorway, momentarily dimming the forge's interior. Clara didn't look up immediately. Accustomed to customers arriving unannounced, their needs stated bluntly over the ring of her work. She finished the shaping of the tooth, gave it a final tap, then plunged it into the slack tub near the anvil. Steam hissed violently, a white cloud billowing up, carrying the sharp metallic smell of quenched steel. Only then did she turn, wiping a forearm across her brow, leaving another streak of soot. Standing framed in the doorway, silhouetted against the harsh glare of the outside sun, was a man. He wasn't one of the usual townsfolk or local ranchers she dealt with daily. Tall, lean, but broad-shouldered, he carried himself with a quiet confidence that seemed at odds with the rough-and-tumble energy of Redemption Creek. He wore practical, trail-dusted clothes denims, a sturdy canvas jacket despite the heat, a low-brimmed hat that shadowed his face. Beside him stood a horse, a magnificent black stallion, its coat gleaming like polished obsidian, even coated lightly with dust, muscles rippling beneath the skin with contained power. The animal shifted impatiently, its hooves stirring the dust just outside the threshold. Clara straightened, her hand resting lightly on the hammer still lying on the anvil. Her gaze flickered from the man to the horse, and back again. He wasn't from Redemption Creek. She knew nearly everyone, by sight if not by name. A traveler, perhaps, or a breeder from one of the larger ranches further out. The man stepped forward out of the direct glare and removed his hat, revealing dark, sun-streaked hair and eyes the color of whiskey held up to the light. Lines crinkled at their corners, suggesting time spent squinting against the sun, perhaps laughter, perhaps hardship. There was a calmness about his face, a steadiness in his gaze that she found strangely compelling. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s, mature, but not yet weathered into harshness. "Afternoon," he said, his voice a low baritone, calm and even, carrying easily over the lingering hiss from the slack tub. "I was told Thompson's Forge was the place to come for good work." His eyes didn't linger on her with surprise or disapproval, as so many men's did when they realized the Thompson behind the forge was a woman. Instead, they swept over the forge itself, the orderly racks of tools, the waiting iron stock, the massive anvil, the glowing heart of the fire, with an assessing, knowledgeable air. Then they settled on her, direct and respectful. "Thompson's forge it is," Clara replied, her voice a little rough from the smoke and disuse. She cleared her throat subtly. "What can I do for you?" He gestured with his hat towards the stallion. "This fella needs a new set of shoes. Threw one somewhere back on the trail, and the others are worn near down to nothing. We've come a fair way." Clara stepped closer, her gaze now focused entirely on the horse. It was truly a fine animal, powerfully built, with intelligent eyes that watched her warily. She ran a practiced eye over its legs, its hooves. Good conformation, strong bone. She respected a good horse. They were partners in this harsh land, essential for survival and work. "He looks like quality," she murmured, more to herself than the man. She approached the stallion slowly, speaking in a low, soothing tone. "Easy now, fella. Let's have a look." The horse snorted, tossing its head, but stood still as she gently lifted its front hoof. The man watched her, his expression unreadable, leaning casually against the doorframe. He didn't interfere, didn't offer advice, just observed. Clara felt his gaze, but didn't let it distract her. She examined the hoof, noting the wear on the remaining shoe, the condition of the hoof wall. "Looks like he travels hard," she commented, lowering the hoof carefully. "You ride him far?" "Far enough," the man replied noncommittally. "Name's Liam McBride. I breed horses up north a ways." He nodded towards the interior. "You're Thompson?" There was no question in his tone, merely confirmation. "Clara Thompson?" she said, meeting his gaze briefly before turning back to the horse. "My father, Silas, started this place. It's just me now." She didn't elaborate, didn't feel the need to justify her presence. Let the work speak for itself. "Heard Silas Thompson was a master smith," Liam said, his tone respectful. "Sounds like he passed on the skill." Again, it wasn't flattery, just a statement of observation, likely based on the orderliness of the forge, or perhaps something he sensed in her demeanor. Clara felt a faint flush rise beneath the soot on her cheeks, warmth that had nothing to do with the forge fire. Praise was rare, genuine respect even rarer. "My father taught me well," she said simply. She checked the other hooves. "He'll need a full set, hand forged, fitted proper. It'll take some time." "Time I have," Liam McBride said easily. "Good work is worth waiting for, especially for Diablo here." He patted the stallion's powerful neck. The horse leaned into the touch fractionally, a sign of trust. "All right then," Clara said, turning back towards the fire. "Best get started. You can tie him there." She indicated a sturdy iron ring set into the wall near the entrance, away from the immediate heat and flying sparks. "There's water in the trough outside if he's thirsty." Liam led Diablo to the ring, securing him with an practiced knot. The horse seemed to settle slightly in the relative cool and dimness of the forge, away from the glare outside. Liam fetched water, letting the stallion drink deeply before returning to lean against the wall again. Content, it seemed, just to watch. Clara didn't usually like being watched while she worked. It made her feel like an oddity on display. The whispers, the stares, they often felt like tiny barbs under her skin. But Liam McBride's presence was different. He wasn't gawking. He watched with the quiet intensity of someone who understood effort, who appreciated skill. It was unnerving in its own way, but not unpleasant. She selected the right size bar stock for shoes, measuring against Diablo's hoof print she'd quickly assessed. Back to the fire, heating the iron. The familiar rhythm took over again, the bellows sighing, the coals roaring, the clang of the hammer finding its cadence. She worked methodically, drawing out the iron, shaping the curve of the shoe, punching the nail holes, ensuring the balance and fit were perfect. It was hot, heavy work, demanding strength, precision, and unwavering focus. She could feel Liam's eyes on her, tracing the movement of her arms, the set of her shoulders, the concentration etched on her face. She tried to ignore it, focusing on the glowing metal, the feel of the hammer in her hand, the satisfying transformation of raw iron into a functional, necessary object. But his quiet presence filled the space, a silent counterpoint to the forge's roar and clang. Once, while waiting for a shoe to heat, she glanced towards him. He wasn't looking directly at her, but surveying the forge again, his gaze thoughtful. He seemed comfortable in the heat and grime, unlike some townsfolk who hurried in and out, eager to escape the noise and smoke. "You handle that hammer like you were born to it," he commented, his voice calm, cutting through the noise without effort. Clara paused, tongs holding the glowing shoe just above the anvil. "Some might say I shouldn't handle it at all," she replied, her tone carefully neutral, testing the waters. A small smile touched Liam's lips, barely visible in the dim light. "Some people say a lot of things not worth listening to." He pushed away from the wall slightly. "Takes skill to do what you do. Takes strength. Doesn't matter who's swinging the hammer, long as the metal bends true." His words landed in the quiet space between hammer blows, unexpected, direct. They resonated more deeply than the ringing steel. He saw the skill, not just the woman doing a man's job. He saw the work. For a moment, Clara felt a crack in the defensive wall she kept built around herself. She returned the shoe to the fire, needing a moment to compose herself. "Metal doesn't care who shapes it," she said, her voice firmer now. "Only that it's done right." "Exactly," he agreed. He walked slowly towards the anvil, stopping a respectful distance away, watching as she drew out the perfectly heated shoe, glowing fiercely. "Mind if I watch closer? It's been a long time since I saw a smith work properly." Clara hesitated for only a heartbeat. Usually, she'd refuse, wanting her space, her concentration unbroken. But his request held genuine interest, not intrusive curiosity. "Long as you don't mind the sparks," she said, turning back to the anvil. He chuckled softly, a warm sound. "I've dealt with worse than sparks." She began shaping the shoe on the anvil horn, the hammer rising and falling in a precise, powerful rhythm. Sparks showered around her, brief, fiery stars against the gloom. Liam stood nearby, his arms crossed, his expression intent as he watched the process. His earlier calmness replaced by focused interest. He didn't flinch from the sparks or the heat. She worked through the first shoe, then the second, moving with efficient grace, her body a well-oiled machine dedicated to the task. The physical exertion was immense, sweat soaking through her dress beneath the heavy apron, her muscles burning, but it was a familiar fire, one she knew how to control. Occasionally, she'd glance up, finding Liam's gaze steady on her work, his appreciation silent but palpable. It fueled her somehow, made the hammer feel lighter, the fire less oppressive. As she prepared to fit the first shoe, she led Diablo closer to the anvil, speaking softly to him. The stallion, initially tense, seemed to relax under her confident touch and calm voice. Liam stepped forward instinctively. He can be difficult sometimes, Liam warned quietly, especially with strangers handling his feet. We'll manage, Clara said, her voice firm but gentle. She ran her hand down Diablo's leg, lifted the hoof, and rested it securely on her leather-clad knee. The horse quivered slightly, but held steady. With rasps and hoof knives, she meticulously cleaned and trimmed the hoof, preparing the surface for the shoe. Her movements were sure, economical, wasting no effort. Liam watched, silent now, a flicker of something respect, perhaps surprise in his whiskey-colored eyes. She checked the fit of the first shoe, still warm but not hot enough to burn. Perfect. Taking horseshoe nails from the pouch at her waist, she carefully hammered them in, clenching them securely. The sound was different now, sharp taps, precise and final. Diablo shifted but didn't pull away. Clara murmured to him constantly, a low, reassuring sound beneath the noise of the hammer. She finished the first hoof, then moved to the next, repeating the process with the same unwavering focus and skill. Liam remained nearby, a silent, watchful presence. The initial tension of his arrival had eased, replaced by a strange sense of shared purpose, of mutual respect forged in the heat and noise. Outside, the sun climbed higher, beating down on Redemption Creek. Motes of dust danced thicker in the bars of light slanting through the high, narrow windows of the forge. The sounds of the town seemed to fade further, leaving only the rhythmic work, the breathing of the horse, the occasional quiet word exchanged between Clara and Liam. As she worked on the third hoof, Mrs. Gable, the notoriously sharp-tongued wife of the general store owner, bustled past the open doorway. She peered in, her eyes widening slightly as she took in the scene. Clara, soot-stained and sweating, bent over the stallion's hoof, hammer in hand, with the tall stranger standing close by, watching intently. Mrs. Gable sniffed audibly, her lips tightening into a thin line of disapproval, before hurrying on her way, clutching her basket tighter. Clara felt the woman's judgmental gaze like a physical touch, cold and sharp against the warmth of the forge. Her shoulders tensed momentarily, the rhythm of her hammering faltering for just a beat. She didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the interruption, but the familiar chill settled back into the edges of her awareness. This was the reality of her life here, acceptance measured by necessity, overshadowed by constant scrutiny. Liam must have noticed the change, the slight hesitation. When Clara finished clinching the nails on the third shoe and straightened up to move to the last hoof, his gaze met hers. There was understanding in his eyes, a shared acknowledgement of the silent judgment that had passed through the doorway. He didn't say anything, didn't need to. That quiet look conveyed more than words could empathy, perhaps even a shared sense of being an outsider. She gave him a small, almost imperceptible nod, a silent thank you for his unspoken support, before turning her attention back to Diablo, lifting his final hoof. The connection, brief and silent, hung in the air, thicker than the coal smoke. It took the better part of the afternoon to finish the job. 4 perfectly fitted shoes, gleaming dully against the dark hooves. Clara ran her hand over the final clinching, satisfied. She gave Diablo a final pat. There you go, fella. Good as new. Better, maybe. Liam stepped forward and inspected her work, running his own knowing hand over the shoes, checking the fit, the clinches. He nodded slowly, a look of genuine appreciation on his face. You do good work, Clara Thompson, better than good. Cleanest shoeing job I've seen in a long time. Coming from a man who clearly knew horses, The praise landed with satisfying weight. "Thank you, Mr. McBride," Clara said, wiping her hands on a rag, though it did little to remove the ingrained grime. "Liam," he corrected gently, "and thank you." He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch, heavier than it looked. He counted out the coins, a fair price, maybe even a little generous. "For your time and skill." Clara took the payment, her calloused fingers brushing briefly against his. An unexpected jolt, like static electricity on a dry day, passed between them. She drew her hand back quickly, tucking the coins into her apron pocket, flustered by the sudden sharp awareness of him not just as a customer, but as a man. His hand was warm, strong, roughened by work, much like her own. He seemed to notice her reaction, a slight intensity entering his gaze, but his voice remained calm. "I'll be in the area for a few days. Need to see about some supplies, maybe talk to some folks about grazing land." He paused, his eyes holding hers. "Perhaps I'll stop by again. Diablo might need a check before we head back north." Was it just an excuse? Clara couldn't be sure. Hope, fragile and unfamiliar, fluttered in her chest, quickly tamped down by years of caution. "The forge is always open," she replied, keeping her tone professional, though her heart hammered a little faster than the exertion warranted. Liam nodded, seeming to accept her reserve. He put his hat back on, the brim shadowing his eyes once more, restoring some of his initial mystery. He gave Diablo's lead rope a gentle tug. "Come on, Diablo, let's find you some decent hay." He led the stallion out of the forge, pausing just outside the doorway. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over Clara one last time, taking in the soot, the sweat, the strength etched into her stance. A ghost of that smile touched his lips again. "Thank you again, Clara Thompson." Then he turned and walked away, leading the magnificent black horse down the dusty street towards the livery stable, leaving Clara alone in the sudden quiet of the forge. The fire in the hearth still glowed, casting dancing shadows on the walls, but the air felt different, charged with a lingering energy. The rhythmic clang of the hammer was silenced, replaced by the echo of a low voice and the memory of whiskey-colored eyes that saw more than just a blacksmith. She stood there for a long moment, the heavy hammer forgotten in her hand, listening to the retreating hoofbeats fade into the other sounds of the town. She touched her cheek, surprised to find it warm, not just from the fire. The dust settled around her, the familiar scent of coal and hot metal filling her senses. But something new had been introduced into the atmosphere. A spark, unexpected and bright, ignited in the heart of the forge, promising something. Possibility, perhaps, or maybe just trouble. In Redemption Creek, those two often walked hand in hand. She drew a deep breath, the air thick with unanswered questions, and turned back towards the waiting fire. There was still work to be done. Chapter 2. The Ring of Hammer on Steel. The morning after Liam McBride's visit dawned like any other in Redemption Creek, the sun climbing over the jagged eastern ridges, painting the sky in pale strokes of rose and gold before settling into its relentless brassy glare. Dust devils danced briefly in the street, stirred by a wind that promised heat later in the day. The familiar sounds returned, the crowing of a distant rooster, the rumble of an early wagon, the low murmur of voices as the town slowly came to life. Inside the forge, however, something felt subtly altered, like a tool placed back on the rack just slightly askew, noticeable only to the hand that used it every day. Clara stoked the forge fire, the bellows sighing rhythmically, coaxing the embers back to life. The scent of coal smoke, sharp and familiar, filled her nostrils, usually a comforting anchor to her reality. Today it mingled with the phantom memory of expensive horseflesh and the low timbre of a stranger's voice saying her work was good. She gripped the handle of the bellows, pumping with unnecessary force, trying to push the lingering thoughts away with physical effort. It was foolishness, a man passing through, needing his horse shod, nothing more. Men like Liam McBride, quiet, confident, with horses like Diablo, didn't linger in dusty border towns like Redemption Creek unless they had serious business. And his business, whatever it was, surely had nothing to do with a woman who smelled of iron and sweat. Yet, the memory of his whiskey-colored eyes, holding respect instead of judgment, lingered like the afterglow of hot steel. He hadn't flinched at the sight of her working, hadn't offered patronizing advice, hadn't looked through her as if she were merely an inconvenient extension of her father's legacy. He had simply seen her. With a grunt of frustration, she turned from the now roaring fire. Sentiment wouldn't mend Farmer McGregor's other broken harrow tooth or sharpen Jedediah's axe. She picked up her hammer, its worn wooden handle smooth and familiar in her palm. It felt solid, real, unlike the fleeting impression left by a stranger. The weight of it was reassuring. Here, in the rhythmic clang of hammer on steel, was certainty. Here, she was in control. Clang, shh! Clang, shh! The sound echoed in the cavernous space, bouncing off the stone walls and the soot-blackened rafters. She heated the iron bar, drew it out glowing, and began shaping the second harrow tooth, her movements precise, economical, ingrained through years of repetition. Sweat beaded on her forehead, tracing familiar paths through the ever-present layer of grime. The heat pressed in, a physical weight. She focused on the metal, on the way it yielded under the force of her blows, transforming from inert stock into a useful, necessary shape. But the rhythm felt different today. Usually, it consumed her thoughts, leaving room for nothing else. Now, images intruded. A powerful black stallion shifting impatiently, a low-brimmed hat shadowing thoughtful eyes, a brief, unexpected touch of hands exchanging coins. She missed a strike, the hammer glancing off the side of the iron with a jarring thunk. Cursing softly under her breath, she readjusted her grip, forcing her concentration back to the task. Dwelling on Liam McBride was a distraction she couldn't afford. Distractions led to mistakes, and mistakes in the forge could mean burns, ruined work, lost income. By mid-morning, the second tooth was finished, quenched, and lying beside its twin, ready for McGregor to collect. She banked the fire slightly, letting it settle into a steady, patient heat. She needed supplies, coal was running low, and she needed more bar stock of various sizes. That meant a trip to Gable's General Store, a necessary evil. She untied her heavy leather apron, hanging it on its peg near the anvil. Underneath, her simple calico dress was damp with sweat, clinging uncomfortably. She splashed water on her face and hands from the bucket near the door, scrubbing vigorously with the harsh lye soap. It removed the surface grime but left the deeper stains beneath her fingernails and ingrained in the lines of her palms. She tried to tidy her hair, tucking the escaped wisps back into the knot, but knew it was a mostly futile effort. She pulled on a worn sunbonnet, settling it firmly on her head before stepping out of the relative dimness of the forge into the blinding sunlight and swirling dust of the street. The contrast was always jarring. Outside, the world was wide, bright, and filled with the critical eyes of Redemption Creek. The air felt thin after the thick, smoky atmosphere of the forge. She blinked, adjusting, pulling the bonnet lower to shade her face, though she knew it did little to make her inconspicuous. A woman alone, walking from the direction of the forge, was always noticed. Gable's general store sat squat and solid halfway down the main street, its false front boasting faded paint, its windows displaying a jumble of goods, everything from sacks of flour and bolts of cloth to shovels and patent medicines. The bell above the door jingled merrily as she pushed it open, the sound ridiculously cheerful in the face of the expected reception. The store smelled of coffee beans, pickled brine, new calico, and Mrs. Gable's disapproval. The woman herself stood behind the long wooden counter, polishing the already gleaming surface with a claw. Her gaze snapped up as Clara entered, sharp and assessing. Yesterday's encounter hung in the air between them, unspoken but palpable. "Clara," Mrs. Gable said, her voice thin and tight, devoid of warmth. It wasn't quite hostile, but carried the distinct chill of judgment. "Morning, Mrs. Gable," Clara replied, keeping her own voice carefully neutral. She didn't want a confrontation, just the supplies she needed. "Need some coal if you've got it, and some half-inch round stock." Mrs. Gable pursed her lips, her eyes flicking over Clara's appearance, the sturdy boots peeking out from beneath her hem, the plain dress, the faint but persistent smell of smoke that clung to her despite the washing. "Coal's out back, you know that. Jed will help you load it if he's around." Her tone implied Clara was perfectly capable of loading it herself, which she was, but propriety demanded the offer of male assistance. "The bar stock. Mr. Gable handles the metal orders. He's checking inventory." She made no move to fetch her husband or check herself. Clara waited, shifting her weight slightly. The silence stretched, filled only by the ticking of a large clock on the wall and the buzzing of a fly trapped against a window pane. Two other women, Mrs. Davies and the younger Miss Evans, were examining bolts of fabric near the back. They stopped their murmured conversation, casting sideways glances towards Clara, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and pity, overlaid with the same faint disapproval Clara felt from Mrs. Gable. They probably knew about the stranger's horse being shod yesterday. News, especially gossip, traveled faster than tumbleweeds in Redemption Creek. "I can wait," Clara said evenly, refusing to be flustered or hurried out. She needed the stock. Her father had always dealt with Gables, and while their prices were high, they were the only reliable source this side of Tucson. Mrs. Gable sniffed again, turning back to her polishing with unnecessary vigor. "Suit yourself." Clara leaned against a stack of flour sacks, trying to appear patient, though irritation prickled beneath her skin. This was the price of her chosen life, the constant low-level friction, the awareness of being perpetually outside the circle of acceptable womanhood. Most days she could ignore it, armored by her work and her independence. But after the brief moment of feeling seen, truly seen, by Liam McBride, the familiar sting of the town's judgment felt sharper, more personal. Mr. Gable finally emerged from the back room, a short, balding man with ink stains on his fingers and spectacles perched on his nose. He peered at Clara over the rims. "Ah, Clara, needs something?" His tone was businesslike, less overtly judgmental than his wife's, but still lacking warmth. "Half-inch round stock, Mr. Gable, about 10 feet if you have it." He consulted a ledger, humming tunelessly, I got some came in last week out back with the rest of the iron. He peered at her again. Need Jed to cut it? I can manage, Clara said, perhaps a little too quickly. She didn't want to owe anyone favors, didn't want to prolong her time here under their collective gaze. Mr. Gable shrugged. All right then. Settle up with Martha when you're done with the coal. He disappeared back into his office. Clara turned to leave, acutely aware of the eyes following her. As she reached the door, Miss Evans, the younger woman, who worked as a seamstress, offered a small, hesitant smile. Your father taught you well, Clara. That horseshoeing is real artistry. The compliment was quiet, almost whispered, as if afraid of being overheard and reprimanded by the older women. Surprise flickered through Clara. Abigail Evans was usually quiet, keeping to herself. Thank you, Abigail, Clara replied, returning the smile with genuine warmth. It was a small gesture, but it felt like a tiny in the wall of disapproval. Outside again, the sun felt hotter, the dust thicker. She found Jed, the store's lanky, slow-moving hired hand, lounging near the coal shed. He helped her load 2 heavy sacks of coal onto the small hand cart she'd brought. His movements unhurried, his conversation limited to grunts. Clara paid him no mind, used to doing the heavy lifting herself. Once the coal was loaded, she went to the disorderly pile of iron stock stacked behind the store. Locating the 1/2-inch round bars, she selected a sturdy length, hefted it onto her shoulder, the weight familiar, grounding, and carried it back to the cart, adding it to the coal sacks. Returning inside, she paid Mrs. Gable, enduring another silent, assessing stare as the woman counted the coins carefully. Clara nodded curtly and left, pulling the now heavy cart back down the dusty street towards the forge. The journey seemed longer this time, the weight of the supplies compounded by the weight of the town's scrutiny. The brief warmth from Abigail Evans's comment had faded, overshadowed by the pervasive chill. Back in the sanctuary of the forge, she unloaded the coal, stacking the sacks neatly near the hearth. She placed the bar stock on the appropriate rack, the metallic clang echoing in the quiet space. The fire had burned down slightly, waiting patiently. She took a deep breath, inhaling the comforting sense of her workspace. Here, at least, she wasn't judged. The anvil didn't care that she was a woman. The fire demanded respect, not conformity. She spent the rest of the day working steadily. Farmer McGregor came by late in the afternoon, grumbling about the weather and the price of feed, but he inspected the repaired harrow teeth with a critical eye and nodded, satisfied. Good work, girl, solid as Silas used to do. He paid her promptly and left, his gruff approval another small balm against the earlier chill. As the afternoon wore on, the heat inside the forge became intense. Clara worked stripped down to her chemise and petticoat beneath the heavy apron. Her dress hung carefully aside. Sweat ran freely, soaking her clothes, plastering strands of hair to her face and neck. She moved automatically, her body accustomed to the rhythm, the strain. Yet her mind kept drifting. She thought of her father, Silas. He'd been a large man, loud and boisterous, but with hands surprisingly gentle when it came to shaping metal or teaching his daughter. He'd seen the interest in her eyes, the fascination with the fire, and the transformation of iron. Against all convention, against the worried protestations of her long-dead mother, he'd taught her. Metal doesn't know if you're a boy or a girl, Clara, he'd rumbled, his voice echoing in her memory. It only knows heat and hammer and a steady hand. You got the hand for it. Don't let anyone tell you different. He'd believed in her, shielded her as best he could from the town's gossip, but he was gone now. The forge was hers, the skill was hers, but the shield was gone. Sometimes, like today, the loneliness felt as vast and empty as the plain stretching west of town. Was this stubborn independence worth the isolation? Worth the sideways glances, the whispered criticisms, the knowledge that she was fundamentally different in a town that valued sameness above all else? The clang of her hammer seemed to mock her thoughts. Alone, alone, alone. She shook her head, trying to banish the melancholy. Self-pity wouldn't shoe a horse or mend a plow. She focused on the task at hand, forging a set of hinges for the new church door, a commission she'd been hesitant to take, knowing it would place her work, and therefore her, under even closer scrutiny. But the church committee paid fairly, and the work was needed. She worked until the sun began to dip low in the sky, painting the dust clouds hanging over Redemption Creek in fiery shades of orange and purple. The fierce heat of the day started to ebb, replaced by the cooler air of evening flowing down from the hills. The light inside the forge grew dimmer, the glow of the fire becoming more pronounced, casting long, dancing shadows. Her shoulders ached, her back protested, and her hands throbbed with the day's labor. She banked the fire carefully for the night, the coals settling into a soft orange glow. The silence that fell was profound, broken only by the occasional crackle from the hearth and the distant mournful howl of a coyote. Cleaning up, putting tools away, sweeping the worst of the coal dust near the hearth. These were the familiar rituals that closed her day. As she wiped down the scarred face of the anvil with an oily rag, her hand paused. This anvil had been her father's, and his father's before him, brought west across the plains. It was the heart of the forge, the heart of her legacy. She traced the deepest scars with her finger, feeling the history in the cold, solid iron. Was she honoring that legacy, or merely clinging to it out of fear or stubbornness? She straightened up, weary to the bone, and walked towards the small cabin behind the forge that served as her home. Just as she reached the doorway connecting the two buildings, a sound from the street caught her attention. The distinct nicker of a horse. Not just any horse. It had the deep resonant sound of a quality stallion. Her heart gave an unsteady lurch. She stepped back into the main forge area, peering cautiously through the large front doorway, now filled with the deepening twilight. Standing across the street, tethered outside the saloon, was Diablo. The black stallion shifted, his coat gleaming even in the fading light. And standing near the saloon swinging doors, talking to Sheriff Brody, was Liam McBride. He had his back to the forge, leaning casually against a porch post, hat pushed back slightly on his head. He gestured as he spoke, his movements calm and deliberate. Sheriff Brody, a stout man whose face seemed permanently set in lines of weary authority, listened intently, nodding occasionally. Clara couldn't hear their words, but the easy familiarity of their posture suggested more than a passing acquaintance. What business did a horse breeder from up north have with the sheriff of Redemption Creek? A knot of unease tightened in Clara's stomach. Liam hadn't seemed like trouble, but in this country, trouble often wore a calm face. Was he involved in something? Land disputes? Cattle rustling? The borderlands were rife with shadows and conflicts. His non-committal answers about his origins, his reason for being here, suddenly seemed less like polite reserve and more like deliberate evasion. He shifted slightly, turning his head as if sensing her gaze. Even across the dusty street, in the growing dimness, She felt the intensity of his look. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just held her gaze for a long moment. There was a question in his eyes, or perhaps a challenge. Then he turned back to the sheriff, resuming his conversation, as if the moment had never happened. Clara pulled back from the doorway, her breath catching in her throat. The earlier warmth she'd felt recalling his visit was replaced by a chilling uncertainty. Who was Liam McBride? And why did the sight of him talking to the law fill her? Not with reassurance, but with a vague, formless sense of dread. The ring of hammer on steel felt a long way off now, replaced by the silent, unsettling echo of doubt. She retreated into the shadows of the forge, the banked fire casting flickering light on her troubled face. The day had begun with a memory of respect, but it was ending with a premonition, a feeling that the sparks ignited yesterday might lead to a conflagration she wasn't prepared for. Chapter 3. A Rider from the Plains. Sleep offered Clara little respite. The image of Liam McBride standing in the twilight, talking easily with Sheriff Brody, played over and over behind her closed eyelids. It wasn't the conversation itself, she hadn't heard a word, but the context. The saloon, the sheriff, the man whose quiet respect had unsettled her equilibrium just hours before. Doubt, cold and sharp as quenched steel, pricked at her thoughts. Who was he, truly? A simple horse breeder passing through? Or something else? Redemption Creek attracted drifters, men with pasts they didn't speak of, men whose business sometimes skirted the edges of the law. Liam didn't have the look of a common outlaw, but appearances could be deceiving, especially out here. She rose before dawn, the habit ingrained, moving through the motions of starting her day in the small, attached cabin. The space was simple, functional, a narrow bed, a rough-hewn table, a wood-burning stove for cooking and heat, shelves holding a few treasured books from her mother and her father's well-worn Bible. It was clean, orderly, but held the same faint scent of smoke that clung to her own clothes, a permanent reminder of her life's work, seeping into her private space. Usually the solitude was comforting, a necessary buffer against the town. This morning it felt isolating, amplifying the unease that had settled in her chest. She forced down dry bread and chicory coffee, the brew bitter on her tongue. The silence of the cabin pressed in. Outside, the first pale light began to filter through the single window. Promising another long, hot day, she needed the noise, the heat, the familiar exertion of the forge to chase away the shadows in her mind. Pulling on her work dress and sturdy boots, tying the heavy apron securely around her waist, she stepped into the forge. The banked fire greeted her with a low, welcoming glow. She opened the flue, added fresh coal, and worked the bellows. The familiar whoosh, a comforting sound in the pre-dawn quiet. The fire caught, flames licking upwards, painting the soot-stained walls in dancing orange light. She had the hinges for the church door to finish. Delicate work, requiring patience and a lighter touch than shoeing horses or mending plows. She selected a length of finer iron stock and heated it, trying to lose herself in the process in the familiar dance of fire, metal, and hammer. Clang, ting, clang. The rhythm was different today, less forceful, more precise, but her focus wavered. Her mind kept drifting back to Liam McBride, his easy confidence, the way he'd looked at her work, the unsettling feeling of being seen. And then, the image of him with the sheriff, bathed in the saloon's suggestive glow. Was she being foolish, letting a stranger's brief attention disturb her so profoundly? She was used to being alone, used to relying only on herself. Her father had taught her self-sufficiency above all else. "Trust the steel in your hand before the smile on a man's face, Clara," he'd often said, his voice gruff but kind. Wise words, words she'd lived by since his passing. So why did Liam McBride's quiet regard feel more substantial than the judgment she faced daily? And why did the hint of possible trouble surrounding him feel like a personal betrayal of that fleeting connection? She missed a hammer strike again, the blow landing awkwardly, marring the smooth curve she was trying to achieve on the hinge strap. With a frustrated sigh, she thrust the iron back into the fire, leaning heavily against the anvil for a moment, closing her eyes. The heat washed over her face, but it couldn't burn away the uncertainty. She was letting this man, this stranger, get under her skin, disrupting the careful, solitary order of her life. Later that morning, needing to clear her head as much as deliver the finished product, she wrapped the completed hinges intricately shaped with simple, elegant curls at the ends, a testament to her finer skills, in a piece of oiled cloth. She cleaned herself up as best she could, donned her sunbonnet, and walked towards the newly constructed church at the edge of town. The walk took her past the saloon. Even in the morning light, it looked vaguely disreputable, its swinging doors still, its windows dark. Diablo was nowhere in sight, nor was Liam. Relief warred with a strange sense of disappointment. She quickened her pace, eager to be away from the place and its unsettling associations. The church stood stark and white against the backdrop of the dusty plains, its tall steeple reaching towards the vast blue sky, a symbol of hope and perhaps misplaced ambition in this harsh land. Reverend Michaels met her at the door, his face beaming. He was a kind man, earnest and perpetually optimistic, one of the few townsfolk who treated Clara with uncomplicated warmth, valuing her skill without judgment. "Ah, Clara, wonderful!" he exclaimed. Taking the wrapped hinges carefully, he unwrapped them, his eyes widening in appreciation. "Oh, these are beautiful, truly works of art. Your father would be so proud." Clara felt a familiar pang at the mention of Silas, a mix of pride and sorrow. "Thank you, Reverend. Just glad I could get them done for you. They will grace our doors for many years to come," he assured her, handling them with reverence. "Proof that beauty and strength can be found right here in Redemption Creek." He looked at her kindly. "You have a true gift, my dear. Don't ever let anyone tell you otherwise." His words, simple and sincere, were a welcome antidote to the whispers and stares. She managed a genuine smile. "I try not to, Reverend." As she turned to leave, Mrs. Gable came bustling around the corner, clutching her ever-present basket. Likely on her way to offer some unsolicited advice to the Reverend about church decorations. She stopped short upon seeing Clara, her expression tightening. "Well, Clara," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness that failed to conceal its vinegar undertone. "Finished playing with fire for the day?" She eyed the church doors, then Clara's hands, still bearing the faint marks of her trade. Such heavy work for delicate hands, though I suppose some hands aren't so delicate. Clara felt the heat rise in her cheeks, anger mixing with the familiar resignation. Before she could form a retort, Reverend Michael stepped smoothly between them. "Clara has just delivered the magnificent new hinges, Martha, a testament to her skill and dedication. We are deeply grateful." His tone, though gentle, carried a subtle rebuke. Mrs. Gable sniffed, clearly displeased at being preempted. "Well, I'm sure they were sturdy." She brushed past Clara without another glance and swept into the church, leaving a wake of disapproval. Clara let out a slow breath, forcing down the angry words that had risen in her throat. "Thank you, Reverend," she murmured. He patted her arm gently. "Pay her no mind, Clara. Some folks measure the world only by their own narrow yardstick." He sighed. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go ensure our new sanctuary isn't entirely draped in gingham." Clara watched him go, a small smile touching her lips despite the encounter. There were good people here, too, just not enough, it often seemed. Turning away from the church, she started back towards the forge, the brief warmth of the Reverend's kindness already fading under the relentless sun and the memory of Mrs. Gable's spite. The town felt particularly stifling today, its judgments pressing in. She was halfway back, walking past the livery stable when she saw him. Liam McBride was leading Diablo out, the horse freshly groomed, its black coat shining. Liam moved with the easy grace of a man completely at home around horses, murmuring to the stallion as he adjusted the saddle's cinch. He hadn't seen her. Clara hesitated, her steps slowing. Should she approach? Ask him directly about his business with the sheriff? Or would that reveal too much of her own unnerving interest? Before she could decide, another figure emerged from the stable's shadowy interior, a man she didn't recognize. He was shorter than Liam, wiry with a weathered face and eyes that darted nervously, and clothes that spoke of long, hard miles on the trail, dusty, patched, practical. He wore a low-slung gun belt, the holster well-worn, the coat peacemaker it held looking like a natural extension of his hand. He spat a stream of tobacco juice into the dust near Liam's boots, his movements jerky, anxious. Liam didn't react to the discourtesy, merely glanced at the man, his expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. The wiry man muttered something Clara couldn't hear, gesturing vaguely towards the south. Liam listened, then shook his head slowly, saying something in a low voice. The wiry man argued, his voice rising slightly, agitation clear in his stance. Liam remained calm, his posture relaxed but radiating a quiet authority that seemed to keep the other man in check. After another moment, the wiry man shrugged violently, spat again, and stalked off down the street, disappearing around the corner without a backward glance. Liam watched him go, his body still, thoughtful. Then, as if feeling Clara's eyes on him again, he turned his head slowly and looked directly at her. He nodded, a simple acknowledgement, before turning back to Diablo, swinging effortlessly into the saddle. He gathered the reins, nudged the stallion forward, and rode out of town, heading not north, the direction he claimed as home, but west, towards the open, unsettled plains. Clara stood rooted to the spot, the dust settling around her boots. Who was that wiry man? What business did he have with Liam, and why was Liam riding west towards the vast empty stretches where ranches were few and trouble was plentiful? The encounter solidified her unease, replacing the vague suspicion with a knot of tangible worry. He was involved in something more than horse breeding, something that involved nervous men with guns and journeys into the wilderness. She forced herself to move, continuing towards the forge, her mind racing. The image of the wiry man, his furtive glances and anxious energy, superimposed itself onto the memory of Liam's calm demeanor. Was Liam caught up in something dangerous? Or was he the danger itself? Back within the familiar confines of the forge, the rhythmic clang of her hammer felt less like a comfort and more like a frantic attempt to drown out her thoughts. She attacked the iron with renewed ferocity, working on a set of branding irons, for a rancher further down the valley. The physical exertion helped, channeling the turmoil inside her into tangible effort. Sweat poured off her, soaking her clothes, dripping onto the hot metal with a sizzle. The fire roared, consuming coal and air, mirroring the confusing heat building within her. She tried to focus purely on the work, on the precise shape of the brand, a simple rocking R. But the questions kept hammering at her. Liam's presence in Redemption Creek was no accident. His conversation with the sheriff, his encounter with the nervous rider, his departure towards the plains, it all pointed toward something hidden, something complex. And his interaction with her, was that just a momentary interest, a curiosity about the town's female blacksmith? Or was there something more calculated behind his respectful gaze, his appreciation of her skill? The sun reached its zenith, beating down on the forge roof, turning the interior into an oven. Clara paused, wiping sweat from her brow with a soot-stained forearm, catching her breath. The air was thick, heavy, tasting of metal and smoke and the dry heat of the plains. As she stood there, gathering her strength to continue, the sound of approaching hoofbeats broke the relative quiet. Not the powerful tread of Diablo, but a lighter, quicker cadence. A lone rider pulled up just outside the forge entrance. His horse lathered, breathing hard, dust clinging thick to both animal and man. He dismounted stiffly, exhaustion etched onto his young face, which was barely visible beneath a layer of grime and a shock of unruly blonde hair. He looked scarcely older than herself, perhaps younger, dressed in worn buckskins, carrying a long rifle and wearing the wary, hunted look of someone who had ridden hard and fast, possibly with danger snapping at his heels. A rider from the plains indeed, not just passing through, but arriving with an air of urgency. He peered into the dimness of the forge, his eyes scanning the space before settling on Clara. "Thompson's forge?" he asked, his voice raspy with thirst and fatigue. Clara straightened, her hand instinctively moving towards the heavy hammer resting on the nearby workbench. Trouble had a way of finding her forge, the only one for miles around. "It is," she replied cautiously. "What do you need?" The young man took a step closer, glancing nervously back down the empty street, as if expecting pursuit. "Need a shoe replaced. Quick." He gestured towards his horse, a sturdy but tired-looking bay mare. "Threw it maybe 10 miles back, can't risk riding her further like this." His eyes darted around again. "And maybe a place to rest my horse and myself for an hour or two, out of sight." His request, coupled with his obvious anxiety, sent a fresh wave of unease through Clara. He wasn't just a traveler with a lame horse. He was running from something, or someone. Bringing him into the forge, even for a short time, felt risky. Redemption Creek might be small, but secrets were hard to keep, and associating herself with a man clearly in trouble could bring unwanted attention, possibly danger, to her doorstep. Her father's warnings echoed again. "Mind your own business, Clara. Don't borrow trouble." But the young man looked desperate, barely old enough to be shaving, and his horse was clearly spent. The code of the West, unspoken but deeply ingrained, demanded assistance for travelers in need, especially those facing the harshness of the plains. And her own isolation, her own position as an outsider, perhaps made her more sympathetic to someone else on the run. She studied him for another moment, weighing the risks. His eyes, though filled with fear, seemed honest enough. He looked more hunted than predatory. "All right," she said finally, her voice low. "Bring her in. Tie her over there, away from the fire." She gestured towards the same ring where Diablo had stood. There's water in the trough." Relief washed over the young man's face, so profound it almost buckled his knees. "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you kindly." He led the weary mare inside, her steps faltering slightly on the packed earth floor. While the horse drank gratefully, the young man slumped onto an upturned crate near the wall, scrubbing a hand over his grimy face, his gaze still flicking towards the doorway. Clara turned back to the fire, selecting tongs and iron stock. Shoeing a horse was routine, something she could do almost without thinking. But her mind wasn't on the task. It was on the frightened boy huddled in the corner, on the unseen danger he was fleeing, and on the other rider who had disappeared towards the plains just hours before. Was there a connection? Was the danger this boy feared somehow linked to Liam McBride and the nervous man at the livery? The coincidence felt too strong to ignore. As she heated the iron, the forge seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the roar of the fire, the exhausted sighs of the bay mare, and the ragged breathing of the young rider from the plains. Trouble hadn't just knocked on her door. It had walked right in, smelling of dust, fear, and the vast, unforgiving wilderness to the west. And Clara had a sinking feeling that this was only the beginning. Chapter 4. Eyes That See Past the Soot. The air in the forge thickened, charged now not just with heat and smoke, but with the palpable fear radiating from the young stranger huddled on the crate. His presence felt like a stone dropped into the still pool of Clara's carefully ordered existence. The ripples spreading outwards, disturbing the quiet surface. The rhythmic whoosh of the bellows seemed louder, more insistent, as she brought the fire back up to working heat, the flames leaping eagerly as if sensing the heightened tension. She moved towards the weary bay mare, speaking in the low, calming tone she used with all animals. The mare, exhausted but clearly trusting of humans, allowed Clara to approach without fuss. Clara ran a hand down the foreleg, examining the hoof where the shoe was missing. Clean break. No apparent injury to the hoof wall itself, just the vulnerability of being unshod on rough terrain. Simple enough work, yet everything about the situation felt complicated, dangerous. "Easy now, girl," she murmured, lifting the hoof. "We'll get you fixed up." From the corner of her eye, she saw the young man watching her every move, his knuckles white, where he gripped the edge of the crate. He looked like a cornered rabbit, ready to bolt at the slightest unexpected noise. "What do they call you?" Clara asked, her voice carefully casual as she selected a hoof pick, keeping her attention ostensibly focused on the mare's foot. He hesitated, swallowing hard. The sound was audible in the relative quiet. "Billy," he finally croaked, his voice rough. "Billy Tanner." "All right, Billy Tanner. You thirsty?" She nodded towards the water bucket near the door, the same one she'd used earlier. "Help yourself, and the mare looks like she could use more too." He scrambled up, relief flickering in his eyes at the simple offer of hospitality. He drank deeply from the dipper, spilling some down his dusty chin, then refilled the trough for the mare, his movements quick, jerky, still infused with that nervous energy. He returned to the crate, wiping his mouth with the back of a grimy hand, but seemed marginally calmer. Clara turned her attention back to the hoof, scraping away packed dirt and small stones, preparing surface. "Came in from the west, you said?" she asked, still working, probing gently, trying to understand the nature of the trouble she'd just invited into her sanctuary. Billy flinched, his gaze darting towards the wide-open doorway as if expecting figures to materialize from the glaring sunlight outside. Yeah, west. He offered no more. Rough country out there, Clara commented mildly, reaching for her rasp. The steady scrape of the tool against the hoof wall filled the silence for a moment. Easy to lose a shoe? Easy to lose your way, too, if you're not careful. He didn't reply, just watched her hands, his breathing still a little too quick. Young, she thought again. Too young for whatever had put that hunted look in his eyes. She'd seen that look before, on men who'd tangled with bandits, or jumped claims, or simply found themselves on the wrong side of a dispute with no law around to mediate. It was the look of someone who knew his life was measured in hours, maybe minutes, depending on who was behind him. She measured the hoof carefully, then went to the rack for the appropriate size of bar stock. Back to the fire, plunging the iron into the glowing heart of the coals. The roar intensified. As she worked the bellows, feeding the flames, she considered her own position. Helping him was a risk. If whoever was chasing him tracked him here, she'd be caught in the middle. Her forge, her home, everything her father had built could be threatened. Redemption Creek valued order, or at least the appearance of it, sheltering a fugitive, even a young one who seemed more victim than perpetrator, would shatter the fragile tolerance she'd carefully cultivated. Mrs. Gable's spite would seem like gentle teasing compared to the town's reaction if she brought real trouble down on them. Yet turning him away, the thought left a sour taste in her mouth. Leaving him to face whatever pursued him with a lame horse felt like a betrayal of some fundamental code. Her father, despite his warnings about minding her own business, had never turned away someone truly in need. He'd offered water, food, sometimes even a few hours' shelter in the forge, believing basic decency outweighed caution, at least in the short term. Was she strong enough to uphold that principle? Or had the years of isolation and judgment made her too cautious, too protective of her small, hard-won space in the world? She drew the glowing iron from the fire, sparks showering around her as she laid it on the anvil. The clang of the hammer began its familiar song, loud, rhythmic, forceful, clang-sh, clang-sh. She focused on the metal, shaping the curve, drawing out the heels, letting the physical exertion absorb some of her inner turmoil. The iron yielded, glowed, cooled, reheated. She worked quickly, efficiently, her movements economical despite the undercurrent of anxiety. Billy watched, fascinated despite his fear, the flickering light of the forge reflecting in his wide eyes. You do that real good, ma'am," he stammered after a few minutes, seemingly mesmerized by the process. Clara grunted acknowledgement, not breaking her rhythm. "Been doing it long enough?" She punched the nail holes, her aim precise, the hammer blows sharp and clean. "My PA, he was a farmer," Billy offered unexpectedly, his voice softer now, tinged with something like nostalgia or perhaps loss. He could fix most anything made of wood, but iron always beat him. The comment hung in the air, a glimpse of the boy behind the fear. Clara finished punching the holes and plunged the shoe into the slack tub. Steam hissed, momentarily obscuring her view of him. When it cleared, she carried the cooled shoe over to the mare. "Hold her steady now," she instructed, lifting the hoof again and placing it firmly on her leather-clad knee. She checked the fit, rasped a final smoothness onto the hoof wall, and selected the first nail. As she worked, carefully driving the nails, clenching them tight, she tried again gently. "Farming country, where was that?" Billy hesitated, looking down at his scuffed boots. Back east a ways. Different world, he swallowed. We came west looking for better land. Ma passed on the trail. Pa got caught up in a dispute. His voice hardened slightly. Over water rights happened fast. He didn't elaborate on what happened fast meant, but the sudden bleakness in his eyes told its own story. Loss, violence, the familiar narrative of the frontier. And you? Clara asked softly, tapping the last nail into place. Been on my own since, he mumbled, looking away, trying to get south. Heard there might be work, maybe near the border. He shivered, despite the heat radiating from the forge. Just need to get clear of them? Them? Clara paused, her hand hovering over the clenched nails. Billy's eyes darted towards the door again, wide with renewed fear. The men, the ones who took our claim, they think I saw something, think I know something. He shook his head frantically. I don't know nothing, just want to be left alone. His voice cracked on the last words. Clara finished clenching the nails, her movement sure and steady, a counterpoint to the boys' rising panic, men taking a claim. Water rights disputes turning deadly. It happened all the time. But who are these men? Did they have any connection to the wiry, nervous rider she'd seen with Liam? Or to Liam himself? The possibility sent a fresh chill down her spine. Liam, with his calm eyes and quiet confidence, seemed worlds away from the kind of violent claim jumpers Billy described, but she barely knew him. What lay beneath that composed surface? She lowered the mare's hoof gently, running her hand over the new shoe, checking the fit. Solid, secure. All right, Billy, she's good to ride. Billy stared at the newly shod hoof as if it were a miracle. He fumbled inside his worn buckskin shirt, pulling out a few crumpled bills and some coins. How much do I owe you, ma'am? His hand trembled slightly as he held out the meager payment. Clara looked at the money, then at his young, frightened face. He likely needed every cent he had to get wherever he was going. She thought of her father, who'd sometimes accept payment in firewood or a promise of help later, from those truly down on their luck. She thought of Mrs. Gable's sneering judgment, and a spark of defiance flared within her. Standard price, she said, naming the amount, deliberately keeping it fair but not overly cheap. Maintaining the appearance of a normal transaction was important. He counted out the coins carefully, his relief evident when he realized he had enough. Clara took the payment, dropping it into her apron pocket with the coins Liam had given her yesterday. The juxtaposition felt strange, unsettling. Money from a man shrouded in mystery, now mingling with payment from a boy possibly fleeing that same mystery. Thank you, ma'am, Billy said again, his voice thick with gratitude. Thank you more than I can say. He moved towards the mare, gathering the reins, his movement still hurried, anxious. Wait, Clara said impulsively. She went to the small shelf in the cabin entryway where she kept basic supplies. She returned with a chunk of dry bread and a piece of jerky wrapped in cloth. Take this. It's a long ride south. Billy stared at the offering, his eyes widening. For a moment, his tough, frightened facade crumbled, revealing the lost boy underneath. Ma'am, I can't. Take it, Clara insisted, pressing it into his hand. No sense riding on an empty stomach. Makes a man careless. He clutched the small parcel tightly, nodding wordlessly, his throat working. He quickly tied it to his saddle horn, then swung himself onto the mare's back. He looked down at Clara, his gaze filled with a mixture of gratitude and desperation. God bless you, ma'am. Just ride careful, Billy. Clara said softly, and keep heading south. Don't look back. He nodded again, gathered the reins, and urged the mare forward. He glanced back once at the doorway, his eyes sweeping the street, before kicking the horse into a steady trot, heading south out of Redemption Creek, disappearing into the shimmering heat haze rising from the plains. Clara watched him go until he was just a speck in the distance, the sound of his horse's hooves fading into the midday quiet. She let out a long, slow breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The forge felt empty now, the tension slowly receding, leaving behind an echo of fear and a heavy weight of uncertainty. Had she done the right thing? Had she helped a desperate boy escape injustice? Or had she just painted a target on her own back? She turned back towards the anvil, intending to resume her work on the branding irons, needing the familiar rhythm to settle her nerves. But as she stepped further into the forge, away from the direct glare of the entrance, her foot brushed against something small on the packed earth floor. Near where Billy had been sitting, she bent down and picked it up. It was a small, intricately carved wooden bird, no bigger than her thumb, worn smooth from handling. A hawk, maybe, or an eagle. Simple, but clearly made with care, with love. Probably something his father had carved for him, a keepsake from a life violently interrupted. He must have dropped it in his haste and fear. She closed her fingers around the small carving, its smooth wood warm against her palm, a fragile piece of a shattered past, should she try to find him. But he was long gone, swallowed by the plains. Holding the small bird, she felt a wave of profound sadness wash over her, for Billy, for his lost father, for the countless others whose lives were broken by the casual brutality of this land. She slipped the carving into her apron pocket, a secret weight added to the coins already there. Just as she straightened up, the sound of hoofbeats approached again. Steady, powerful, confident, not the hurried rhythm of Billy's departing mare. Clara's heart leaped into her throat. She moved instinctively towards the shadows near the slack tub, peering out through the main doorway. It was him. Liam McBride riding Diablo back into town from the west, the direction he'd taken earlier, the direction Billy had fled from. The stallion looked dustier than before, but moved with the same effortless power. Liam sat tall in the saddle, his expression unreadable beneath his hat brim, his gaze sweeping the street, taking in the quiet town square, the shuttered windows reflecting the harsh midday sun. He didn't slow as he passed the livery stable or the general store. He rode directly towards the forge. Clara's breath hitched. Had he seen Billy leave? Did he know the boy had been here? Her mind raced. Should she hide? Pretend she wasn't there? But the forge fire was still burning, smoke curling from the chimney, clear signs of recent activity. Running felt cowardly and potentially more suspicious. She forced herself to stand her ground, moving back towards the center of the forge, near the anvil, trying to appear nonchalant, wiping her hands on her apron, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trip hammer. Liam reined Diablo in just outside the entrance, the stallion snorting softly, stirring the dust. He didn't dismount immediately, just sat there, looking into the forge's dim interior, his eyes adjusting from the bright sunlight. His gaze found Clara, standing amidst the tools and shadows of her trade, soot smudged on her cheek, her expression carefully neutral. For a long moment, silence hung between them, thick with unspoken questions. The only sounds were the soft crackle of the fire, the gentle snort of the horse and the frantic beating of Clara's own heart. Liam's eyes, those whiskey-colored eyes that had seemed so direct and appreciative yesterday, now held a different quality. Still calm, still steady, but with an added layer of scrutiny, of assessment. It felt as if he were looking not just at her, but through her, past the soot and grime, searching for something. "Clara Thompson," he said finally, his voice the same low baritone, yet somehow carrying more weight than before. "Working hard, I see." It wasn't a question, but a statement, acknowledging the evidence of the fire, the tools, her appearance. "Always work to be done," she replied, matching his calm tone, though it cost her effort. She rested a hand lightly on the anvil, grounding herself on its solid, unyielding surface. "You finished your business out on the plains?" The question slipped out before she could stop it, a little too direct, a little too revealing of her earlier observation. A flicker of something surprise, amusement, crossed his face, gone almost before it registered. He swung down from the saddle easily, looping Diablo's reins loosely over the hitching post near the door. He took a step closer, stopping just inside the threshold, blocking some of the light, casting the interior into deeper shadow. "Business takes as long as it takes," he answered evasively, his gaze sweeping the forge again, lingering for a fraction of a second near the spot where Billy's mare had stood, where the water trough still showed signs of recent use. Did he notice the fresher hoof prints in the dust near the ring? Did he smell the lingering scent of a different horse, the faint residue of fear? He looked back at Clara, his eyes sharp, focused. "Just thought I'd check, see if Diablo's shoes were holding up all right after the ride." Felt like an excuse, a reason to be here, a reason to look around, perhaps a reason to gauge her reaction. "They're holding fine," Clara said steadily, meeting his gaze directly. "I told you I do good work." His lips curved into a faint smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. "That you do?" He paused, leaning a shoulder against the doorframe, his posture deceptively casual. "Quiet day in town?" The question hung in the air, loaded. Was he asking about Billy? Clara's mind raced. Deny everything? Offer a partial truth? Lie outright? Any answer felt like a trap. She chose careful deflection. "Quite enough," she said, turning slightly to pick up her hammer, kneading the familiar weight in her hand. Farmer McGregor picked up his harrow teeth, finished the hinges for the church. She focused on the branding iron waiting on the anvil, pretending to assess the work needed. "Just keeping busy?" Liam watched her, his expression thoughtful, calculating. He pushed away from the doorframe and took another step inside. The scent of horse, leather, and the dry, dusty air of the plains clinging to him. He stopped near the anvil, opposite her, close enough now that she could see the fine lines etched around his eyes, the way the sun had bleached streaks in his dark hair, the latent strength in his shoulders, close enough to feel the intensity of his presence, the unspoken energy crackling between them. His gaze dropped to her hands, noting the hammer she held, the ingrained grime, the calluses. Then it lifted again, meeting hers, holding it steady. Those eyes seemed to pierce right through the defenses she tried so hard to maintain, seeing past the soot, past the sweat, past the carefully constructed neutrality, seeing the flicker of unease she couldn't quite conceal, the questions she wasn't asking, the secrets she might be keeping. "Seems like everyone's keeping busy today," he murmured, his voice low, intimate despite the cavernous space. Some trying to get somewhere fast, others just trying to hold their ground. His words landed like stones, heavy with implication. He knew, or he suspected. The air crackled with tension, the heat from the forge suddenly feeling suffocating. Clara gripped the hammer tighter, her knuckles white, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against the steady, unwavering beat of Liam McBride's gaze. He saw more than she wanted him to see. The question was, what would he do with that knowledge? Chapter 5. Whispers on the Wind. The silence stretched, taut and heavy as a drawn bowstring, vibrating with unspoken words. Liam McBride's gaze held Clara's, unwavering, probing beneath the surface calm she desperately tried to project. His insinuation. Some trying to get somewhere fast. Others just trying to hold their ground hung in the superheated air between them, sharp and pointed as a newly forged nail. He knew. He had to know, or at least suspect, about Billy Tanner. The realization sent a jolt of pure fear through her, colder than the water in the slack tub despite the roaring fire nearby. She tightened her grip on the hammer, its familiar weight a small anchor in the sudden storm of her anxiety. Her knuckles were white. She could feel the slight tremor in her hand and hoped he couldn't see it. To acknowledge his implication, even with a flicker of fear in her eyes, felt like handing him a weapon. Defiance surged, hot and protective, pushing back against the fear. This was her forge, her space. She wouldn't be intimidated here. Seems like everyone's got business that keeps them moving, Mr. McBride, she retorted, her voice emerging steadier than she felt, carefully measured. She forced herself to break eye contact, turning her attention to the half-finished branding iron on the anvil, inspecting the curve of the R as if it were the most important thing in the world. Some chase opportunity, some run from hardship, that's the way of it out here. She kept her tone general, impersonal, refusing to bite the lure he dangled. Liam didn't respond immediately. He remained leaning against the doorframe, a silhouette against the harsh light, radiating a stillness that felt more potent than any overt threat. The sounds of the forge filled the void, the hungry crackle of the coals, the faint hiss of water evaporating near the hearth, the distant rhythmic sigh of the banked bellows. Outside, the midday quiet of Redemption Creek seemed absolute, as if the whole town were holding its breath, listening. He pushed away from the frame then, moving further into the forge with that same unhurried grace that set her teeth on edge. He didn't loom, didn't crowd her, but his presence seemed to shrink the cavernous space, making the air feel thin and charged. He stopped a few feet away, his gaze sweeping over the orderly chaos of her workspace, the racks of tools, the waiting stock, the neat piles of finished work. His eyes lingered for a moment on the newly forged church hinges resting on a workbench. Fine work, he commented, his voice softer now, conversationally toned, but the underlying intensity remained. He reached out, his fingers brushing lightly over the cold iron scrollwork. Delicate touch, surprising, for hands that can shape shoes for a horse like Diablo? Was it a compliment, or another subtle probe, highlighting the perceived contradiction of her existence, trying to catch her off balance? Clara bristled inwardly, but kept her expression smooth. Iron takes the shape you give it, Mr. McBride. Strong or fine, it's all about knowing how much heat to apply, where to strike. She met his gaze again, holding it deliberately, and when to let it cool? A ghost of his earlier smile touched his lips, genuine this time, crinkling the corners of his eyes. A good philosophy, for iron, and maybe for life. He let his hand fall away from the hinges, But sometimes things heat up whether you want them to or not. Sometimes trouble comes looking, even if you're minding your own business. There it was again, the veiled warning. Or was it a threat? Her heart hammered against her ribs. Who was this man? Lawman, bounty hunter, something else entirely? His calm demeanor felt like a carefully constructed facade, hiding depths she couldn't fathom. Trouble finds most folks out here eventually, she said, trying to sound dismissive, world-weary. Part of the landscape, like the dust. She turned back to the anvil, picking up her hammer again. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. McBride, this iron won't shape itself. She needed the action, the familiar rhythm, the wall of noise to hide behind. She placed the branding iron back into the forge fire using the long tongs, then began working the bellows, forcing herself into the physical routine. The fire roared back to life, casting flickering shadows that danced around Liam's still figure. He didn't move, didn't speak, simply watched her work, his presence a heavy weight on her shoulders. The heat intensified, pressing in on her, sweat trickling down her temples, stinging her eyes. She pumped the bellows harder, faster, welcoming the burn in her muscles, the sting of smoke, anything to distract from the unnerving scrutiny of the man standing just feet away. She could feel his eyes on her back, tracing the lines of her worn dress, the set of her shoulders, the movement of her arms. It was unnervingly intimate, yet completely devoid of the leering quality she sometimes endured from other men. His gaze was analytical, assessing, like he was trying to understand the workings of a complex machine. Just as the silence stretched to breaking point, punctuated only by the roar of the fire and the sigh of the bellows, the jingle of the bell from Gable's general store across the street carried faintly into the forge. Footsteps crunched on the dusty boardwalk outside. Clara instinctively tensed, expecting she didn't know what. Perhaps the return of the wiry man or Sheriff Brody. But it was only Mrs. Gable, emerging from her store, shading her eyes as she peered down the street. Her gaze swept past the forge entrance, then snapped back, locking on to Liam McBride's figure standing just inside the dim interior. Her eyes narrowed, her lips pursing into their familiar expression of disapproval, magnified now by curiosity. She saw Liam, then her gaze flickered deeper into the forge, undoubtedly noticing Clara by the fire. A man, a stranger, no less lingering in the blacksmith woman's workspace. The implications, in Mrs. Gable's rigid worldview, were immediate and scandalous. Clara saw the calculation in the woman's eyes, the storing away of details for later dissemination. The whispers were already starting, carried on the wind, amplified by boredom and suspicion. Mrs. Gable lingered for a moment longer than necessary, pretending to adjust the awning of her store, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Then, with a final pointed sniff, she turned and bustled back inside, the bell jingling again, signaling her retreat, but promising future commentary. The brief interruption, the unwelcome reminder of the town's ever-present scrutiny, broke the tension slightly but replaced it with a different kind of unease. Liam had noticed Mrs. Gable's surveillance, too. A small muscle twitched in his jaw, the only sign that he was perhaps less indifferent to the town's opinion than he appeared. "Seems your philosophy about letting things cool might be tested, Miss Thompson," he murmured, his voice low again, almost intimate. Towns like this, they thrive on whispers, and strangers asking questions, or young boys showing up scared and running south. Those things tend to get folks talking. Clara stopped working the bellows, letting the handle rest. She turned slowly, facing him. wiping a sweaty hand on her apron, leaving another streak of soot. Her fear was still there, a cold knot in her stomach, but anger was beginning to burn through it. Anger at his assumptions, anger at the town's judgment, anger at being caught in this web she hadn't spun. "What people talk about is their own business, Mr. McBride," she said, her voice tight. "What happens in my forge is mine. I help folks who need it. Fix what's broken, shoe horses, that's all." It was a declaration, a drawing of lines. Liam held her gaze, his expression unreadable. "Commendable," he said softly, "but sometimes helping one person can hurt another, or yourself." He took a step closer, lowering his voice further, forcing her to strain slightly to hear him over the crackle of the fire. "That boy, Billy Tanner, he's running from something serious, men who don't take kindly to witnesses, men who won't stop looking." He knew his name. The confirmation sent another wave of cold fear through Clara. How? Had he spoken to the boy before he fled? Or was his network of information wider, deeper than she could imagine? "I don't know anything about that," she lied, hating the way the words felt false on her tongue, hating the fear that made the lie necessary. A boy needed a shoe replaced. I replaced it. He paid me and left. End of story. Liam studied her face, his eyes searching hers. She met his gaze unflinchingly, praying her fear didn't show. She felt like a piece of iron on the anvil, being tested, hammered, waiting to see if she would crack. "Maybe," he conceded, though his tone suggested disbelief. He paused, then added almost casually, "Sheriff Brody mentioned seeing a young fella ride south in a hurry not long ago. Asked if I'd seen him out on the flats." Clara's blood ran cold. Brody was asking questions. Liam had talked to Brody again. The net was tightening, not just around Billy, but potentially around her as well. "And what did you tell him?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Liam shrugged, a slight, almost imperceptible movement of his shoulders. "Told him I saw buzzards circling something near Scorpion Gulch. Didn't see any boys in a hurry." It was a deflection, not a direct lie, but designed to steer the sheriff away. Why? Was he protecting Billy? Or protecting his own interests, whatever they might be? Or was he testing her reaction, seeing if she'd reveal anything? He looked around the forge again, his gaze thoughtful. "This place, your father built it strong. Solid walls, good roof." He looked back at her. "But walls can be breached, Miss Thompson. Fire can break through stone eventually, especially if someone fans the flames." The analogy was clear. The whispers, the suspicion, could become dangerous. Mrs. Gable's gossip was one thing. Attracting the attention of men like the ones Billy feared was another entirely. Was Liam warning her, threatening her, or simply stating a fact of life on the frontier? "I can take care of myself, Mr. McBride," she said, lifting her chin, injecting steel into her voice. "I've been doing it since my father passed." "I don't doubt your strength," he replied, his gaze softening unexpectedly, a flicker of that initial respect returning. "Or your skill." His eyes dropped briefly to her hands, then back to her face. "But strength alone isn't always enough out here. Sometimes you need allies, or at least you need to know who your enemies are." He held her gaze for another long moment, the air thick with unspoken possibilities, with danger and a strange, unwelcome flicker of connection. He seemed about to say more, perhaps offer an explanation, perhaps issue a clearer warning when he suddenly straightened up, his attention shifting towards the doorway, as if he'd heard something she hadn't. "Looks like my horse is rested," he said abruptly, his tone shifting back to casual, almost brisk. and I've taken up enough of your valuable time." He tipped his hat slightly. "Thank you again for the excellent work on Diablo's shoes. They held up perfectly on the trail." He turned and walked towards the entrance, his boots crunching softly on the packed earth and coal dust. He untied Diablo's reins, swung easily into the saddle, the movement fluid and practiced. He gathered the reins, Diablo shifting eagerly beneath him. Before riding off, he paused, looking back at Clara one last time. She stood framed by the fire's glow, hammer still loosely in her hand, soot on her face, uncertainty warring with defiance in her eyes. "Be careful, Clara Thompson," he said, his voice low but carrying clearly in the quiet forge. "Sometimes the wind carries more than just dust." Then, without waiting for a reply, he nudged Diablo forward, riding away at a steady pace, heading towards the livery stable again, leaving Clara alone once more in the echoing silence of the forge. She stood frozen for a long moment, the hammer feeling impossibly heavy in her hand. The heat from the fire seemed to press in on her, suffocating. "Be careful. The wind carries more than just dust, whispers, warnings, threats." Liam McBride was a tangle of contradiction, his motives hidden, his presence both unsettling and strangely compelling. He saw too much, knew too much, or perhaps he simply understood the precariousness of her position better than she herself wanted to admit. She finally moved, setting the hammer down on the anvil with a dull thud. She walked slowly towards the doorway, looking out at the empty street, now baking under the afternoon sun. The dust settled, undisturbed. Mrs. Gable's store looked quiet, but the whispers were out there, invisible, carried on the hot, dry wind. Whispers about the stranger, about the boy who fled south, about the blacksmith woman who kept to herself but seemed to attract trouble. Her hand went unconsciously to her apron pocket, her fingers closing around the smooth, worn shape of the small wooden bird Billy had dropped, a tangible reminder of the choice she'd made, the risk she'd taken. Liam's warning echoed in her ears. Had she invited danger into her carefully guarded world? And was Liam McBride himself part of that danger, or an unlikely, unwilling shield against it? The question swirled in her mind like the dust devils outside, offering no easy answers, only a growing sense of foreboding. The ring of hammer on steel, usually her solace, now felt inadequate against the silent, insidious power of whispers on the wind. Chapter 6. Beneath the cottonwood shade. The forge, usually Clara's sanctuary, now felt like a crucible. Liam McBride's parting words, "Be careful, the wind carries more than just dust," echoed in the thick, smoky air, mingling with the crackle of the fire and the rhythmic clang of her hammer. Every shadow seemed deeper, every flicker of light more menacing. She tried to lose herself in the work, shaping the rocking R branding iron with fierce concentration, hoping the familiar exertion would burn away the unease coiling in her gut. But the heat felt different today, less a partner in creation, more an oppressive force mirroring the weight of scrutiny she felt bearing down on her. She imagined Mrs. Gable already spreading the tale, embroidered with conjecture, the blacksmith woman entertaining a mysterious stranger, practically inviting him into her workspace while decent folk were minding their business. Then there was Billy Tanner. Had anyone else seen him arrive, looking desperate? Had anyone seen him leave, heading south? Liam knew. Sheriff Brody suspected. How long before the questions became accusations? How long before the men Billy feared traced him to Redemption Creek, perhaps even to her door? The hammer felt heavier with each blow. Sweat dripped, stinging her eyes, blurring the glowing metal on the anvil. Her muscles ached, not just from labor, but from the tension knotting her shoulders, tightening her jaw. She missed another strike, the hammer glancing off the iron with a jarring clang that reverberated through her bones. Frustration surged, hot and sharp. She needed air. She needed space. She needed to escape the suffocating confines of the forge and the thoughts closing in on her. Banking the fire carefully, letting the roar subside to a patient orange glow, she stripped off her heavy apron, hanging it on its peg. The relative coolness of her sweat-dampened dress against her skin was a small relief. She ran a hand over her face, smearing the soot, feeling the grit. A glance in the small, cracked mirror hanging near the door confirmed the image. Wild-eyed, grimy, looking more like a cornered animal than a capable blacksmith. She needed water, both for herself and to replenish the slack tub. Usually, she relied on the rain barrel behind the cabin, but the recent dry spell had left it nearly empty. The creek, winding its way behind the town, was the only reliable source. The thought of walking through town, potentially encountering judgmental eyes or pointed questions, made her hesitate. But the need for water, and more pressingly, the need to escape the forge's oppressive atmosphere, outweighed her reluctance. Pulling her sunbonnet low over her face, she picked up 2 sturdy buckets and stepped out into the afternoon sun. The heat hit her like a physical blow, the glare reflecting off the dusty street, almost blinding. The town seemed quiet, sunk in the lethargy of the hottest part of the day. Doors were shut, windows shuttered against the sun, yet Clara felt eyes on her. A curtain twitched in the window of the dressmaker's shop as she passed. Old Man Hemlock, sitting whittling on the bench outside the closed assay office, so paused his knife, his gaze following her with unnerving stillness. It might have been her imagination, fueled by Liam's warnings, but the air itself felt thick with unspoken observation. The whispers, indeed, seemed to be gathering. She kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, her stride purposeful, the empty buckets bumping against her legs. Her path took her away from the main street, down a narrower, less traveled lane that led towards the sluggish creek bordering the southern edge of Redemption Creek. Here the dust gave way to sparse, sunburnt grass and the welcome sight of scattered cottonwood trees, their leaves rustling faintly in the barely there breeze, offering patches of dappled shade. The creek itself was low, meandering sluggishly between muddy banks, its surface reflecting the brassy sky. But the sound of the water, a gentle murmur, was soothing. The air felt slightly cooler here, carrying the damp, earthy smell of the creek bed and the faint, sweet scent of the cottonwoods. Clara walked towards the largest cluster of trees, their broad leaves creating a pool of deeper shade near a bend in the creek, where the water ran clearer over smooth stones. Setting the buckets down, she sank onto the dry grass beneath the sprawling branches, pulling off her bonnet and letting the relative coolness wash over her face and neck. She leaned back against the rough bark of the nearest cottonwood, closing her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply. The frantic pounding in her chest began to subside, replaced by a bone-deep weariness. Here, away from the forge's fire and the town's eyes, the full weight of her situation settled upon her. Billy Tanner, young and terrified, fleeing for his life. The men pursuing him, faceless but menacing, representing the casual brutality that could erupt without warning on the frontier. Liam McBride, an enigma wrapped in quiet confidence, dispensing cryptic warnings while potentially entangled in the very danger he spoke of. And herself, Clara Thompson, the town's anomaly, caught in the middle, her independent existence suddenly feeling fragile, exposed. She thought of her father. What would Silas have done? He'd been pragmatic, wary of unnecessary trouble. "Don't stick your neck out for snakes, Clara, even if they look like scared rabbits," he might have grumbled. But she also remembered him quietly leaving food out for a family whose wagon had broken down, or spending hours repairing a prospector's tools for barely a thank you, simply because the man was down on his luck. He had a core of decency beneath his gruff exterior, a belief in helping when help was truly needed. Had she honored that legacy by helping Billy? Or had she foolishly endangered everything Silas had worked to build? The smooth, small shape of the carved wooden bird pressed against her thigh through the fabric of her apron pocket. She pulled it out, turning it over in her calloused fingers. Such a small thing, yet it represented so much: a lost father, a shattered life, a desperate flight into the unknown. Holding it, Clara felt a surge of empathy for the boy, a fierce protectiveness that momentarily overshadowed her fear. She had done the right thing. Whatever the consequences, she couldn't have turned him away. Her father, despite his caution, would have understood that. Maybe. A twig snapped nearby. Clara's head jerked up, her body instantly tense, her hand instinctively reaching for the pocket where the bird lay, as if it were a weapon. Standing downstream, partially obscured by the shimmering leaves of another cottonwood, was Liam McBride. He wasn't looking at her, but gazing out across the plains to the west. His stance relaxed, Diablo tethered loosely nearby, cropping the sparse grass. Had he followed her? Or was his presence here mere coincidence? In Redemption Creek, coincidence often felt like a flimsy disguise for something else. He must have seen her leave the forge, seen her head towards the creek. He turned his head slowly, as if sensing her gaze, and his eyes met hers across the dappled sunlight. He didn't seem surprised to see her there. He walked towards her, his boots making little sound on the soft earth near the bank, Diablo following placidly behind. He stopped a respectful distance away, not crowding her space beneath the tree, but close enough for conversation without raising their voices. The shade seemed to soften the harsh lines of his face, making the whiskey color of his eyes seem warmer, less guarded. "Finding some relief from the fire?" he asked, his voice quiet, blending with the murmur of the creek and the rustle of leaves. Clara nodded, clutching the small wooden bird tightly in her hand, hidden now within her fist. "It gets hot, working the forge all day." She kept her tone neutral, wary. He nodded, his gaze drifting towards the bucket sitting beside her. "Needed water, I suppose." He looked back at her, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He knew the rain barrel would be low. He noticed details. It was unnerving. "The creek's low, but still running," she replied, stating the obvious, feeling defensive. He didn't press. Instead, he moved closer to the creek bank, crouching down and dipping his hand into the slow-moving water, letting it run through his fingers. "Water's life out here," he murmured, almost to himself. "Worth fighting for, worth dying for." He looked up at her, his expression serious. "Like land, like secrets." His words hung in the quiet air, echoing Billy Tanner's story about the water rights dispute that had cost his father his life. Was Liam deliberately referencing it? Or was it just another philosophical observation about the harsh realities of the West? With him, it was impossible to tell. Some secrets are best left buried, Mr. McBride, Clara said quietly, her fingers tightening around the wooden bird. He stood up slowly, wiping his wet hand on his canvas trousers. Maybe, he conceded. But secrets have a way of working their way to the surface, like water finding a crack in dry earth. He looked directly at her, his gaze intense again, especially when someone starts digging. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at her again. Was he warning her that people were asking questions about Billy, about her, or was he the one doing the digging? I'm not digging for anything, she said firmly. I'm just trying to run my forge, live my life. Are you? He asked, his voice soft but challenging. Or are you hiding behind those walls of soot and iron? He took a step closer, into the deeper shade of her tree. The air felt suddenly charged again, the quiet intimacy of the setting amplifying the tension between them. You have skill, Clara Thompson. Real skill. Strength, too. But you use that forge like armor. Keep everyone out. His gaze flickered down to her hand, clenched tightly at her side. What are you afraid of? His perception was unnervingly accurate. She did use the forge as armor, as a shield against the town's judgment, against her own loneliness. But hearing him voice, it felt like a violation, stripping away her defenses layer by layer. Anger flared again, masking the vulnerability he'd exposed. I'm not afraid, she retorted, forcing herself to meet his challenging gaze. I'm practical. This town, it doesn't make it easy for a woman doing what I do. I mind my own business. That's not hiding, it's surviving. There's surviving, Liam said, his voice dropping lower. And then there's living? He paused, his eyes searching hers. That boy, Billy, helping him. That was living. Taking a risk for something you believed was right, even if it was dangerous, especially because it was dangerous. His words stunned her. He wasn't accusing her, wasn't threatening her, at least not directly. He seemed to be acknowledging her choice, understanding it. The shift was unexpected, disorienting. I told you, she insisted stubbornly, though her voice wavered slightly. I just replaced a shoe. He smiled faintly, a knowing look in his eyes that saw right through her denial. All right, Clara, you replaced a shoe. He didn't push it further. He let the subject drop, but the understanding lingered between them, a silent acknowledgement of the secret she carried, the risk she'd taken. It was strangely comforting and deeply unsettling all at once. To be seen, truly seen by this enigmatic stranger, felt both validating and incredibly dangerous. He leaned against the trunk of a nearby cottonwood, mirroring her posture, creating an unexpected sense of parallel, of shared space beneath the dappled shade. Diablo lowered his head, nudging Liam's shoulder gently, and Liam stroked the stallion's powerful neck absently, his gaze fixed on the slow-moving water of the creek. This place, he said after a moment of comfortable silence, his voice reflective, Redemption Creek. Strange name for a town scraped out of dust and hardship. Not much sign of redemption around here. Maybe it's aspirational, Clara suggested quietly. Or maybe it's just a reminder of what everyone's hoping to find, or escape. He glanced at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as if her observation resonated with him. Maybe, he agreed softly. Everyone's running from something, I suppose, or towards something they can't quite reach. He looked back at the water. What about you, Clara Thompson? What are you running from, or running towards? The question was intensely personal, cutting through the layers of reserve she maintained. She stiffened, unprepared for the directness. I'm not running, she insisted. I'm staying. This forge was my father's. It's mine now. This is my place. Even as she said the words, they felt slightly hollow. Was she staying out of loyalty, out of stubbornness, or out of fear of the unknown world beyond Redemption Creek? Liam didn't challenge her statement. He just nodded slowly, accepting her answer, though his eyes held a lingering question. He pushed away from the tree. Well, I should let you get your water. He gestured towards the buckets. Heavy work carrying it back in this heat. Before she could react, he bent down, picked up one of the buckets effortlessly, and started towards the clearest part of the creek. Clara watched, surprised, as he filled it, then the other, his movements efficient, economical. He carried the full, heavy buckets back towards her, setting them down carefully on the grass without spilling a drop. The simple, unexpected act of assistance left her momentarily speechless. Men in Redemption Creek didn't typically offer to help the blacksmith woman with manual labor. They either demanded her services or ignored her existence. Thank you, she managed, feeling flustered, heat rising in her cheeks that had nothing to do with the sun. Just returning a favor, he said easily, though she hadn't done him any favors beyond shoeing his horse. Good work deserves fair exchange. He met her gaze, and for a moment, the tension, the suspicion, seemed to recede, replaced by a spark of something else, a connection, fragile and uncertain, forged in shared secrets and unspoken understanding. It was there in the way his eyes held hers, a flicker of warmth beneath the guarded surface. The moment stretched, filled only by the sound of the creek and the rustling leaves. Then Liam seemed to catch himself, the guardedness returning to his expression. He stepped back, putting distance between them again. Seems I have some business to attend to in town, he said, his tone shifting back towards neutrality. He nodded towards the west where the sun was beginning its slow descent. Daylight's burning. He turned towards Diablo, gathering the reins. He swung into the saddle, the stallion shifting eagerly beneath him. He paused, looking down at Clara, sitting beneath the cottonwood shade, the full buckets beside her, the small wooden bird still clutched tightly in her hand. His expression was unreadable again, hidden by the shadow of his hat brim. Those whispers, Clara, he said, his voice low and serious once more. They're getting louder. Be watchful. Without another word, he turned Diablo and rode back towards the town, leaving Clara alone beneath the rustling leaves, the murmur of the creek suddenly sounding like indistinct, warning voices. His help with the water felt like one kind of message, his final warning another entirely. He was an impossible contradiction, offering moments of connection and understanding 1 minute, veiled threats and unsettling predictions the next. Clara looked down at her hand, slowly unclenching her fingers. The small wooden bird lay nestled in her palm, smooth and worn, a symbol of vulnerability, of risk, of the choice she'd made. Liam's warning echoed in the quiet shade. The whispers were getting louder, and the cottonwood shade, which had seemed like a refuge moments ago, now felt exposed, temporary, offering little protection from the storm she sensed gathering on the horizon. She picked up the heavy buckets, the weight settling into her shoulders, and started the long walk back to the forge, her mind racing, the fragile peace of the creek shattered, replaced by a chilling premonition. Chapter 7. The Weight of Expectation. The walk back from the creek felt longer, heavier than the journey out. and not just because of the sloshing weight of the water buckets pulling at her shoulders and straining her arms. Each step kicked up fine red dust that seemed to cling with malicious intent, coating her boots, her hem, the already grimy skin of her hands. But heavier still was the weight of Liam McBride's words, his cryptic warnings, his unsettling perception. Heaviest of all was the burden of secrets, Billy Tanner's panicked flight, the small wooden bird nestled in her pocket, and the confusing, dangerous connection flickering between herself and the enigmatic horse breeder. As she trudged up the lane towards the main street, the sun beat down relentlessly, reflecting off the pale dust with a painful glare. Redemption Creek lay slumped in the afternoon heat, doors closed, streets mostly empty. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, prickling the back of her neck. Was it just her heightened nerves, frayed by lack of sleep and too much adrenaline? Or were Liam's warnings about whispers taking root, spreading like invisible vines through the town's consciousness? She risked a glance towards Gable's general store. Sure enough, the edge of a curtain twitched in the upstairs window. Mrs. Gable's domain. A moment later it fell still, but the impression remained. Observed, noted, filed away for later judgment. Clara quickened her pace, resentment mixing with a growing sense of claustrophobia. She reached the familiar, shadowed entrance of the forge, relief washing over her as she stepped out of the blinding sun and into the relative cool and dimness. She set the heavy buckets down with a thud, the water sloshing over the rims, darkening the packed earth floor. Leaning against the doorframe, she caught her breath, the air thick with the familiar scents of coal smoke, hot metal, and her own sweat. Usually comforting, today the forge felt different, less like a sanctuary, more like a cage she had built for herself. Liam's question echoed in her mind. Are you hiding behind those walls of soot and iron? The accusation stung because it held a kernel of truth. She had hidden here, pouring her grief, her loneliness, her defiance into the shaping of metal, letting the fire and the hammer become her companions, her shield against a world that didn't understand or approve. But shields could become prisons. Had her independence calcified into isolation? Had her strength become a barrier not just against hurt, but against connection itself? She pushed away from the doorframe, shaking her head, trying to dispel the thoughts. Self-pity was a luxury she couldn't afford. There was work waiting. She replenished the slack tub with fresh water from the buckets, the cold liquid swirling clouds of black sediment from the bottom. Then she turned back to the forge fire, adding a little coal, preparing to resume work on the branding iron. Her hand went automatically to her apron pocket, fingers closing around the smooth, comforting shape of the wooden bird. She drew it out, holding it in her palm, studying the simple, elegant lines carved by an unknown hand, Billy's father, most likely. A hawk, she decided, its wings slightly swept back, its head tilted, as if scanning the horizon. A symbol of freedom, of the open plains, everything Billy was desperately seeking. She traced the worn wood grain with her thumb, feeling a renewed pang of empathy for the boy, and a stubborn justification for her actions. Helping him hadn't been a calculated decision. It had been an instinct, a response to raw fear and vulnerability that resonated with some hidden part of herself. A shadow fell across the doorway, startling her so badly she almost dropped the small carving. She spun around, heart leaping into her throat, half expecting to see Liam returning, or worse, the menacing figures from Billy's fears. But it was only Mrs. Davies, the wife of the town's often inebriated doctor, peering into the forge with an expression of hesitant curiosity. She clutched a small, dented copper pot in her hands. Mrs. Davies was generally softer spoken than Mrs. Gable, her judgments usually veiled behind a veneer of concern. But Clara knew she possessed an equally keen interest in the town's goings-on. "Clara, dear," Mrs. Davies ventured, stepping just inside, blinking as her eyes adjusted to the dimness. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Just working, Mrs. Davies," Clara replied, quickly slipping the wooden bird back into her pocket, trying to regain her composure. "What can I do for you?" Mrs. Davies held up the pot. "Oh, it's this silly thing. The handles come loose again. My husband, well, he's not always gentle with things," she added with a sigh that spoke volumes about her domestic trials. "I know it's probably beneath your notice, with all the important work you do, shoeing horses for travelers and such, but I was hoping you might be able to secure it properly this time." The emphasis on travelers was subtle but unmistakable. The whispers had indeed reached Mrs. Davies. Clara felt a familiar tightening in her chest. "I can take a look," she said, taking the pot. She examined the handle. "A simple riveting job. Shouldn't take long." "Oh, thank you, dear. You're so capable." Mrs. Davies didn't leave, instead hovering near the entrance, her gaze drifting around the forge, taking in the tools, the anvil, the waiting iron stock, the general grime. It must be terribly difficult managing all this on your own, such heavy, dirty work. Her eyes flickered towards Clara's hands, then quickly away. "My Arthur says, he says a woman needs protecting, especially a young woman alone, in a place like this." The unsolicited opinion, couched as concern, grated on Clara's nerves. Dr. Davies could barely protect himself from the whiskey bottle, let alone anyone else. "My father taught me well, Mrs. Davies. I managed just fine." Clara kept her tone polite but firm, turning towards a workbench to find the right-size rivets and her smaller riveting hammer. "Of course, dear, of course. Silas was so proud of you," Mrs. Davies placated quickly, sensing the rebuff. She lowered her voice slightly, stepping a little closer, adopting a conspiratorial tone. "But people do talk, especially when unusual things happen." She paused, clearly expecting Clara to ask what she meant. Clara refused to take the bait. She focused on positioning the pot handle, selecting a rivet. "People always talk, Mrs. Davies. Doesn't mean there's anything worth listening to." She echoed Liam's sentiment from the day before, the irony not lost on her. Mrs. Davies looked slightly put out, her attempt at subtle interrogation thwarted. "Well, yes, but a stranger in town, a handsome one at that, spending time here." She let the sentence hang, her meaning clear. "And then young Billy Tanner, disappearing so suddenly. Sheriff Brody's been asking questions, Seems the boy might have been mixed up in some trouble out west. Claim jumpers, some say. Nasty business." So Brody was actively investigating Billy's disappearance and connecting it to trouble out west. And the town was connecting Liam's presence directly to Clara. The net felt tighter than ever. Clara concentrated on placing the rivet, her hand steady despite the turmoil inside. "Mr. McBride needed his horse shod. Best stallion I've seen in years now," Clara stated flatly, focusing on the verifiable fact. "As for Billy Tanner, I told you he needed a shoe replaced, paid his due, and went on his way. That's the extent of my knowledge, Mrs. Davies." She picked up the riveting hammer, the small, sharp taps, as she secured the handle, providing a counterpoint to the woman's insinuations. Tap, tap, tap. Each strike felt like pushing back against the weight of expectation, the weight of suspicion. Mrs. Davies watched her for another moment, clearly unsatisfied, but seemingly realizing she would get no more information. She sighed again, a put-upon sound. "Well, I do hope you're being careful, Clara. A woman alone? Reputation is everything, especially if she hopes to, well, you know." The unspoken implication was clear. Marriage, a normal life, things Mrs. Davies likely assumed Clara secretly desired, despite her unconventional profession. The assumption, the sheer weight of expectation embedded in that phrase, "if she hopes to," suddenly felt unbearable. Clara finished the last rivet with a final sharp tap and straightened up, handing the pot back to Mrs. Davies, her expression hardening. "My reputation, Mrs. Davies, is built on the quality of my work," she said, her voice low and steady, imbued with a coldness that made the other woman take an involuntary step back. "Whether it's shoeing a prize stallion or fixing your pot handle, that's the only reputation I concern myself with." Mrs. Davies flushed, taken aback by the directness, the rejection of her veiled advice and societal expectations. She stammered a quick, "Oh, well, yes, of course, thank you, dear," fumbled in her reticule for payment, dropped the coins onto the workbench without meeting Clara's eyes, and scurried out of the forge, the bell on her own shop door across the street jingling faintly moments later. Clara stood alone in the sudden silence, trembling slightly, not from fear this time, but from anger and profound sense of weariness. The encounter had crystallized the pressure she felt bearing down on her. The town expected her to be quiet, demure, preferably invisible, or failing that, married off and absorbed into conventional life. Her father had expected her to be strong, skilled, independent, capable of running the forge as well as any man. She expected herself to uphold his legacy, to prove her worth through sheer competence, to need no one. And Liam, well, what did he expect? His challenging questions, his moments of understanding, his cryptic warnings, they created a different kind of pressure, an expectation that she engage with the world beyond her anvil, confront the dangers, perhaps even acknowledge the connection simmering between them. It was too much. The weight felt crushing. She sank onto the rough wooden stool near the workbench, burying her face in her grimy hands, the smell of soot and metal sharp in her nostrils. Tears welled, hot and stinging, blurring the darkness behind her eyelids. Not tears of self-pity, but tears of sheer frustration, of loneliness, of feeling utterly trapped between who she was and what everyone else seemed to demand she be. She hadn't cried since her father died, had poured all her grief into the fire, hammered it into submission along with the iron. But now the carefully constructed walls felt breached, the armor pierced, leaving her feeling raw and exposed. She didn't know how long she sat there, the forge silent around her except for the soft crackle of the banked fire. Eventually the wave of emotion subsided, leaving behind a hollow ache. She scrubbed at her eyes with the back of her hand, smearing tears and soot into muddy streaks. Crying wouldn't solve anything. It wouldn't silence the whispers, wouldn't protect her from whatever danger Billy Tanner had brought trailing behind him, wouldn't unravel the enigma of Liam McBride. Getting stiffly to her feet, she walked towards the fire. The branding iron still waited, unfinished. Work was the only answer she knew, the only solace she trusted. She picked up the tongs, her movements mechanical now, driven by habit rather than passion. As she reached for the bellows handle, the sound of raised voices drifted from the direction of the saloon further down the street. Curiosity, or perhaps just a desperate need for distraction, drew her cautiously towards the front entrance. Peering out, she saw Sheriff Brody standing on the boardwalk, talking heatedly with two rough-looking men she didn't recognize. They were dressed like cattle drovers or maybe prospectors, dusty, unshaven, with hard eyes and impatient stances. One of them gestured angrily towards the west, his voice loud enough for snippets to carry across the intervening distance. "Told you. Saw him heading south. Young fella riding hard. Matched the description. Claim jumpers, Marshall's offering good money. That horse breeder McBride seemed mighty interested." Brody held up a hand, trying to calm them, his own face tight with worry. "Now hold on. McBride ain't wanted for anything, and this town ain't your personal hunting ground. You got business with the law, you talk to me. You start trouble here, you answer to me." The men grumbled, clearly unconvinced, but seemed to back down slightly under Brody's steady gaze. They exchanged a few more low words, then spat contemptuously into the dust and stalked back into the saloon, its swinging doors sighing shut behind them. Brody watched them go, his hand resting thoughtfully on the butt of his coat. He sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face, looking weary and older than his years. Then his gaze swept down the street, pausing as it fell upon the forge, upon Clara, standing half-hidden in the shadows of the entrance. He held her gaze for a moment, his expression unreadable, suspicion, warning, resignation, before turning abruptly and walking towards his office. Clara pulled back into the forge, her heart pounding. Bounty hunters, or vigilantes acting like them, looking for Billy, and they were connecting Liam to it all. Liam, who had warned her about whispers, who had deflected the sheriff's questions about Billy, who seemed to know far more than he let on. The danger wasn't just whispers anymore. It had arrived in town, loud, armed, and asking questions. The weight of expectation suddenly felt insignificant compared to the weight of imminent threat. Hiding behind the anvil wouldn't work. Minding her own business was no longer an option. The trouble Liam had warned about wasn't just coming, it was here. She looked at the glowing heart of the forge fire, the heat pulsing against her skin. The iron was easy. It bent to her will when enough heat and force were applied. But life, reputation, secrets, and the tangled affairs of men, they required a different kind of strength, a different kind of fire. And Clara had a terrifying feeling she was about to be tested in ways her father had never imagined. Chapter 8. An echo from her past. The confrontation outside the saloon left a residue of fear clinging to the air, thicker and more choking than the coal smoke. Clara stood frozen in the shadows of the forge entrance, watching Sheriff Brody's retreating back, the weary slump of his shoulders speaking volumes about the trouble brewing in his town. Bounty hunters, looking for Billy, mentioning Liam. The vague unease that had simmered since Liam's arrival had coalesced into a sharp, tangible dread. The whispers on the wind had teeth now. She retreated deeper into the forge, the familiar space suddenly feeling alien and unsafe. The fire pulsed in the hearth, a contained violence that usually felt like power under her control, but now seemed to mirror the barely suppressed chaos outside. Every clang of hammer on steel from distant memory, every scrape of metal, seemed amplified, threatening. She forced herself to move, to pick up the tongs, to draw the rocking R branding iron from the coals. Its angry glow illuminated her face, tight with tension. Work. That was the only anchor. She laid the glowing iron on the anvil, hammer poised, but her hand trembled slightly. The image of the hard-eyed men in the street, their casual talk of hunting down Billy, their mention of Liam, it superimposed itself over the metal. She brought the hammer down, but the blow lacked its usual certainty, landing slightly off-center with a dull, unsatisfying thud. The rhythm was broken, her focus shattered. Setting the hammer down carefully, she leaned against the anvil, breathing deeply, trying to regain control. The heat radiating from the iron felt less like creative energy, more like a consuming force. She thought of Billy, alone out there on the plains, with men like that potentially on his trail. Had she done him a favor, or merely pointed the hunters in the right direction by letting him pass through Redemption Creek? The weight of that possibility pressed down on her. And Liam, always Liam, connected somehow, interested in Billy's flight, known to the sheriff, now mentioned by bounty hunters, warning her, yet drawing her into the very danger he described. Who was he protecting? Billy? Himself? Her? The questions swirled, unanswered, adding to the suffocating sense of being trapped in a game where she didn't know the rules or the players. She needed to think, to clear her head, but the forge felt too small, too exposed. The encounter with Mrs. Davies, the confrontation outside the saloon, it was as if the walls were closing in, the town's scrutiny becoming a physical pressure. Even the creek, her brief refuge earlier, now felt tainted by Liam's presence, his unsettling words. Restlessly, she paced the length of the forge, her boots crunching on the gritty floor. She stopped near the small doorway leading to her cabin, glancing towards the meager comforts within. Solitude had always been her shield, but now it felt like vulnerability. What if those men decided the blacksmith woman knew more than she was letting on? What if they came back, not asking questions, but making demands? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold fear through her. Her gaze fell upon a dusty wooden chest tucked away in a corner of the forge, near the cold anvil her father had used less frequently. It held odds and ends, old tools too worn to use but too sentimentally valuable to discard, scraps of leather, bits of hardware, and beneath them, a few bundled letters and papers, remnants of her life before the forge consumed it entirely. Letters from her mother's sister, back east, faded receipts, her father's sparse business records. She rarely looked inside. The past felt distant, irrelevant to the daily demands of iron and fire. But today, adrift in uncertainty, feeling the present pressing in with suffocating force, the past called to her. Some echo, some connection to a time before this crushing weight settled upon her. On impulse, she dragged the heavy chest out from the corner, dust motes dancing in the shafts of light slanting through the high windows. Kneeling on the floor, she lifted the heavy lid, the hinges groaning in protest. The familiar scent of old paper, dried leather, and faint, lingering coal dust rose to meet her. She sifted through the contents, a broken awl, a pair of her father's worn leather gloves, stiff with age, a tarnished buckle. Then her fingers brushed against a small cloth-wrapped bundle, tied with faded ribbon. Her mother's things. Clara rarely touched them. Her mother, frail and gentle, a woman who had wilted in the harsh glare of the frontier and faded away when Clara was just a child, felt like a figure from a dream, overshadowed by the larger-than-life presence of Silas. Hesitantly, Clara untied the ribbon. Inside were a few precious items, a small, silver-backed hairbrush, its bristles yellowed, a lace handkerchief delicately embroidered with tiny flowers, and a thin packet of letters tied with another, thinner ribbon. Letters Clara had never read. Silas had kept them, tucked away, perhaps unable to part with this last tangible piece of his wife. Clara's fingers trembled slightly as she picked up the packet. The paper was thin, almost translucent with age. The ink faded but still legible. They were letters written by her mother, Elspeth, to her sister back in Ohio, penned in a delicate looping script that spoke of refinement and a world far removed from Redemption Creek. Curiosity, stronger than her reluctance to disturb these ghosts, compelled her to carefully unfold the top letter. "Dearest Sarah," it began, the date placing it shortly after their arrival in the West, when Clara was just an infant. The journey was arduous beyond description, the dust relentless, the sun merciless. Silas remains convinced this land holds promise, speaks of building a future with his own hands, but oh, sister, it is a harsh, unforgiving place. The town, Redemption Creek, they call it, is naught but a collection of rough shelters clinging to the dust. The people are hardened. Necessarily so, I suppose. But I confess, my heart aches for the green hills of home, for polite society, for a life where one does not feel constantly besieged by the elements and the coarse nature of survival. Clara read on, her throat tightening. Her mother's loneliness, her fear, her quiet desperation bled through the elegant script. She wrote of Silas's forge, the noise, the grime, describing it not with pride, but with a kind of bewildered resignation. She wrote of Clara, a healthy babe, thank the Lord, though I pray she inherits her father's resilience, for she will surely need it in this place. I fear my own spirit is ill-suited to this life. Another letter, dated a year later. Young Clara shows a distressing fascination with the forge. Silas encourages it, laughs when she tries to lift the smallest hammer, says she has fire in her eyes. Sarah, it chills me. What future is there for a girl in such a place, drawn to such work? The women here, they look askance. They whisper about Silas indulging her. I try to teach her stitching, the proper way to speak, but her heart seems drawn to the fire, the noise. I pray it is a passing fancy. Clara's breath caught. Her mother hadn't just disliked the forge. She had feared it, feared Clara's interest in it, seen it as a path away from the propriety and safety she herself craved. All these years, Clara had assumed her mother simply hadn't understood her bond with Silas, her fascination with the work. But it was more than that. It was fear. Fear for her daughter's future. Fear of her becoming something other. Something that didn't fit the narrow mold of acceptable womanhood. She read another letter, the script becoming fainter, perhaps weaker. My strength wanes, Sarah. The doctor offers little hope. Silas is beside himself, though he tries to hide it behind his work. Clara. She spends more time at the forge now. She is strong, my little hawk, surprisingly adept with the tools. Perhaps Silas is right. Perhaps this is her path. But oh, the weight of expectation in this place. For a woman to conform. I fear for her isolation. Will she ever find companionship? Acceptance? Will this harsh land break her spirit, as I fear it is breaking mine? Tears blurred Clara's vision again, hot and thick. Her mother hadn't just feared her path. She had, in the end, perhaps glimpsed its necessity, yet still worried about the cost, the isolation, the weight of expectation, the very things Clara wrestled with now. It was an echo from the past, sharp and clear, resonating with the turmoil of her present. Her mother's fears had become her reality. She carefully refolded the letters, her hands shaking, placing them back in the cloth wrapping. The knowledge settled heavily within her, a complex mixture of sorrow, understanding, and a strange sense of connection to the frail woman she barely remembered. Her mother hadn't simply been weak. She had been displaced, struggling against a life that didn't fit her, worrying for a daughter whose strength both awed and frightened her. Lost in thought, overwhelmed by the unexpected wave of emotion unleashed by the letters, Clara didn't immediately register the sound of someone clearing their throat politely at the forge entrance. When she looked up, blinking away tears, she saw a man standing there, silhouetted against the afternoon light. Not Liam, not one of the bounty hunters. Someone else. He stepped inside, removing his hat, revealing neatly combed light brown hair and a face that was vaguely familiar, yet changed by the passage of years. He was dressed respectably, if plainly, in trousers, a waistcoat, and a reasonably clean shirt, looking decidedly out of place amidst the grime and heat of the forge. His expression was hesitant, slightly awkward, tinged with perhaps pity or concern, as he took in her kneeling figure on the floor beside the open chest, her tear-streaked, soot-smudged face. "Clara? Clara Thompson?" he asked, his voice soft, uncertain. Clara scrambled to her feet, hastily wiping her eyes, feeling exposed and flustered. She pushed the heavy chest lid closed with a thud, hiding the letters, hiding the moment of vulnerability. "Yes?" she managed, her voice thick. "Can I help you?" He took another step closer, recognition slowly dawning in his eyes, mingled with surprise, perhaps even shock, at her appearance. "It's me, Clara. Ethan Reed. We knew each other when we were children, before my family moved north." Ethan Reed. The name sparked a flicker of memory. A quiet boy, son of the former storekeeper who had sold out to the Gables years ago. His mother had been one of the women who tut-tutted most loudly about Silas letting a girl hang around the forge. Ethan, yes, she remembered him vaguely, a serious boy, always reading, keeping to the edges of the rougher games the town children played. "Ethan," she repeated, the name feeling strange on her tongue. "Yes, I remember. It's been a long time." "A very long time," he agreed, his gaze sweeping around the forge, taking in the tools, the anvil, the lingering smell of smoke, then returning to her, his expression shifting toward something like polite disapproval masked as concern. I heard you'd taken over your father's work after he passed. My condolences, Clara. Silas was quite a character." The faint emphasis suggested character wasn't entirely a compliment in his vocabulary. "Thank you," Clara said stiffly, uncomfortable under his assessing gaze. He represented the very life her mother had probably hoped for her: respectable, conventional, clean. His presence here, now, felt like another layer of judgment, another embodiment of the town's expectations. "I'm just passing through," Ethan explained, fiddling with the brim of his hat. "On my way to Tucson business for the mercantile I work for up in Prescott. Needed a buckle repaired on my saddlebag. Someone told me that you were the one to see." He sounded slightly embarrassed, as if admitting he needed the services of a female blacksmith was somehow awkward. "I can fix buckles," Clara said, her professional pride asserting itself over her discomfort. "Let me see it." He hesitated, then retrieved a leather saddlebag from just outside the door, handing it to her. The buckle tongue was bent, a simple repair. She took it to the workbench, selecting a small pair of pliers and a mallet. Ethan hovered nearby, watching her work with open curiosity, much like Mrs. Davies had, but with an added layer of personal history complicating his gaze. "It's remarkable, Clara. Seeing you do this, my mother, she always said—" He trailed off, perhaps realizing the path that sentence was taking. "Yes?" Clara prompted coolly, not looking up from her work, deftly straightening the bent metal tongue. "What did your mother always say, Ethan?" He flushed slightly. "Oh, nothing important. Just, surprised that Silas encouraged you. It wasn't typical." "No," Clara agreed, tapping the buckle firmly back into place. "It wasn't." She handed the saddlebag back to him. "There you go. Good as new." "Thank you, Clara. That's very efficient." He fumbled in his pocket for payment. As he did, his gaze drifted towards the forge entrance again, his eyes widening slightly. Clara followed his gaze. Liam McBride was riding slowly past the forge, heading back from the direction of the livery. He didn't stop, didn't look towards them, just continued at a steady pace down the street. But Ethan had seen him. He looked from the retreating figure of Liam back to Clara, then down at her soot-stained hands and dress, his expression clouding with concern and a fresh wave of unspoken judgment. "That man," Ethan began hesitantly. "The one on the black horse. He was just here earlier, wasn't he? When I first arrived in town, I saw him leaving your forge." He lowered his voice. "People are talking, Clara, saying he's trouble, asking questions about that boy who disappeared. Sheriff Brody seems worried. It's not wise for you to be associating with men like that. A woman alone." His words, echoing Mrs. Davies's and carrying the weight of his own conventional worldview, were the final straw. The raw emotion from her mother's letters, the fear sparked by the bounty hunters, the frustration with the town's judgment, and the sheer weariness of her situation erupted. "My associations, Ethan, are my own concern," she snapped, her voice sharper than she intended, cutting through his well-meaning but suffocating solicitude. "And my forge is my business. I appreciate your concern and your custom." She deliberately stressed the last word. "But I don't need your advice on how to conduct my life." Ethan recoiled, his face paling, clearly shocked by her sharp tone. He looked flustered, hurt. I only meant, Clara, I remember you as a girl. I worry." "I'm not a girl anymore, Ethan," she interrupted, her voice low and intense. "And I'm not the person your mother disapproved of. I'm the blacksmith of Redemption Creek. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." She turned her back on him deliberately, picking up the tongs, her hands surprisingly steady now, fueled by a surge of angry determination. She drew the rocking iron from the fire again, its glow fierce and bright. She would not be defined by their expectations, by their fears, by the ghosts of the past or the dangers of the present. She would shape her own life, just as she shaped the iron. Behind her, she heard Ethan stammer a hasty goodbye, dropping the coins for the repair onto the workbench with a clatter before retreating quickly from the forge. The echo from her past had arrived, judged, and been dismissed, but his worried, disapproving gaze lingered, another strand woven into the complex, dangerous tapestry of her life in Redemption Creek, and his sighting of Liam connecting him directly to her forge again in the eyes of a respectable, likely talkative passerby that felt like another nail being hammered into a coffin she wasn't ready to occupy. The weight of expectation might be defied, but the weight of consequence was gathering force. Chapter 9. The Shadow of Doubt. The echo of Ethan Reed's hasty retreat faded, leaving Clara alone once more in the forge's simmering heat and heavy silence. The anger that had flared, sharp and protective, began to cool, leaving behind the bitter ash of exhaustion and a disquieting sense of regret. Had she been too harsh? Ethan, for all his conventionality and echoing of the town's suffocating expectations, had perhaps meant well, guided by a remembered fondness for the girl she used to be. His clumsy concern, however misplaced, was still concern. In lashing out, had she simply reinforced the image of the hard, unapproachable blacksmith woman, further isolating herself? The thought was unwelcome, pricking at the edges of her weary defiance. She turned the rocking iron on the anvil, inspecting the curve, needing the familiar ritual of work to steady herself. But her hands felt clumsy, her judgment clouded. Ethan's pitying glance, Mrs. Davies's veiled warnings, her mother's fearful letters, they all swirled together, creating a suffocating vortex of doubt. Doubt about her choices, doubt about her strength, doubt about the lonely path she'd carved for herself. Was this independence, or merely a different kind of trap? She forced herself to lift the hammer, bringing it down on the cooling metal. The clang felt dull, muted, lacking the satisfying ring of certainty. She worked mechanically, reheating, shaping, her mind drifting far from the task. She thought of her mother's words. I fear for her isolation. Will she ever find companionship, acceptance? The fears of a woman long dead felt chillingly present, whispered by the wind finding its way through the cracks in the forge walls. Had her mother foreseen this? This life lived behind walls of soot and iron, respected for her skill perhaps, but kept at arm's length, feared or pitied or judged, rarely simply accepted? The memory of Liam McBride's gaze intruded. Are you hiding? His question, sharp and perceptive, cut deeper than Ethan's well-meaning platitudes. He saw the armor. He saw the isolation. But what did he truly see in her? A curiosity? A pawn in some game he was playing? Or something more genuine, something reflected in those rare moments of shared understanding beneath the cottonwood shade or across the flickering firelight? Doubt coiled tighter. Liam was an enigma. One moment offering quiet respect, helping her with the water buckets, acknowledging the risk she took for Billy. The next, issuing cryptic warnings, his eyes holding secrets, his presence linked to bounty hunters and frightened boys fleeing for their lives. He deflected the sheriff's questions about Billy. Why? To protect the boy? To protect himself? Or to manipulate her, gain her trust while pursuing his own hidden agenda? She remembered his easy confidence, the way he handled Diablo, the quiet authority that seemed to keep even anxious men in check. It spoke of experience, perhaps of danger faced and overcome. But what kind of danger? And on which side of the law did he truly stand? The branding iron was finished, the R perfectly formed despite her distraction, a testament to ingrained muscle memory. She quenched it with a final violent hiss, steam billowing up, momentarily obscuring the forge in a white cloud. When it cleared, she hung the iron on the cooling rack, the metal ticking softly as it shed its heat. The sun was slanting low now, casting long shadows across the floor, the intense heat of the day beginning to soften into the prelude to evening. She needed lamp oil if she planned to work any later or even just read in the cabin. Another trip to Gables. The thought filled her with weariness. Facing Mrs. Gable's knowing smirks or Mr. Gable's indifferent efficiency felt like wading through thick mud. But darkness fell quickly out here. and the small comforts of lamplight felt necessary tonight, a small defense against the encroaching shadows, both literal and metaphorical. Wiping her hands on a slightly cleaner rag, settling her bonnet firmly back on her head, she stepped out into the street. The air was cooler, the wind carrying the scent of dust and distance, and perhaps faintly, the promise of rain clouds gathering far to the west over the mountains. The town was stirring again as the worst of the heat passed. Doors were opening, people venturing onto the boardwalks. As she walked towards the general store, she saw them. The two bounty hunters lounging conspicuously on the bench outside the saloon, whittling sticks with menacing slowness, their eyes scanning the street, missing nothing. They watched her approach, their gazes hard, impersonal, assessing. They didn't speak, didn't move beyond the slow flick of their knife blades, but their presence was a palpable weight, a silent declaration of intent. They were waiting, watching. Clara's steps faltered for a fraction of a second before she forced herself to continue, head held high, refusing to show the fear chilling her spine. She could feel their eyes on her back long after she passed. Inside the store, the atmosphere was subdued. A few ranchers stood talking quietly by the counter, their voices low, their expressions grim. Mrs. Gable was sorting ribbons, her lips pressed into a thin line, but she looked up sharply as Clara entered. Her usual vinegary greeting was absent, replaced by a curt nod. Even the usual town gossip seemed muted, overshadowed by the tension the bounty hunter's presence brought. "Need lamp oil, Mrs. Gable?" Clara said quietly. Mrs. Gable gestured towards the large barrel in the corner. "Jedediah will fill your can." She turned back to her ribbons, but not before casting a quick, meaningful glance towards the ranchers, then back at Clara, a silent message passing between them. "See, trouble follows her." Clara waited while Jed, moving with his usual glacial slowness, filled her small oil can. The ranchers glanced at her, their conversation faltering, then resumed in even lower tones. She caught Snippet's posse heading out. "Looking for those claim jumper," says McBride, knew the kid. Dangerous times. The air felt thick with suspicion, uncertainty, and the low hum of fear. Paying Mrs. Gable, Clara endured another silent, assessing stare. This time, however, it wasn't just disapproval. There was a flicker of something else in the woman's sharp eyes, perhaps fear. Fear that the trouble Clara seemed to attract might spill over, might engulf them all. It was a subtle shift, but significant. The town wasn't just judging her anymore. They were beginning to fear her, or at least fear what she represented, a disruption, a connection to the violence simmering just beyond the edges of their dusty settlement. Clara hurried back to the forge, the oil can bumping against her leg, the weight of the town's fear now added to her own burdens. The bounty hunters were still there, shadows lengthening around them as the sun dipped lower, their presence a constant menacing reminder. Back inside, the forge felt both safer and more isolating. She lit the lamp in her small cabin, its steady golden glow pushing back the encroaching twilight, casting warm light on the simple furnishings. She washed her face and hands, the cool water soothing but doing little to remove the ingrained grime or the deeper weariness. She wasn't hungry, the knot of anxiety in her stomach tightening at the thought of food. She sat at the rough-hewn table, the lamp casting her shadow large and distorted on the wall behind her. Outside, the sounds of evening began, the distant, tinny piano music starting up again at the saloon. The lonely howl of a coyote, answered by another far across the plains. the faint murmur of voices from neighboring cabins. Sounds that usually faded into the background now seemed sharp, distinct, each one a potential harbinger of threat. Where was Liam now? Was he in the saloon with those men? Was he talking to Brody again? Or had he ridden out, perhaps checking his horse, perhaps meeting someone in secret? Every possibility fueled her doubt. If he was truly concerned for her, why the secrecy? Why the cryptic warnings instead of clear information? If he was involved in the trouble surrounding Billy, was he using her? Was his interest in her skill, his moments of understanding, just a carefully crafted deception? Her fingers found the wooden bird in her pocket again. She placed it on the table before her, its small shape stark in the lamplight. Billy's keepsake, a reminder of the catalyst for this escalating tension. She thought of his frightened eyes, his desperation. Helping him had felt right, instinctive. But instincts could be wrong. Had she let sentiment cloud her judgment, inviting danger into her life, into the town? The doubt gnawed at her, corrosive and persistent. She remembered Liam's words by the creek. Helping one person can hurt another, or yourself. Had he been warning her specifically about the consequences of aiding Billy? Or was it a general observation, colored by his own experiences? His ambiguity was maddening, leaving her constantly questioning, constantly guessing. Could she trust him? The question hammered at her. Part of her, the lonely, isolated part that yearned for connection, that had been starved for genuine respect, wanted to believe in the sincerity she sometimes saw in his eyes, wanted to believe his warnings were meant to protect her, that his interest was real. But the pragmatic, cautious side, the side honed by years of self-reliance and suspicion of easy smiles, screamed danger. He was too smooth, too knowledgeable, too entangled in the shadows. Trusting him felt like stepping off a cliff edge in the dark. She pushed the small bird away, unable to look at it. She stood up, pacing the confines of the small cabin, feeling trapped. She went to the window, peering out through a gap in the rough curtains. The street outside was mostly dark now, lamps casting isolated pools of light on the dusty ground. The saloon glowed brightly, noise spilling out whenever the doors swung open. The bounty hunters were no longer visible on the bench, likely inside now, drinking, waiting, gathering information. Then she saw him. Liam. He emerged from the sheriff's office further down the street. Brody stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the light from within. They spoke for a moment, too far away for Clara to hear, their postures serious. Liam nodded, then turned, walking not towards the saloon or the livery, but towards the edge of town, towards the darkness where the plains began. He moved with his usual long-legged stride, disappearing quickly into the shadows beyond the last lamppost. What business did he have with Brody at this hour? What had they discussed? And where was he going now, alone, into the night? Every action seemed to deepen the mystery, solidify the doubt. He wasn't behaving like a simple horse breeder. He wasn't behaving like someone merely passing through. He was involved, deeply involved. Clara let the curtain fall back into place, her heart sinking. The brief flicker of hope, the desire to trust him, guttered like a faulty lamp wick. He was keeping secrets, playing a dangerous game, and she was somehow caught in the periphery. The shadow of doubt lengthened, stretching across her thoughts, chilling her more profoundly than the night air seeping through the cabin walls. She felt utterly alone, suspended between a past she couldn't reclaim and a future shrouded in uncertainty and threat, with no clear path forward, only the gnawing weight of questions without answers. Chapter 10. A hand offered in the gloom. The night pressed in, thick and starless. Clouds had rolled in from the west, obscuring the moon and promising the rain the parched land desperately needed, but bringing with them an oppressive humidity and a deeper, more encompassing darkness. Inside her small cabin, the single lamp cast flickering shadows that danced like specters on the rough wooden walls, amplifying Clara's sense of isolation. The sounds from the town, the raucous piano from the saloon, the occasional shout, the sharp bark of a dog seemed both distant and unnervingly close, filtered through the heavy air. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the cabin settling, every gust of wind rattling the window pane sent a jolt of adrenaline through her. Her mind raced, replaying the day's events, Ethan's unwelcome pity, Mrs. Davies's probing questions, the menacing presence of the bounty hunters, Liam's cryptic warnings and his unsettling nocturnal meeting with the sheriff. Doubt, cold and insidious, had burrowed deep, eroding the foundations of her carefully constructed independence. She sat hunched. At the table, the untouched plate of cold beans and bread mocking her lack of appetite. The small wooden hawk lay before her, its smooth surface reflecting the lamplight. It felt like a talisman of the trouble she'd invited, a constant reminder of Billy Tanner and the danger now stalking Redemption Creek. Was he safe? Had he made it far enough south? Or were those men closing in on him even now? The thought brought a fresh wave of guilt and anxiety. Restless, she stood and paced the small confines of the cabin again. She couldn't stay here, trapped with her circling thoughts. The forge, despite its own unsettling associations now, felt marginally safer, more solid. At least there she had tools, iron, the familiar weight of her hammer, defenses however inadequate they might prove against armed men. Leaving the lamp burning low on the table, she slipped through the connecting door into the forge. The banked fire in the hearth cast a faint, hellish glow, illuminating the massive anvil, the racks of tools glinting dully in the shadows. The air was still warm, thick with the familiar sense of coal and metal, a stark contrast to the heavy, humid air outside. She walked towards the main entrance, peering cautiously out into the oppressive darkness. The street was utterly black beyond the weak pools of light cast by the few lamps outside the saloon and the general store. The wind sighed through the eaves, carrying the smell of impending rain and the distant rumble of thunder. The town seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The saloon doors swung open briefly, spilling light and noise, revealing the bounty hunters still inside, laughing loudly at some crude joke. They hadn't left. They were settling in. Clara shivered, pulling back from the doorway. Returning to the relative security of the forge's center, she leaned against the cold, solid flank of the anvil, trying to draw strength from its unyielding mass. What could she do? Warn Brody about the bounty hunter's intentions? He already knew they were here, already seemed burdened by their presence. Confront Liam, demand answers he seemed determined not to give? That felt foolhardy, potentially dangerous. Sit tight and hope the trouble passed her by? That felt cowardly and increasingly unrealistic. Her hand rested on the anvil's scarred surface, tracing patterns left by decades of her father's hammer blows, and more recently, her own. This forge was her legacy, her identity. But was it worth dying for? Was her stubborn independence becoming a fatal flaw? For the first time since Silas's death, she felt truly, terrifyingly alone, adrift in a sea of uncertainty with predators circling. A faint sound, barely audible over the wind and the distant saloon noise, made her freeze. A soft footfall on the packed earth just outside the forge entrance? Or just the wind playing tricks? She strained her ears, her heart pounding against her ribs. Silence. Then another sound, a soft scraping, like leather brushing against the wooden door frame. Someone was out there. Her breath hitched. She instinctively reached for the nearest heavy tool, a long-handled punching hammer lying on the workbench. Gripping its handle tightly, she flattened herself against the wall near the doorway, peering around the edge into the impenetrable darkness outside. Nothing moved. The street remained empty, save for the mocking pools of light further down. Was it one of the bounty hunters checking her place out? Or someone else? Fear, cold and sharp, clawed at her throat. She held the hammer ready, her knuckles white, every muscle tensed. Waiting, listening. A low voice emerged from the darkness, startlingly close. "Clara? Liam." Relief washed over her, so potent it almost buckled her knees, immediately followed by a surge of anger and suspicion. What was he doing skulking around her forge in the dead of night? Had he been watching her? "McBride," she hissed back, keeping her voice low, not lowering the hammer. "What do you want, trying to scare me half to death?" His dark shape detached itself from the deeper shadows near the wall, stepping closer to the entrance but remaining just outside the faint glow spilling from the forge hearth. She could barely make out his features in the gloom, only the outline of his tall frame, the set of his shoulders. "Didn't mean to startle you," he said, his voice a low murmur, barely carrying over the wind. "Saw your lamp was still lit. Figured you might still be working or worrying." His perception, even in the dark, was uncanny, unnerving. "What I'm doing is my own business," she retorted, though her voice lacked its earlier sharpness, shaken by the fright and the conflicting emotions his presence stirred. "What are you doing out here? I saw you talking to Brody. Saw you walk off into the dark." He didn't answer immediately. The wind gusted, rattling the forge roof, carrying the first fat drops of rain, splattering against the dust outside. Thunder rumbled closer, a low growl that vibrated through the ground. "Just stretching my legs," he finally said, his tone evasive. He took another step closer, stopping right at the threshold. She could see his face more clearly now, in the reflected firelight lines of weariness etched around his eyes, his expression serious, guarded. "Clara, we need to talk. Not here, not now maybe, but soon." "Talk about what?" she demanded, suspicion sharpening her voice again. "About bounty hunters looking for a boy I helped? About why you seem to know more about it than you let on, about who you really are, Liam McBride?" The questions tumbled out, fueled by fear and frustration. He met her accusatory gaze steadily, not flinching. "Yes," he said simply, "about all of that." He paused, glancing quickly back down the dark street towards the saloon, its noise momentarily louder as the doors swung open again. "But this isn't the time or place. Too many eyes, too many ears." The rain began to fall more steadily now, drumming on the roof, plastering strands of his dark hair to his forehead. He seemed oblivious to it. "Those men in the saloon," he continued, his voice dropping even lower, urgent. "They're asking questions about Billy, about anyone who might have helped him. They mentioned seeing you talk to him near the livery yesterday before he rode out." Clara's blood ran cold. They knew. They had connected her directly to Billy. How? Had someone seen them? Ethan Reed? Mrs. Davies? Or had the bounty hunter simply put pieces together, targeting the town's known outsider? How? How do you know what they're saying? She whispered, the hammer feeling suddenly inadequate in her hand. I have my ways of hearing things, he replied vaguely, frustration flickering across his face at his own inability or unwillingness to explain. The point is they're suspicious, and men like that, they don't operate on proof. Suspicion is enough, especially when there's money involved. He took another half step, bringing him just inside the forge, out of the direct rain, the scent of damp earth and leather clinging to him. You're not safe here alone, Clara. His words, blunt and unadorned, struck her with the force of a physical blow. He was confirming her deepest fears. The walls of her forge, her independence, offered no real protection against men like that. So what am I supposed to do? She asked, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to control it. Run? Like Billy? No, Liam said firmly. Running won't help. They'd catch you. Or worse, they'd assume guilt and make an example of you. He looked around the forge, his gaze sharp, assessing. You need to stay put, act normal, but you need to be prepared, and you shouldn't be alone tonight. His suggestion hung in the air, heavy with implication. Was he offering protection? Or was this another manipulation, a way to gain closer access, perhaps search her place for some sign of Billy or something else entirely? The doubt warred fiercely with the undeniable fear his warning had ignited. And where do you suggest I go? She asked, sarcasm lacing her tone, despite the tremor beneath it. Ask Mrs. Gable for a spare room, beg shelter from the Reverend? I wasn't suggesting you go anywhere, he said quietly, his gaze meeting hers in the dim, flickering light. I could stay here in the forge just until morning. Keep watch. The offer hung between them, stunning in its directness. Liam McBride, the mysterious stranger, offering to stand guard over her through the night. Protection or proximity for his own purposes? Her mind raced, weighing the risks. Having him here felt dangerous, inviting the very trouble she feared, potentially confirming the town's suspicions about their association. But the thought of facing the night alone, knowing those men were just down the street, knowing they suspected her, that felt infinitely more terrifying. She looked at him, trying to read his expression in the shifting firelight. Was it calculation she saw in his eyes, or genuine concern? The lines around his eyes seemed deeper tonight, etched by weariness and perhaps worry. He looked less like the confident, enigmatic horse breeder, and more like a man carrying his own heavy burdens, caught in the same storm. Why? She asked, the word barely a whisper. Why would you do that? What's in it for you? He held her gaze, his expression unreadable for a moment. Then a flicker of something raw, something vulnerable, crossed his face, gone almost as quickly as it appeared. Let's just say, I don't like seeing people cornered, he murmured, especially not by men like them. He glanced towards the sounds of the saloon again, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. And maybe I owe that boy, Billy, more than just a deflected question from the sheriff. The admission, vague as it was, hinted at a deeper involvement, a sense of responsibility that resonated with Clara's own guilt. Did he know Billy? Had he played some part in the events that sent the boy fleeing? The questions remained, but his admission felt honest, a crack in the carefully constructed facade. The rain was falling harder now, a steady drumming on the roof, punctuated by claps of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the forge. The wind howled around the corners, extinguishing faint lights down the street, plunging the world outside into absolute blackness. Inside, the forge felt like the only solid place left in a world, dissolving into storm and shadow. Clara looked from Liam's steady gaze to the heavy hammer still gripped in her hand. Protection. He was offering it. A hand offered in the gloom, regardless of the secrets it might hold, the risks it might entail. Could she afford to refuse? Could she survive the night alone, knowing what she now knew? Slowly, deliberately, she lowered the hammer, placing it back on the workbench with a soft thud. The gesture felt significant, a relinquishing of her sole reliance on her own strength, an acceptance, however tentative, however fraught with doubt, of the help being offered. "All right, McBride," she said, her voice low but steady, meeting his eyes in the firelight. "You can stay. Keep watch." She gestured towards an old, sturdy bench against the far wall, away from the main workspace but offering a clear view of the entrance. "But stay over there, and no sudden moves." A small sigh of relief seemed to escape him, though his expression remained serious. "Agreed." He nodded towards the bench. "I won't trouble you. Just wanted to make sure the night passes quietly." He walked towards the bench, his movements quiet, assured. He didn't sit immediately, but stood leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed on the dark entrance, listening intently to the sounds of the storm and the town beyond, a silent guardian, suddenly present in the heart of her sanctuary. Clara retreated towards the doorway, connecting to her cabin, pausing on the threshold. She looked back at him, a tall, solitary figure, outlined against the faint glow of the banked fire. His presence both a comfort and a source of profound unease. The shadow of doubt hadn't lifted. If anything, his presence intensified it. But mingled with the doubt was a fragile sliver of something else, not quite trust, but perhaps a shared vulnerability, a temporary alliance forged against the encroaching darkness. "There's coffee left in the pot on the stove if you want it," she offered quietly, a small gesture of reciprocation, of truce. He glanced towards her, a brief acknowledgement in his eyes. "Thank you, Clara." She nodded curtly and slipped back into the cabin, pulling the heavy wooden door almost shut, leaving just a crack open. She leaned against the door, listening. The only sounds were the roar of the storm outside and the soft crackle of the banked fire within the forge. She couldn't hear Liam move. He was utterly still, watchful. Returning to her table, she sank back onto the chair, the exhaustion hitting her with renewed force. But it was tempered now by a different kind of tension, the awareness of the man standing guard just beyond the door. A man who held secrets, who represented danger, but who had, for reasons she couldn't fathom, offered a hand in the gloom. The night stretched ahead, long and uncertain, filled with the storm's fury and the weight of unanswered questions. But for the first time since the trouble began, she wasn't entirely alone. And that, she realized with a jolt of surprise, made the darkness feel just a little less absolute. Chapter 11. The Other Side of the Coin. The storm raged throughout the night, a relentless assault of wind and water. Rain hammered against the roof of the cabin, and the forge, sounding like frantic fists demanding entry. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and violent, momentarily illuminating the small cabin through the gaps in the curtains with flashes of blinding white light, followed by profound darkness. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the very timbers of the buildings, testing the strength of Silas Thompson's careful construction. Sleep remained elusive for Clara. She lay on her narrow bed, fully clothed beneath a thin blanket, every sense on high alert. The fury of the storm outside was matched by the tempest inside her. Fear, suspicion, exhaustion, and a bewildering flicker of gratitude warred within her. She strained her ears, trying to hear any sound from the forge over the roar of the elements. Occasionally, during a lull in the wind, she thought she heard the soft shift of Liam's weight against the wall, or the faint crackle of the banked fire as he perhaps added a small piece of coal to keep the chill at bay. He was out there, a watchful presence, a dangerous enigma. His reasons for staying remained shrouded in mystery. Was it truly concern for her safety? Or was he guarding his own interests, ensuring she didn't talk to the wrong people, or perhaps waiting for an opportunity related to Billy Tanner? The doubt persisted, a cold counterpoint to the fragile sense of security his presence offered. She pictured him leaning against the wall, eyes fixed on the darkness, alert, capable. It was a strangely intimate thought, sharing this small, vulnerable space with him, separated only by a thin wooden door, while the world outside raged, an intimacy born of shared danger, perhaps, but intimacy nonetheless. It unsettled her as much as the threat from the bounty hunters. Towards dawn, the storm began to abate. The relentless drumming of rain softened to a steady drizzle. The thunder retreated, rumbling now in the distant east, and the wind sighed itself out, leaving behind a damp, dripping stillness. The first pale gray light of morning filtered through the cabin window, revealing a world washed clean, the dust momentarily settled, the air cool and smelling of wet earth and cleansed pine needles from the distant hills. Clara finally drifted into a fitful, uneasy sleep, images chasing each other behind her eyelids. Billy Tanner's frightened face, the hard eyes of the bounty hunters, her mother's worried script, Liam's unreadable gaze beneath the cottonwood shade. She woke with a start, unsure what had disturbed her, a noise, a feeling. The light in the cabin was brighter now, true daylight, though filtered through heavy gray clouds. The forge was quiet, too quiet. Pushing aside the blanket, she swung her feet to the cold wooden floor, every muscle stiff, her head aching from lack of sleep and tension. She crept to the connecting door and peered through the crack. Liam was no longer leaning against the wall. He was gone. For a moment, panic seized her. Had he slipped away during the storm? Had something happened? Then she saw him. He was standing near the forge hearth, his back to her, looking down at the banked coals, which still glowed faintly. He held a small piece of wood in his hand, seemingly contemplating adding it to the fire. He moved with a quietness that spoke of long habit, of someone accustomed to moving unseen. Relief warred with irritation. He hadn't just disappeared, but seeing him standing there so comfortably, so possessively almost in the heart of her forge, felt like an intrusion. She pushed the door open wider, the hinges groaning softly in the quiet morning air. Liam turned, startled by the sound. He hadn't heard her approach. His hand instinctively went to the Colt peacemaker, holstered at his hip, a fluid, reflexive movement that spoke volumes about the life he lived. Seeing it was her, he relaxed slightly, though his eyes remained wary, alert. The weariness she'd seen last night was still there, etched more deeply now in the gray morning light, but overlaid with the sharp focus of a man constantly prepared for trouble. "Morning," he said, his voice low, slightly rough from the night's vigil. "Storms past." "I see that," Clara replied, her tone cool, trying to reassert her ownership of the space, to push back against the strange intimacy forged during the night. Everything quiet? He nodded. Quiet enough. Saloon emptied out after the worst of the rain hit. Our friends, he added, referring to the bounty hunters with a touch of irony, stumbled back to the boarding house. I haven't seen them stirring yet. He gestured towards the hearth. Thought I'd get the fire going properly for you. Takes the chill off. The gesture, practical and considerate, caught her off guard again. It was the kind of thing her father might have done. It chipped away slightly at her defenses, at her determination to remain suspicious. Thank you, she managed, stepping fully into the forge. The air did feel damp and cool after the storm. You didn't have to. Seem neighborly, he replied, turning back to the fire and carefully adding the piece of wood, then working the bellows gently, coaxing the embers back to life. Flames licked upwards, casting a warm, welcoming glow. Clara watched him. The easy competence of his movements, the way he seemed completely at home amidst the tools and grime. He didn't belong here, yet somehow he didn't look entirely out of place either. The contradictions surrounding him were maddening. You said, last night, she began hesitantly, needing answers, needing to break through the wall of his reserve. You said maybe you owed Billy Tanner more than just a deflected question. Liam stopped working the bellows, the fire settling into a steady burn. He straightened up slowly, turning to face her. His expression was guarded, closed off. I said maybe. What did you mean? Clara pressed, stepping closer, unwilling to let him evade again. The relative safety of daylight, the passing of the immediate threat from the night, emboldened her. Do you know him? Were you involved in whatever happened to his father, whatever drove him off his claim? Liam held her gaze, his whiskey-colored eyes unreadable. She saw a flicker of something regret, anger, before his expression smoothed over again into careful neutrality. It's complicated, Clara. Everything about you seems complicated, McBride, she retorted, frustration making her voice sharp. You show up out of nowhere. Ask questions, give warnings, stand guard over my forge like some kind of hired gun. Yet you won't tell me who you are or what you're really doing here. You expect me to just accept your presence, your secrets? He sighed, running a hand through his damp hair, pushing it back from his forehead. He looked tired, burdened. No, he said quietly, I don't expect that. You deserve answers. He hesitated, glancing towards the open doorway, as if checking for eavesdroppers, though the street outside seemed deserted in the damp gray morning. But giving them puts you in more danger than you're already in. How can I be in more danger? She demanded incredulously. There are bounty hunters in town looking for a boy I helped, and they suspect me. You yourself said I wasn't safe. Knowing the whole story, it makes you a target for more than just bounty hunters looking for easy money, he said grimly. There are bigger players involved, men with longer reach, fewer scruples. He paused, his gaze intense. The claim Billy Tanner's father was killed over. It wasn't just about water rights. There's more to that land than grazing pasture. Something valuable, something people are willing to kill for and kill to keep secret. Clara stared at him, the pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. Gold, silver, some hidden vein of ore that drove men mad with greed. It fit the pattern of the West, the sudden violence, the ruthless dispossession. And Billy, did he know? Liam shook his head. I don't think so, not consciously. But maybe he saw something, overheard something, the night his father was murdered. Something the men responsible can't risk him remembering or repeating. He looked away towards the fire, his profile stark against the flames. His father? Matthew Tanner? He wasn't just a farmer. He was prospecting on the side. Quietly, he might have found it. And you? Clara asked softly, dread coiling in her stomach. Where do you fit into this, Liam? He turned back to her, his expression bleak. Matthew Tanner was a friend, an old friend, from years back before I started breeding horses seriously. He swallowed, the admission seeming to cost him. I rode with him sometimes prospecting. We shared maps, hopes. He paused. I was supposed to meet him out there near his claim 2 weeks ago, but I got delayed. By the time I arrived, he was already dead. The claim jumpers had moved in. Billy was gone, fled into the hills. The confession hung in the air, raw and painful. So Liam wasn't a disinterested stranger. He was tied to this, personally, deeply. His presence here wasn't random. He was searching for answers, perhaps for vengeance for the men who killed his friend, and he was looking for Billy, the only witness. So you came here looking for Billy, Clara stated, understanding dawning. That's why you were asking questions, talking to Brody. I was trying to find out what happened. Liam corrected her quietly. Trying to track the men responsible? I heard whispers about a boy matching Billy's description heading this way. Hoped maybe he'd find someone decent, someone who might help him, point him towards safety. His gaze met hers, filled with a complex mixture of gratitude and regret. Looks like he did. The sincerity in his eyes, the shared burden of concern for Billy, chipped away further at Clara's doubt. He wasn't manipulating her. He was caught in the same dangerous web, driven by loyalty to a murdered friend. But his revelation also highlighted the danger she was in. If powerful men were willing to kill for this secret land, and they suspected Billy had told her something, those men, the claim jumpers, are they the ones looking for Billy now? She asked, her voice hushed. Liam hesitated. Some of them, maybe, or men hired by them, but the ones in the saloon, the bounty hunters, they're just opportunists smelling blood money. He frowned, but their presence complicates things, draws attention, might flush out the real players. The bigger players you mentioned, Clara prompted. He nodded grimly. Someone financed those claim jumpers, someone organized it, someone powerful enough to make witnesses disappear, and sheriffs looked the other way. He leaned closer, his voice barely audible. That's why I can't tell you everything, Clara. Knowing names, details, it puts a target on your back. Ignorance, in this case, is your best defense. His logic was sound, yet frustrating. She felt like she was standing on the edge of a precipice, blindfolded. But Liam, she protested, those men in the saloon suspect me now. They know I helped Billy. Ignorance won't protect me from them. I know, he said, his expression tight with worry, and I won't let them harm you. The promise was quiet, but fierce, carrying absolute conviction. Brody knows they're watching you too. He's keeping an eye out, but he's only one man, and his authority only goes so far when dealing with men like that, especially if they claim Marshall's authority. He looked around the forge, his gaze sharp, assessing potential threats. You need to be careful. Don't go out alone if you can help it. Keep the forge doors barred at night. He stepped closer, his proximity creating that same unnerving charge she'd felt by the creek. He reached out, his calloused fingers gently touching her arm, just above the elbow, The touch was brief, feather-light, yet it sent a jolt through her, warm and unexpected, silencing the protest rising in her throat. "Clara," he said, his voice low, intense, his eyes holding hers. "I know this is hard. I know I'm asking you to trust me without giving you all the reasons why you should. Or maybe all the reasons why you shouldn't." A shadow of self-reproach crossed his face. "My past? It's complicated, too. I haven't always been just a horse breeder. I've ridden some rough trails, made choices I'm not proud of, but I swear to you, on my friend Matthew's memory, I will not let harm come to you because of this, because of me." His raw honesty, the glimpse of the man behind the enigmatic facade, the vulnerability warring with the strength in his eyes, it disarmed her more effectively than any weapon. The last vestiges of her anger, her suspicion, seemed to melt away, replaced by a confusing flood of empathy and a reluctant, burgeoning trust. He wasn't just a stranger anymore. He was a man haunted by his past, driven by loyalty, entangled in a dangerous quest, and somehow, inexplicably, concerned for her welfare. She didn't pull her arm away. His touch felt grounding, a connection in the midst of chaos. "All right, Liam," she said softly, searching his eyes, hoping she wasn't making a terrible mistake. "All right." He held her gaze for another moment, a silent understanding passing between them. Then reluctantly, he withdrew his hand, the warmth of his touch lingering on her skin. He stepped back, putting professional distance between them again, though the charged atmosphere remained. "Just be careful," he repeated, his voice regaining some of its usual reserve. "Keep your eyes open, and if you see anything suspicious, you find me, or Brody. Don't try to handle it alone." He turned as if to leave, then hesitated, turning back to her. "There's another side to this coin, Clara," he said, his expression thoughtful. "This hidden value on Tanner's land. If the truth comes out, if the right people learn about it, it could mean justice for Matthew. It could mean security for Billy, wherever he ends up. It could even mean a different future for this town, maybe." He shrugged, a wry twist to his lips. "Or it could just mean more bloodshed. Depends on who holds the coin when it lands." He gave her a final searching look, nodded curtly, and then walked out of the forge, leaving her alone with the crackling fire, the damp morning air, and the weight of his revelations. The other side of the coin, justice or bloodshed, hope or despair. His words echoed, painting the situation in starker, more complex colors. She was no longer just a bystander caught in the crossfire. She was, however, unwillingly connected to the heart of the conflict, tied to Liam's quest, to Billy's fate, to the potential future of Redemption Creek itself. The shadow of doubt hadn't vanished, but it was pierced now by a sliver of dangerous hope, and the terrifying realization that her quiet life in the forge was over, irrevocably changed by the secrets the wind had blown in. Chapter 12. Fire-tested, heart divided. The aftermath of Liam's revelations left Clara adrift in a sea of tumultuous thoughts and emotions. The forge, usually her anchor, felt unsteady beneath her feet. The familiar clang of hammer on steel, when she finally forced herself back to work later that morning, sounded different, less like a declaration of independence, more like a desperate attempt to impose order on a world spiraling into chaos. She worked on repairing a bent wagon axle, heavy, demanding labor that usually absorbed all her focus. Today, her mind kept straying. Liam's confession replayed in her mind, his friendship with Matthew Tanner, his delayed arrival finding only murder and disappearance. his quiet search for justice, his concern for Billy. It explained so much: his presence in Redemption Creek, his knowledge, his guardedness. He wasn't merely a mysterious stranger. He was a man on a mission, burdened by grief and guilt, navigating treacherous waters. The knowledge shifted her perception of him dramatically. The suspicion that had gnawed at her softened, replaced by a reluctant empathy, a grudging respect for his loyalty, and a growing awareness of the danger he was in. Yet the other side of the coin, as he'd put it, remained heavy with threat. Powerful men, hidden gold or silver, murder, claim jumpers, bounty hunters. And she, Clara Thompson, the town's blacksmith, was somehow tangled in the middle of it all. Liam's warning echoed. Knowing names, detail vital rare. It puts a target on your back. He had offered protection, promised to keep her safe, but could he? Against men willing to kill for secrecy, men with potentially long reach. And could she trust his ability, or even his ultimate intentions? Her heart felt strangely divided. Part of her, the practical, self-reliant blacksmith, urged caution, distrust. Liam, whatever his motives, brought danger closer. His past was murky, his methods secretive. Associating with him put her directly in the crosshairs. But another part of her, the part that had felt the sting of isolation, the part that recognized the flicker of vulnerability beneath his guarded exterior, the part that felt the jolt of connection when he touched her arm, that part wanted to trust him. It responded to the sincerity in his promise, the shared concern for Billy, the glimpse of the honorable man fighting through the shadows of his past. This internal conflict manifested in her work. One moment, her hammer blows were fierce, precise, fueled by anger at her predicament, frustration with the secret still held back. The next, her rhythm faltered, her concentration wavering as she pictured Liam's face, the worry lines around his eyes, the quiet intensity of his gaze. She found herself glancing towards the forge entrance frequently, half expecting, half dreading his return. The town itself seemed to reflect her inner turmoil. The damp grayness of the morning persisted, the clouds hanging low, refusing to break. A nervous energy hummed beneath the surface quiet. People went about their business, but with hurried steps and averted eyes. Conversations were hushed, furtive. The bounty hunters made their presence known, occasionally strolling down the main street, their hands hovering near their guns, their gazes sweeping over the townsfolk with unconcealed disdain and suspicion. They stopped by the sheriff's office again, emerging after a tense few minutes, looking disgruntled but undeterred. They spent a long time loitering near the general store, watching who came and went. Clara needing more coal despite the delivery just days before, a testament to her restless night feeding the fire, endured their cold stares as she made the necessary trip. Jedediah's usual slowness feeling almost like a deliberate act of obstruction under their watchful eyes. Mrs. Gable barely spoke, her fear now palpable, her earlier judgmental stance replaced by a tight-lipped anxiety that seemed to encompass anyone who might draw unwanted attention. Clara, unfortunately, seemed to be attracting. Ethan Reed had apparently left town at first light, sparing Clara another awkward encounter. But she imagined his worried pronouncements about her association with Liam were already making the rounds, adding fuel to the smoldering fire of gossip and suspicion. She felt increasingly exposed, vulnerable, the sturdy walls of her forge feeling paper-thin against the weight of scrutiny and potential threat. Late in the afternoon, as she was finishing the wagon axle repair, Sheriff Brody stopped by, He didn't come inside, just stood at the entrance, blocking the light, his face grim, his eyes weary. "Clara," he said, his voice low, rough, "need a word." Clara's heart lurched. She put down her hammer, wiping sweat and soot from her brow with her forearm. "Sheriff?" "Those men." Brody nodded curtly towards the saloon, though the bounty hunters weren't currently visible. "The ones asking about the Tanner boy. They've been mentioning your name, saying you were seen talking to him, helping him." "He needed a shoe replaced, Sheriff. I told you," Clara said, keeping her voice steady, meeting his gaze directly. It felt like a line rehearsed, worn smooth by repetition, yet still dangerously thin. Brody sighed, scrubbing a hand over his face. "I know what you told me, and maybe that's all it was." He looked at her hard. "But these men ain't reasonable. They got dollar signs in their eyes. They think you know where the boy went, or maybe even that you know what he knows." He paused, letting the implications sink in. "They think you might be worth leaning on." Fear, cold and sharp, gripped Clara. "Leaning on?" "They're talking about searching your place," Brody said bluntly, "claiming authority from some marshal back east, saying they got the right to pursue fugitives and gather evidence." "Evidence? Evidence of what? I haven't done anything," Clara protested, anger momentarily overriding her fear. "Doesn't matter to them," Brody said tiredly. "They're looking for an excuse, looking for anything related to the boy, or maybe something else entirely." His eyes held a warning. "Maybe something related to McBride." "Liam, Mr. McBride has nothing to do with me," Clara lied, hating the necessity of it, hating the way it felt like betraying the fragile truce established between them last night, but admitting his connection, admitting he'd spent the night guarding her forge would be disastrous. Brody's gaze didn't waver. He knew she wasn't telling him the whole truth. She could see it in his weary eyes. But he didn't push. "Maybe," he said non-committally. "Point is, Clara, they're looking for trouble, and they seem determined to find it here." He stepped closer. "I can try to hold them off, citing town jurisdiction, but if they push it, claiming Marshall's authority, my hands might be tied, especially if they rile folks up claiming you're harboring fugitives or obstructing justice." He was warning her that his protection was limited, that the flimsy shield of local law might not hold against determined, potentially authorized, outside force, and warning her that public opinion, fueled by fear and suspicion, could turn against her quickly. "What do you want me to do, Sheriff?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just be careful," he echoed Liam's earlier warning, the words sounding even more ominous coming from the town's chief lawman. "Don't give them any excuse. Keep your doors locked. Don't talk to them if you can help it. And if you see McBride," he hesitated, "tell him to keep his head down. His presence here is like waving a red flag in front of a bull right now." He sighed again, the sound heavy with the weight of his responsibilities. "I'll do what I can, Clara, but these are dangerous currents." He nodded curtly and walked away, leaving Clara standing frozen beside the anvil, the sheriff's grim warning settling over her like a shroud. They wanted to search her place. They were connecting her to Liam. Brody's protection was tenuous. The situation was escalating, moving faster than she could process. Her first instinct was pure panic. Gather what little money she had, saddle the sturdy mare she kept penned behind the cabin, used mostly for hauling supplies, rarely for riding, and run. Disappear into the wilderness like Billy Tanner. But where would she go? And wouldn't running simply confirm the bounty hunter's suspicions, paint her as guilty? Liam's words came back to her. Running won't help. No, running wasn't the answer. This forge, this life was hers. She wouldn't be chased out by threats and suspicion. Defiance surged, hot and strong, pushing back the fear. But defiance alone wasn't enough. She needed a plan. She needed help. Her gaze drifted towards the street, searching instinctively for Liam's familiar figure. He was nowhere in sight. Had Brody's warning reached him? Was he already lying low? Or was he off pursuing his own leads, unaware of the immediate threat closing in on her? The uncertainty was agonizing. Relying on him felt like leaning on smoke, yet the thought of facing this alone. She spent the next hour in a state of frantic anxiety, trying to work, but mostly pacing, jumping at every sound, her eyes constantly scanning the street through the doorway. She checked the heavy wooden bar used to secure the main forge doors from the inside, ensuring it was close at hand. She even found herself checking the ancient, unreliable flintlock pistol her father had kept hidden away, more as a relic than a weapon. Its mechanism was stiff, likely rusted, useless. Her hammer was her only real defense. As twilight began to bleed into the gray afternoon, casting long, distorted shadows, she saw him. Liam. He appeared suddenly at the edge of town, near the creek, leading Diablo. He hadn't ridden into town. He'd approached on foot, using the cover of the cottonwoods, moving with a stealth that suggested he was actively avoiding detection. He tethered Diablo in the trees, out of sight, and then moved quickly, keeping to the shadows, heading towards the back alley that ran behind the forge and cabin. Clara's heart pounded. Was he coming to warn her? Or was he seeking refuge himself? She hurried through the cabin to the back door, unbarring it quietly and peering out. The alley was narrow, littered with discarded barrels and refuse steeped in shadow. Liam materialized from the gloom, moving silently. He saw her in the doorway and approached quickly. "Clara," he breathed, his voice low, urgent. "Brody find you?" She nodded, pulling him quickly inside the relative safety of the cabin and rebarring the door. "He did. Said those men want to search the forge. Said they're connecting me to you." Liam swore softly under his breath, his face grim in the dim cabin light. "Damn it! I hoped Brody could hold them off longer." He ran a hand over his jaw, his mind clearly working fast. They're getting impatient. They haven't found any sign of Billy, so they're turning up the heat on anyone who might know something. "What do we do?" Clara asked, the question stark, stripped of pretense. It wasn't just her problem anymore, it was theirs. Liam met her gaze, his eyes dark with worry, but also with a fierce determination. "We can't let them search this place. Not while you're alone. They won't just search. They'll tear it apart, intimidate you, maybe worse." He looked around the small cabin, then towards the connecting door to the forge. "And they might find something." "Find what?" Clara asked, confused. "There's nothing here. Billy wasn't here that long. He left nothing." Her hand instinctively went to her apron pocket, where the small wooden bird still rested. Her eyes widened in sudden fear. Liam saw her reaction, his gaze sharpening. "What is it, Clara?" Hesitantly, she pulled out the small carving, holding it in her palm. "He dropped this, Billy, when he was here." Liam took the bird gently, turning it over in his fingers, his expression softening with a deep sadness. "His father carved these," he murmured. "Used to give them away. Never saw two alike." He looked back at Clara, his eyes filled with a new level of concern. If they found this, they'd know for certain he was here. They'd know you lied. It would be all the proof they need. I should have gotten rid of it, Clara whispered, horrified at her carelessness, her sentimentality. No, Liam said quickly. Don't blame yourself, but we need to make sure they don't find it or anything else that might connect you or me to Billy. He looked around the forge again, visible through the doorway. We need to make it look like there's nothing to hide. And we need to make sure you're not here alone if they decide to push past Brody. He seemed to come to a decision. All right, here's what needs to happen. First, hide that carving somewhere safe, somewhere they'd never look. Not in the cabin, maybe somewhere deep in the forge, buried in the coal dust, something only you would know. He handed the bird back to her. Second, I need to draw them off, create a diversion, make them think their quarry, or at least a strong lead, lies elsewhere. A diversion? Clara asked, alarmed. How? That sounds dangerous. It might be, he admitted grimly, but it's better than letting them corner you here. He looked towards the forge hearth, where the fire still burned steadily. I have an idea. Something involving a supposed message from Billy, maybe found out on the plane. Something pointing them south fast. He didn't elaborate on the details, his mind clearly already working on the logistics. It means I need to ride out again tonight, lead them on a wild goose chase, give you some breathing room. Ride out tonight? Alone? Clara protested, fear for his safety warring with her own relief. Liam, they suspect you already. They might follow you. That's the point, he said, a faint, dangerous spark in his eyes. Let them follow. Better they chase me than harass you. He put a hand on her shoulder, his grip firm, reassuring. I can handle myself, Clara. I've dealt with worse than these bounty hunters. She looked into his eyes, seeing the conviction there, the readiness to face danger head on. But she also saw the risk. What if they catch you? They won't, he said with quiet confidence. Diablo's faster than any horse they've got, and I know trails they've never dreamed of. He gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. But I need you to be strong here. Hide the bird. Keep the doors barred. Don't let anyone in unless it's Brody himself. Can you do that? Clara nodded, swallowing hard against the lump in her throat. The thought of him riding out, deliberately drawing danger towards himself, filled her with a terrifying mixture of fear and a fierce, unexpected surge of protectiveness. Her heart felt irrevocably divided, wanting him safe, yet needing the protection his risky plan offered. Yes, she whispered, I can do that. Good. He released her shoulder, stepping back. I need to go now. Get things moving before they decide to pay you that visit. He moved towards the back door again. Bar this behind me. And Clara? He paused, turning back, his expression softening for a moment. Stay safe. The simple words, imbued with genuine concern, resonated deeply. You too, Liam, she replied softly. Be careful. He gave her a brief, almost imperceptible nod, then slipped out into the deepening twilight of the alley, disappearing as silently as he had arrived. Clara quickly shot the heavy bar across the door, leaning against it for a moment, her heart pounding. He was gone again, riding into danger, partly because of her. The weight of that knowledge was immense. Turning, she looked at the small wooden bird in her hand. Hide it, somewhere safe. Her gaze swept over the forge, searching for a place, not the cabin, not the obvious tool racks or storage chests, somewhere unexpected. Her eyes landed on the massive stone base of the main anvil, centuries old, pitted and scarred. Near the bottom, almost hidden by accumulated grime and coal dust, was a small, deep crevice, a flaw in the stone that had always been there. Quickly she went to the anvil, knelt down, and carefully tucked the small wooden carving deep into the crevice, pushing it back until it was completely hidden from view. She then scooped up handfuls of loose coal dust and grime from the floor, packing it into the opening, smoothing it over until the crevice looked like nothing more than another shadow, another imperfection on the ancient stone. Only she would know it was there. Billy Tanner's last link to his past, now buried at the heart of her forge, a secret hidden in plain sight. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her hands, feeling a small measure of control return. She had done what Liam asked. Now she had to wait. Wait, keep the doors barred, and pray that Liam's dangerous gamble paid off, that he could draw the fire away from her, and most importantly, that he would return safely. The forge felt colder now, emptier, despite the glowing fire. Fire tested, her heart felt utterly, terrifyingly divided between fear for herself and fear for the enigmatic man who had ridden out into the night for her sake. Chapter 13. Sabotage at Midnight. The hours following Liam's departure crawled by with agonizing slowness. Darkness clamped down on Redemption Creek, absolute and heavy beneath the thick cloud cover. The earlier rain had stopped, but the air remained damp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of wet dust and sage. Inside the forge, Clara moved like a ghost, checking the bar on the main doors, peering through cracks in the shutters she'd secured over the high windows, listening intently to every sound from the street. The forge fire, banked low again, provided the only light, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe with menace. Her mind was a whirlwind of fear and anticipation. Had Liam gotten away cleanly? Had his plan to create a diversion worked? Were the bounty hunters still in town, or had they taken the bait and ridden out after him? Every creak of settling timbers, every distant shout from the saloon, every gust of wind rattling the roof made her jump, her hand instinctively reaching for the heavy hammer she kept close by on the workbench. She tried to busy herself, tidying tools that were already orderly, sweeping coal dust into neat piles, oiling hinges that didn't need it, anything to keep her hands occupied, her mind distracted from the terrifying possibilities. But the image of Liam riding out into the darkness, deliberately drawing danger towards himself, haunted her. She felt responsible, indebted, and terrified for his safety. The reluctant trust she'd placed in him had deepened into a fierce, unwilling concern, a knot of anxiety tightening in her chest with every passing hour. She retreated to the cabin periodically, forcing herself to drink water, though the thought of food remained repulsive. She sat at the table, the lamp turned down low, listening. The noise from the saloon seemed less raucous tonight, more subdued, or perhaps she was just imagining it. Were the bounty hunters still there, drinking, waiting, or had they left? There was no way to know without risking exposure. Sometime near midnight, exhaustion began to win its battle against adrenaline. Clara's eyelids grew heavy, her thoughts becoming sluggish. Blurred at the edges, she knew she should stay awake, remain vigilant. But the strain of the past few days, the lack of sleep, the constant tension, were taking their toll. She curled up on the narrow bed in the cabin, still fully clothed, pulling the thin blanket around her, telling herself she would just rest her eyes for a moment. The rhythmic sigh of the forge fire through the slightly open connecting door was a strangely hypnotic sound. She must have dozed off, sinking into a shallow, uneasy sleep, filled with fragmented dreams of galloping horses, shadowy figures, and the accusing eyes of her mother. She awoke with a sudden, heart-stopping jolt, unsure what had pulled her from the depths. The cabin was pitch black, the lamp having finally sputtered out. Silence pressed in, heavy and absolute. The forge fire must have died down completely. Even the wind seemed to have died. Then she heard it, a faint scraping sound, coming not from the street, but from the back alley. Close, very close, right outside the cabin's back door. Clara sat bolt upright, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard she could feel it shake her whole body. Every nerve ending screamed danger. Was it the bounty hunters? Had they decided not to wait for Brody's permission, choosing instead to force their way in under the cover of darkness? She slid silently off the bed, her bare feet making no sound on the cold wooden floor. She fumbled in the darkness for the heavy iron poker she kept near the small wood-burning stove. Her fingers closed around its reassuring weight. Holding her breath, she crept towards the back door, pressing her ear against the rough wood. More scraping sounds, furtive, metallic. Someone was working on the bar, securing the door from the outside, trying to pry it loose. Panic threatened to overwhelm her. They were trying to break in. Liam was gone. Brody was likely asleep in his own bed. She was alone. The forge, her sanctuary, was about to be breached. Her mind raced frantically. Shout for help? Who would hear her over the lingering dampness that muffled sound? Who would dare interfere with armed men claiming Marshall's authority? Try to barricade the door further? There was nothing heavy enough in the cabin. Fight? With an iron poker against armed men? It was suicide. Think. She had to think. The forge. The connecting door was still slightly ajar. Could she slip through into the larger space, find a better hiding place, a heavier weapon? The scraping stopped. A low grunt of effort followed, then the sickening sound of splintering wood. They were breaking through the door jamb around the bar. It wouldn't hold much longer. Taking a desperate gamble, Clara moved swiftly, silently, away from the back door, through the connecting doorway, and into the utter blackness of the forge. The air here was colder now, the fire truly out, leaving only the faintest residual warmth near the hearth. She paused just inside, listening intently. A final crack, and the sound of the heavy wooden bar falling to the alley floor outside. Then the creak of the cabin's back door being pushed open, cautiously. Footsteps, hesitant at first, then bolder, entering the small cabin space. Low voices murmured, indistinguishable words, but the tone was rough, impatient. Clara pressed herself against the cold stone wall of the forge, hidden in the deepest shadows near the slack tub. Her breath came in shallow, silent gasps. The poker felt slippery in her sweating palm. She could hear them moving around in the cabin, the scrape of boots on the floorboards, the sound of drawers being opened, objects overturned. They were searching, tearing apart her small private space, violating it. Rage, cold and fierce, burned through her fear. "Nothing here," one voice grumbled, louder now, clearly audible through the open connecting doorway. It sounded like one of the bounty hunters from the saloon. "Just some woman's junk, no sign of the boy." "Told you she was lying," another voice replied, harsh, menacing. "Maybe she needs persuading to tell us where he went, or where that fancy horse breeder she's so friendly with disappeared to." A chill, deeper than the night air, traced its way down Clara's spine. They weren't just searching for Billy. They were looking for information, and they were willing to use force to get it. She had to get out, or find a better weapon. Her eyes, slowly adjusting to the profound darkness, could just make out the massive shape of the anvil nearby, her hammer. It should be resting on the workbench right beside it. If she could just reach it. Moving with infinite slowness, hardly daring to breathe, she began to edge along the wall towards the workbench. The floor beneath her feet was gritty with coal dust, muffling her steps. One foot forward, then the other. The voices in the cabin continued, arguing now. "Check the forge," the first voice said. "Maybe she hid something out here, or maybe the boy doubled back." "It's pitch black in there," the second voice complained. "Need a light." A faint yellow glow appeared in the connecting doorway as one of the men lit a match, shielding it with his hand. The flickering light cast monstrous, distorted shadows across the forge, briefly illuminating the rows of tools, the waiting iron stock, the great anvil. Clara froze, plastered against the wall, praying the shadows concealed her. The man with the match stepped cautiously into the forge, holding the flickering flame high. His partner followed close behind. They were both large men, rough-featured, their faces grim in the unsteady light. The first man held a long-barreled revolver loosely in his other hand. The second carried a wicked-looking knife. "See anything?" the second man asked, peering into the gloom. The first man grunted, shaking the match as it burned low. "Just junk. Tools. Smells like like a damn forge." He lit another match. "Let's check them racks, maybe something tucked behind them." They moved towards the tool racks lining the far wall, their backs momentarily turned towards Clara's hiding place near the anvil. Now was her chance, if she could reach the hammer. Silent as a shadow, she darted across the few feet separating her from the workbench. Her fingers brushed against the familiar worn handle of her favorite hammer. Heavy, balanced, an extension of her own arm. She gripped it tightly, the solid weight instantly calming her frantic nerves, replacing panic with cold, focused resolve. Just as her fingers closed around the handle, the second man, the one with the knife, seemed to sense something. He paused, turning his head slightly, peering back into the darkness near the anvil. "Here's something." "Just rats, probably," the first man grumbled, still focused on the tool racks. "Place is probably crawling with them." The second man wasn't convinced. He took a step back towards the center of the forge, his eye scanning the shadows where Clara stood frozen. Hammer held low, ready. The match in the first man's hand sputtered, casting dancing light that made it hard to see clearly. "Maybe," the second man muttered. But he drew his knife, its blade catching a faint gleam. He started moving slowly towards her hiding spot. Clara knew she couldn't wait. She couldn't overpower both of them, especially not the one with the gun. But maybe she could create a diversion, an escape route. Her eyes darted around the darkened forge, searching for an advantage. They landed on the heavy chain, hoist hanging from a thick ceiling beam near the main doors, used for lifting heavy wagon wheels or engine parts. Its thick hook dangled near a precarious stack of iron bar stock leaning against the wall. An idea sparked, desperate and dangerous. If she could somehow trigger the hoist, knock over that stack of iron, the noise, the chaos, might give her a chance to slip past them, get to the main doors, unbar them, and run for help. The second man was closer now, only a few yards away, squinting into the shadows, his knife held ready. The first man was still occupied at the tool rack, his back turned. It was now or never. Taking a deep breath, Clara hefted the hammer. In the same instant, she lunged forward, not towards the man, but towards the wall where the hoist control rope hung. With a swift, practiced motion, the same kind of precise force she used on hot iron, she swung the hammer sideways, striking the wall hard near the rope anchor point. The blow jarred the anchor loose. The heavy chain hoist, freed from its lock, came crashing down with terrifying speed. The massive hook slammed into the top of the leaning stack of iron bar stock. The result was instantaneous, chaotic, and deafeningly loud in the enclosed space. The iron bars, tons of solid metal, toppled sideways like dominoes, hitting the packed earth floor with a thunderous series of crashes and bangs that shook the entire forge. Sparks flew as metal struck stone. A thick cloud of dust erupted, momentarily obscuring everything in choking blackness. "What the hell?" the first man yelled, spinning around, startled by the sudden pandemonium. The second man, caught off guard by the noise and the falling metal just feet away from him, stumbled back, shielding his face, momentarily blinded by the dust. This was Clara's chance. Dropping the hammer, she bolted towards the main forge doors, shrouded in the dust cloud. She fumbled for the heavy wooden bar, her fingers finding the familiar shape in the darkness. It took all her strength, fueled by adrenaline, to lift the heavy beam out of its brackets. "There she is!" the first man shouted, spotting her movement through the settling dust near the doorway. He raised his revolver. Clara didn't hesitate. She threw her shoulder against the massive wooden door, pushing it outwards, just as a gunshot roared through the forge. The bullet splintered the wood inches from her head, showering her with sharp fragments. She scrambled out into the alleyway beside the forge, gulping the cool, damp night air. Rain had started falling again, a light drizzle this time. Behind her, she heard angry shouts, the sounds of the men stumbling through the debris inside the forge. She ran as fast as her legs could carry her, down the dark, muddy alley, away from the forge, away from the danger. She didn't know where she was going, just away. Towards the center of town, towards the sheriff's office, towards the church, anywhere but here. Glancing back over her shoulder, she saw a flicker of light appear in the forge doorway as one of the men relit a match. They hadn't followed her out immediately, likely disoriented by the chaos she'd unleashed, but they would, soon. She risked turning onto the main street, hoping the darkness and the rain would offer some cover. The street was deserted. The saloon lights were off now, the building dark and silent. The entire town seemed asleep, oblivious to the drama unfolding. Where could she go? Brody's office was dark. Knocking might wake him, but it would also alert the bounty hunters if they emerged onto the street. The church, locked tight, Gable's store, Mrs. Gable would likely slam the door in her face. Panic surged again. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They would find her. Then a dark shape detached itself from the shadows beneath the wooden awning of the closed livery stable across the street. A tall figure, moving with familiar, quiet confidence. Liam. He hadn't ridden out or he had come back. He stepped out into the faint, rain-slicked light, his face grim, his eyes scanning the street, finding her immediately. He raised a hand, gesturing urgently towards the livery stable's side door, which stood slightly ajar. Hope, sharp and unexpected, pierced through Clara's terror. He was here. He hadn't abandoned her. She veered across the muddy street, slipping on the wet ground, scrambling towards the offered refuge. Just as she reached the side door, she heard the heavy main doors of the forge crash open behind her. Angry shouts echoed down the empty street. She went this way. Liam pulled her quickly inside the livery stable, shutting the door softly behind them. plunging them into the warm, familiar darkness, thick with the scent of hay, horses, and manure. He pressed her back against the rough wooden wall, putting a finger to his lips, listening intently. Outside, footsteps pounded on the boardwalk, then hesitated. "Where'd she go?" one voice growled. "Can't see nothing in this damn rain," the other complained. "Check the alley behind the stable." The footsteps moved away, heading down the side of the livery. Liam let out a slow breath, some of the tension easing from his shoulders, though his hand remained firmly on his holstered coat. He turned to Clara in the darkness, his face close to hers. She could feel the warmth radiating from him, smell the scent of rain and leather and something uniquely him. "Are you hurt?" he whispered, his voice low, urgent, laced with concern. Clara shook her head, unable to speak, her body trembling uncontrollably, now that the immediate danger had passed. Reaction set in, cold and debilitating. "Good," he murmured. He gently took her arm. "Come on, we can't stay here. They'll search this place next." He led her deeper into the stable's darkness, past the shifting, nickering shapes of horses in their stalls. She recognized Diablo's powerful silhouette among them. He hadn't taken the stallion out, his planned diversion. It hadn't happened. He had stayed or come back for her. He guided her towards a ladder leading up to the hayloft. "Up here," he whispered, "quickly." Clara climbed, her legs shaky, Liam right behind her. The hayloft was dark, smelling sweetly of dried grass, the air thick with dust motes dancing in the faint light filtering through cracks in the roof. Liam pulled her towards the far corner, behind a tall stack of hay bales, creating a small, hidden alcove. "Stay down," he ordered softly, crouching beside her, peering through a gap in the bales towards the stable floor below. They waited in silence, broken only by the soft sounds of the horses below and the steady drumming of rain on the roof. Clara huddled against the hay, shivering, trying to control the tremors racking her body. Liam remained utterly still beside her, a coiled spring of readiness, his gaze fixed on the stable below. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Then they heard the side door creak open again. A beam of light from a lantern sliced through the darkness below, sweeping across the stalls, making the horses shift nervously. "Anything?" a voice called from the doorway. "No," came the reply from the man holding the lantern. "Just horses. Smells like horses." He swept the light upwards, towards the hayloft. The beam passed agonizingly close to their hiding place, lingering for a heart-stopping moment before moving on. "Nothing up here but hay. She ain't here. Must have run down towards the creek. Damn it, let's go." The light disappeared. The door creaked shut again. Footsteps receded outside. Silence returned, profound and heavy. Clara let out a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding, slumping against the hay bales, weak with relief. Liam remained tense for another long moment, listening before finally relaxing slightly. He turned to her in the darkness, his face barely visible. "They're gone," he whispered. "Now?" He reached out, his hand finding hers in the dark. His grip was strong, steady, surprisingly warm. "You were brave back there, Clara. That stunt with the hoist, that was quick thinking." His praise, his touch, the shared danger, the proximity in the darkness, it shattered the last of Clara's reserve. A choked sob escaped her lips, followed by another. The terror, the rage, the confusion, the relief, it all overwhelmed her. Tears streamed down her face, hot and unstoppable. Liam didn't pull away. He simply tightened his grip on her hand, offering silent comfort, a solid presence in the overwhelming darkness. He let her cry, waiting patiently until the storm of emotion began to subside, leaving her hiccuping softly, utterly spent. Leaning against the rough comfort of the hay bales, his hand still holding hers tightly in the shared shadows of the hayloft. The sabotage at midnight had failed to break her, but it had irrevocably broken down the walls between them, leaving them huddled together, two vulnerable souls bound by secrets and survival. Chapter 14. Liam's Hidden Scars. The hayloft felt like a pocket of stillness suspended above the troubled town. The scent of dry hay, sharp and sweet, filled the air, mingling with the damp earth smell drifting up from the stable floor below. Rain whispered softly on the roof now, a gentle counterpoint to the ragged rhythm of Clara's breathing as her sobs subsided into exhausted, hiccuping breaths. Liam's hand still held hers, his grip firm and steady in the darkness, an unexpected anchor in the terrifying chaos of the night. She felt exposed, vulnerable, stripped bare by the terror and the tears. She hadn't cried like that, hadn't allowed herself to feel that raw surge of emotion since her father's funeral. The carefully constructed walls she maintained against the world, against her own feelings, had crumbled completely. It was humiliating, yet strangely liberating. And Liam, he hadn't recoiled. He hadn't offered awkward platitudes or uncomfortable silence. He had simply been there, a solid, unwavering presence in the dark, his quiet strength a tangible comfort. Slowly, shamefaced, she pulled her hand away, scrubbing at her wet cheeks with the back of her sleeve. "I'm sorry," she mumbled, her voice thick, embarrassed by her breakdown. "I don't usually fall apart like that." "Nothing to be sorry for, Clara." Liam's voice was low, rough, beside her in the darkness. "You faced down armed men, saved yourself with quick thinking and sheer nerve. You earned the right to let go a little." He shifted slightly, putting a respectful distance between them now that the immediate crisis had passed, though they remained huddled together in the small space behind the hay bales. Anyone would be shaken. His understanding, his lack of judgment, eased her embarrassment slightly. She drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them, still trembling from the residual adrenaline and the chill seeping in from the damp night air. "They broke down my door," she whispered, the violation feeling fresh and raw. "They were in my cabin, searching." "I know," Liam said grimly. He'd likely heard the commotion from wherever he'd been hiding before appearing outside the livery. "I shouldn't have left you alone. My plan to draw them off, it was too slow. I underestimated how impatient they were getting." Regret roughened his voice. "I saw them heading for the forge, doubled back as fast as I could. Hoped I wasn't too late." "You weren't," Clara said softly, gratitude warring with the lingering fear. "If you hadn't been there." She didn't finish the sentence, the alternative too terrifying to contemplate. "But your diversion?" He sighed, the sound heavy in the darkness. "Never happened. I was setting things up out by the old stagecoach trail when I saw their lights moving towards your place. Changed my priorities." He paused. "Which means they're still here, still suspicious, and likely angrier now after tonight's excitement." The brief sense of safety evaporated. They were trapped, hiding in a hayloft while armed, angry men prowled the town, convinced she held the key to finding Billy Tanner, or perhaps something more. "What do we do now, Liam?" she asked, the question laced with weariness and dread. "We can't stay here forever. They'll search the livery eventually." "No," he agreed, "we can't stay here. But we can't walk out into the street either, not until we know where they are, what they're planning." He peered through a gap in the hay bales again, scanning the stable yard visible below through the open side door, now just a rectangle of deeper blackness against the slightly less opaque night. "We need daylight. We need Brody. We need to figure out our next move." Silence fell between them again, filled only by the soft rustle of hay, the occasional stamp, snort from the horses below, and the gentle drumming of rain on the roof. The darkness felt less threatening now, more like a shared cocoon, insulating them momentarily from the dangers outside. But the intimacy of their close proximity, the awareness of his body just inches from hers, the memory of his hand holding hers, created a different kind of tension. "Liam," Clara began hesitantly, needing to understand more, needing to fill the silence with something other than fear. You said your past was complicated, that you haven't always been a horse breeder." She paused, gathering her courage. "Who were you?" He was still for a long moment, so long she thought he wouldn't answer. She could almost feel the internal struggle radiating from him in the darkness. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, devoid of inflection, as if reciting facts learned by rote, detached from the emotion they must surely hold. "A long time ago," he began, his gaze seemingly fixed on the darkness beyond the hay bales. "Before the war, I rode with a different kind of outfit, not prospecting, not breeding horses." He hesitated. "We called ourselves regulators, thought we were bringing justice to places the law couldn't reach, cleaning up border disputes, tracking rustlers, dealing with problems that settled folks wanted gone." Clara listened intently, absorbing the information. Regulators, vigilantes, men operating outside the law, dispensing their own brand of rough justice. It explained his skill with a gun, his ability to move unseen, his air of quiet authority, his understanding of dangerous men. It was necessary work sometimes, he continued, his voice hardening slightly, perhaps defensively. The law was thin out here, still is. Sometimes the only way to stop predators was to become one yourself. He fell silent again, the weight of unspoken memories heavy in the air. "What happened?" Clara prompted gently. "Why did you stop?" He let out a long, slow breath, the sound ragged. "We stopped seeing the line," he said flatly. "Between justice and vengeance, between protecting the innocent and becoming bullies ourselves, we got efficient. Too efficient, started making mistakes, judging too quickly, sometimes judging wrong." He shifted uncomfortably. "One time, there was a land dispute, and like the Tanners, we were hired to encourage one side to leave. We pushed too hard. Things got out of hand. A man died. An innocent man caught in the crossfire. His wife, his children." His voice broke off, choked with an old, raw grief. Clara felt a pang of empathy. The confident, enigmatic horse breeder faded, replaced by the image of a younger man haunted by the consequences of his violent past. "After that," Liam continued after a moment, his voice regaining some control, though still thick with emotion, "I couldn't do it anymore. The certainty was gone. All I saw were the shades of gray, the potential for error, the cost of playing God with other men's lives." He sighed again. "I walked away, left the territory, tried to build something clean, something based on raising life, not taking it. Started breeding horses. Found some peace in it, for a while." "Until Matthew Tanner?" Clara asked softly. He nodded, the movement barely visible in the gloom. Matt knew who I used to be. We met during those years. He was different, honest, didn't judge me, just saw a man trying to find a new path. His voice grew rough again. When I heard he'd been murdered, over land we'd maybe even talked about prospecting together. It felt like the past reaching out, pulling me back in. Felt like I owed him justice. The real kind this time, not the kind dispensed from the barrel of a gun by self-appointed judges. His confession laid bare the hidden scars beneath his calm exterior. The weight he carried wasn't just grief for his friend. It was the heavy burden of his own past actions, the ghosts of mistakes made, the constant struggle to reconcile the man he was with the man he wanted to be. It explained his reluctance to use violence, his preference for evasion and strategy, his deep-seated weariness. It also explained his fierce determination to protect Clara, perhaps seeing in her predicament an echo of past innocence, caught in the crossfire. "So you came back," Clara murmured, understanding clicking into place, not just for Billy, but for Matthew, to find out who was really behind his murder. The bigger players. Yes, he confirmed. Track down the men who pulled the triggers, maybe. But more importantly, find out who hired them. Who profits from Matthew's death, from that stolen land. He clenched his fist, the movement sharp in the stillness. Someone powerful is pulling the strings, Clara. Someone who wants whatever's hidden on that claim kept secret at any cost. And you think finding Billy will lead you to them? Billy's the only known loose end, Liam said grimly. He's the only one who might have seen or heard something that could expose them. That's why they sent men after him. That's why these bounty hunters are here, maybe hired by the same people, maybe just attracted by the reward put out for fugitives involved in the Tanner dispute. Either way, finding Billy, keeping him safe, is key, both for his sake and for uncovering the truth about Matthew. His words painted a clearer picture, but a darker one. The stakes were higher than she'd imagined. It wasn't just about claim jumpers, it was about a potentially vast conspiracy, reaching perhaps far beyond Redemption Creek. "Do you know who they are?" Clara asked, almost afraid of the answer. "The ones pulling the strings?" Liam was silent for a moment. "I have suspicions," he admitted reluctantly, "based on old rumors, patterns, whispers I've picked up since I got back to the territory. Names connected to land grabs, mining speculations, men who operate through layers of hired hands and plausible deniability." He shook his head. "But suspicion isn't proof, and accusing powerful men without proof, that's a good way to end up like Matthew Tanner." His caution was understandable, but frustrating. "So what now?" Clara asked again, feeling helpless. "We're hiding in a hayloft while those men are still out there. They tore up my home. They suspect me. They suspect you. What's our next move?" Liam turned towards her, his face close again in the darkness. She could feel the intensity of his gaze, even though she couldn't see his eyes clearly. "Our next move," he said slowly, deliberately, "is to stop reacting and start acting. They made a mistake coming after you tonight. They showed their hand. They revealed how desperate they are to find Billy or silence anyone connected to him." "How does that help us?" Clara asked, confused. "It tells us they're worried," Liam explained. "It tells us Billy might actually know something crucial, and it tells us they're focused on Redemption Creek right now." He paused, thinking. My original plan, the diversion, it might still work. Maybe even better now if I ride out and make it look like I'm chasing a fresh lead on Billy, maybe south, maybe towards the border. They might just follow, especially if they think I know something. But Liam, that's incredibly dangerous, Clara protested again. You'd be deliberately making yourself the target. Sometimes the best way to protect something, or someone, is to draw the fire yourself, he said quietly, his voice resonating with the echoes of his past. It's a risk. But staying here, waiting for them to make the next move, feels like a bigger one, for both of us. He reached out again, his hand finding hers in the darkness, not holding it this time, but resting lightly on her arm. I need you to trust me on this, Clara. Just a little longer. Trust him. The words hung in the air between them. Trust the ex-vigilante with hidden scars and a dangerous past. Trust the man whose presence had brought this trouble crashing down upon her. Trust him to ride into danger and somehow emerge unscathed, having drawn the threat away. It felt like madness. Yet, looking towards where his face would be in the darkness, remembering the raw honesty of his confession, the weight of his grief, the steady reassurance of his presence during the night, she found the doubt lessening, replaced by a fragile, terrifying tendril of belief. He wasn't asking for blind trust. He was asking for a leap of faith, based on the glimpses she'd seen of the man beneath the armor. The man who, despite his scars, seemed driven by a core of fierce loyalty and a yearning for justice. What? What do you need me to do? She whispered, the words tasting like surrender and defiance all at once. He seemed to let out a breath he'd been holding. Stay hidden. Stay safe. Preferably with Brody. Once daylight comes and we can assess the situation on the street. Don't go back to the forge alone until we know those bounty hunters are gone chasing my dust. He squeezed her arm gently. Can you do that? Clara nodded, unable to speak, past the lump in her throat. The thought of him leaving again, riding into danger while she hid, felt unbearable, but what choice did they have? All right, he said softly. Then we wait for dawn and hope our luck holds. They sat in silence again, side by side in the darkness. The shared confession, the shared danger, the shared plan creating a new, deeper connection between them. The scars Liam carried were no longer entirely hidden. He had allowed her to glimpse the wounds beneath the surface, the regrets and motivations that drove him. And in doing so, he had inadvertently revealed the depth of his character, the complex interplay of darkness and honor that defined him. It didn't erase the danger, didn't answer all the questions, but it tipped the scales ever so slightly, away from doubt and towards a hesitant, dangerous trust. The fire of adversity had tested them both, and in the shared crucible of the night, something new, fragile yet resilient, was being forged between them, even as their hearts remained divided by fear and uncertainty. Chapter 15. The Unspoken Question. Dawn arrived not with a blaze of desert glory, but as a slow, reluctant infiltration of gray light seeping through the cracks in the hayloft walls. The rain had finally stopped, completely, leaving behind a world washed in muted tones. The air sharp and clean, carrying the scent of damp earth, and the distant promise of sagebrush, releasing its fragrance under the hesitant sun that remained hidden behind a thick blanket of cloud. Below them, the livery stable stirred with life, the soft shifting and snorting of horses, the clink of harness as Jedediah, the livery owner's perpetually slow-hired hand, began his morning chores, seemingly oblivious to the night's dramatic events or the fugitives hidden above him. Clara and Liam remained concealed behind the hay bales, stiff and cramped from their long vigil. The intimacy of the night, born of shared fear and whispered confessions, felt awkward now in the revealing light of day. Clara was acutely aware of her disheveled state, her dress rumpled and stained with grime and hay dust. Her hair escaped from its pins, her face likely still showing the streaks of dried tears and soot. Beside her, Liam looked little better. His clothes were damp, creased, dusted with hay, and the weariness etched around his eyes seemed deeper in the gray light. Yet even in exhaustion, he maintained an air of coiled readiness, his senses alert, his gaze constantly scanning the stable yard visible through the gaps. They spoke little, the silence stretching between them, filled with unspoken thoughts and the lingering tension of their predicament. Liam's confession, his revealed scars, had changed the dynamic between them. He was no longer just an enigma. He was a man with a history, a purpose, vulnerabilities. Clara found herself looking at him differently, seeing not just the capable, guarded stranger, but the haunted ex-regulator, the loyal friend seeking justice, the man wrestling with his own past. This new understanding brought a confusing mix of empathy, admiration, and a heightened awareness of the danger surrounding him, and by extension, surrounding her. "We need to see what's happening out there," Liam murmured finally, his voice low, breaking the prolonged silence. He shifted, peering cautiously through a crack in the wooden wall that offered a narrow view of the main street. Clara leaned closer, trying to see past his shoulder. The town looked deceptively peaceful in the damp morning air. A few early risers moved along the boardwalks, Mr. Gable sweeping the entrance to his store, Doc Davies emerging unsteadily from his house, likely heading for an early pick-me-up at the saloon. There was no immediate sign of the bounty hunters. "Do you think maybe they left?" Clara whispered hopefully. "Maybe they believed the story about me running towards the creek?" Liam kept watching, his expression skeptical. "Maybe. Or maybe they're lying low, waiting. Men like that don't give up easily when there's money involved." He scanned the street again. No sign of Brody yet either. They waited, tense and silent, as the town slowly came to life. Smoke began to curl from chimneys. The clang of a hammer started up from the direction of the wheelwright's shop at the far end of the town, a sound that usually comforted Clara with its familiarity, but today only served as a reminder of her own abandoned forge, violated and unsafe. The smell of coffee and frying bacon drifted on the air, making Clara's empty stomach rumble despite her anxiety. Finally, Sheriff Brody emerged from his office, looking rumpled and weary, buckling on his gun belt. He stood for a moment on the boardwalk, surveying the street, his gaze lingering on the saloon, then moving towards the forge. His expression was grim. He clearly knew something had happened during the night. "All right," Liam said decisively, pulling back from the peephole. "It's time. Brody's our best bet. I need to get word to him. Find out what he knows, see if the bounty hunters have made any official complaints, or if they're operating entirely outside the law now." He looked at Clara. "You need to stay here. Keep hidden. Jedediah," he nodded towards the stable floor below, "isn't the sharpest tool, but he likely wouldn't interfere even if he saw you. Still, better safe." "And you?" Clara asked, anxiety tightening her voice again. "How will you get to Brody without being seen? Those men could be anywhere." "I'll manage," he said with quiet confidence, though his eyes held a flicker of the inherent risk. "Back alleys, rooftops if I have to. I'm better at moving unseen than they are at watching." He checked the loads in his Colt, the metallic click sharp in the quiet hayloft. But I need you to stay put until I get back, or until Brody himself comes for you. Promise me, Clara." His insistence, his focus on her safety, even as he prepared to face danger himself, touched her deeply. "I promise," she whispered. He gave her a brief, intense look, a silent acknowledgement of the trust passing between them, fragile as it was. Then, moving with surprising agility for a man his size, he slipped away from their hiding place, navigated the hay bales, and disappeared down the ladder, melting into the shadows of the stable below. Clara held her breath, listening. She heard a brief, low murmur as Liam perhaps exchanged a few words with Jedediah, then the soft creak of the stable's back door opening and closing. He was gone. Left alone in the hayloft, Clara felt the silence press in again. Magnified now by Liam's absence, the fragile sense of security his presence had provided vanished, leaving her acutely aware of her vulnerability. She strained her ears, listening for any sound from the street, raised voices, gunshots, anything that might indicate Liam had run into trouble. But there was only the normal, muted hum of the town waking up. Time stretched, measured by the slow movement of light shafts across the dusty hay. She thought about the forge, her tools, her work waiting. The violation of the break-in felt like a physical wound. Would she ever feel safe there again? Would Redemption Creek ever feel like home, or would it always be a place of judgment, suspicion, and now outright danger? Her thoughts inevitably returned to Liam, his scarred past, his quest for justice, his unexpected tenderness, his willingness to put himself at risk. Who was he, truly? Beyond the labels ex-regulator, horse breeder, friend of Matthew Tanner, who was the man himself? What did he hope for? What did he fear? He had revealed pieces of his past, fragments of his motivation, but the core of him remained elusive, wrapped in layers of guardedness and quiet competence. And what did she feel for him? Gratitude, certainly, a growing, reluctant trust, empathy for his burdens. But was there something more? The memory of his hand holding hers in the darkness, the jolt of awareness when he touched her arm, the intensity of his gaze across the flickering firelight. These moments sparked a confusing warmth within her, a flicker of feeling she hadn't experienced before, couldn't name, and was terrified to examine too closely. He was dangerous, entangled in violence and secrets. Any feeling beyond gratitude or alliance was foolhardy, potentially disastrous. Yet, the feeling persisted, a stubborn ember glowing beneath the ashes of her fear and practicality. It was an unspoken question, hanging in the air between them, hinted at in shared glances and moments of vulnerability, but never voiced, perhaps never even consciously acknowledged by either of them. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching the stable's side door again. Heavy boots, more than one person. Clara's heart leaped into her throat. Were the bounty hunters back? Had they figured out she might be hiding here? She scrambled back into the deepest shadows of the hay bales, pressing herself flat, trying to become invisible. The door opened. Sheriff Brody's voice, low and authoritative, cut through the stable's quiet. "All right, check the stalls. Be thorough." Clara risked peering through a tiny gap. Brody stood just inside the door, his hand resting on his gun, his face set in grim lines. Behind him were two men she recognized as local ranchers, solid, dependable men Brody sometimes deputized when trouble arose. They began methodically searching the stalls, peering under mangers, checking empty corners. Not the bounty hunters. Brody was searching, likely trying to ensure the stable was clear before fetching her. or perhaps looking for Liam. Relief washed over Clara, quickly followed by fresh anxiety. If Liam hadn't reached Brody yet, if the sheriff found her first, how would she explain? Would Brody believe Liam was trying to help, or would he see them both as complicit in obstructing justice? The ranchers finished searching the ground floor. "Nothing down here, Sheriff," one of them reported. "Just Jedediah looking confused and the horses." Brody nodded, his gaze lifting towards the hayloft. "Check up there." Clara's breath caught. The ranchers started towards the ladder. There was nowhere left to hide. She had to reveal herself. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself up from behind the bales, just as the first rancher's head appeared above the hayloft floor. "Sheriff?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly but clear. "It's all right. I'm here." The rancher paused on the ladder, startled. Brody looked up, his expression unreadable. Relief? Suspicion? Simple weariness? "Clara," he acknowledged curtly. "Come on down, carefully now." Clara climbed down the ladder, her legs shaky, acutely aware of her disheveled appearance under the scrutiny of the three men. She smoothed her dress as best she could, trying to regain some semblance of composure. Brody dismissed the ranchers with a nod. "Thanks, boys. Wait outside. Keep watch." He turned his full attention to Clara as the men retreated. "All right, Clara. You want to tell me what in tarnation happened last night? My deputy found your back door smashed in. The forge looking like a cyclone hit it." Clara hesitated. How much should she reveal? How much could she reveal without endangering Liam further, without implicating herself? She decided on a partial truth, focusing on the immediate events. "They came?" she said, her voice low, still trembling slightly. "The bounty hunters broke down the back door. They were searching, looking for Billy, I think, asking questions." She recounted the events hiding in the forge, the chaotic diversion with the hoist, her escape. She omitted Liam's presence, his role in her escape, his hiding with her in the loft. It felt like a betrayal, but a necessary one. Brody listened intently, his expression growing grimmer with each detail. "And you didn't see where they went after you ran?" Clara shook her head. "No, I just hid here until I saw you." It was a flimsy explanation, but hopefully plausible enough. Brody studied her face, his eyes sharp, clearly sensing the gaps in her story, the things left unsaid. He knew Liam was involved somehow. The whole town probably suspected it. But he didn't press her on it, perhaps understanding her reluctance, perhaps having his own reasons for not wanting Liam's involvement officially noted. "All right," he said heavily. "Those men, they crossed a line last night, breaking and entering, discharging firearms within town limits, marshal's authority or not, that won't stand in Redemption Creek." His jaw tightened. "But they're gone." "Gone?" Clara asked, hope surging. "They left town?" Brody shook his head, dashing her hopes. "Not exactly. Found this pinned to the saloon door this morning." He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her. Clara unfolded it carefully. It was a crudely drawn map, depicting a trail leading south from Redemption Creek towards the border, marked with landmarks: Scorpion Gulch, 3 Peaks. Scrawled at the bottom were the words, "Heading for Sonora. Try and catch me, BT." "Billy Tanner?" Clara breathed, confused. "Looks like it," Brody said gruffly. "Or someone wants us to think it's from him. Planted sometime after the saloon closed, before dawn." He looked at her pointedly. "Those bounty hunters saw it. Saddled up and rode out hell for leather about an hour ago, heading south." Liam. It had to be Liam's work. the diversion. He had risked discovery, planting the note, drawing them away from her, away from the town. Relief washed over her, so intense she felt dizzy, but it was immediately followed by a sharp stab of fear for him. He had deliberately sent them after himself. Do you think it's really from Billy?" she asked, forcing herself to sound uncertain, playing along with the scenario Liam had created. Brody shrugged, his eyes still holding hers, assessing her reaction. "Hard to say. Could be genuine. Could be a trick." He paused. "Could be McBride trying to throw them off the scent? Protect the boy? Or protect you?" He let the implication hang in the air. Clara met his gaze, trying to keep her expression neutral. "Whoever wrote it, those men are gone?" "For now," Brody confirmed, "chasing shadows down south, hopefully for long enough for things to cool down here." He looked around the stable, then back at her. "Which brings us back to you, Clara. Your place is a mess. You can't stay there alone, not after this. It ain't safe." He was right. The thought of returning to the violated cabin, the chaotic forge, alone, filled her with dread. But where could she go? She began, unsure what to suggest. "Reverend Michaels has offered you sanctuary at the church rectory," Brody stated, clearly having anticipated the problem. "His wife is there. You'll be safe until we get this sorted out." The offer was unexpected, kind. The Reverend and his wife were decent people, but it felt wrong. Hiding away, dependent on charity, while Liam was out there risking his life, it chafed against her ingrained independence, her sense of responsibility. "Sheriff," she began hesitantly, "I appreciate the offer, truly, but my forge—" "Your forge will be here when it's safe to return," Brody interrupted firmly. "Right now your safety is the priority. Besides," he added, a knowing look in his eyes, "if McBride does manage to shake those hounds and decides to show his face again, he'll likely check with me or the Reverend first. Easier to find you there." He knew. He knew Liam would likely return, knew there was a connection between them that went beyond blacksmith and customer. His gruff practicality was, perhaps, his way of offering help not just to her but to Liam as well, acknowledging their tangled situation without forcing confessions. Clara looked down at her grimy hands, her rumpled dress. Hiding at the rectory felt like admitting defeat, like retreating behind the very expectations she'd always fought against. Yet returning to the forge alone felt like tempting fate. Her heart was divided. Duty to her work, her independence, pulled her one way. Fear, common sense, and a confusing, growing concern for Liam pulled her another. And beneath it all, the unspoken question lingered. What was Liam McBride to her? And what was she willing to risk, not just for her own safety, but for his? The answer remained elusive, hidden in the shadows of her divided heart, as she reluctantly agreed to accept the sheriff's offer, trading the familiar grime of the forge for the unfamiliar sanctuary of the rectory, feeling less like she was finding safety and more like she was entering a new, uncertain phase of waiting. Chapter 16, Between Hammer and Anvil. The church rectory felt like another world, alien and confining after the familiar, gritty expanse of the forge. Located behind the stark white church at the edge of town, it was a small, neat wooden house filled with the scent of beeswax, dried lavender, and Mrs. Michaels's freshly baked bread. Smells utterly foreign to Clara's usual existence. Reverend Michaels and his wife Martha welcomed her with genuine kindness and concern, their gentle solicitude a stark contrast to the harsh judgments and suspicious whispers she usually encountered. Martha, a plump, bustling woman with kind eyes, immediately clucked over Clara's disheveled state, pressing clean clothes upon her, a simple, borrowed gingham dress that felt flimsy and inadequate after the sturdy practicality of her own work clothes, and urging her towards the wash basin. Cleaned up, dressed in borrowed finery that felt like a costume, Clara sat stiffly in the rectory's small parlor, clutching a cup of lukewarm tea she didn't want. The room was meticulously tidy, adorned with embroidered samplers proclaiming pious sentiments, framed photographs of stern-looking relatives back east, and a small harmonium organ in the corner. It was quiet, peaceful, insulated from the dust and noise of Redemption Creek's main street. It should have felt safe, calming. Instead, Clara felt like a caged hawk, restless and out of place, her hands itching for the familiar weight of her hammer, her ears straining for sounds beyond the rectory's quiet walls, the sound of approaching hoofbeats, perhaps signaling Liam's return, or the return of danger. Mrs. Michaels fussed around her, offering more tea, biscuits, gentle inquiries about her well-being, all while studiously avoiding any direct mention of the break-in, the bounty hunters, or Liam McBride. The Reverend, equally kind but perhaps more perceptive, engaged her in polite, slightly strained conversation about the weather, the progress on the church repairs, carefully omitting mention of the hinges Clara had forged, and the general state of the town's morale, which he admitted was low due to the recent unsettling events. Their kindness was genuine, their sanctuary offered freely, yet Clara felt suffocated by the unspoken tension, the careful avoidance of the harsh realities lurking just outside their door. She was caught in a limbo, suspended between the raw danger she'd escaped and this haven of suffocating propriety. Days bled into one another in a haze of waiting and uncertainty. Sheriff Brody checked in regularly, bringing news, or rather lack of news. The bounty hunters hadn't returned. There was no word from the south, no confirmation whether they were still chasing the false trail Liam had laid, or if they had realized the deception. And there was no word from Liam himself. He had vanished as completely as Billy Tanner. Each day without news stretched Clara's nerves tighter, fueling a growing dread. Had his gamble failed? Had the bounty hunters caught up with him? Or had the bigger players he feared somehow intercepted him? The silence was a heavy weight, pressing down on her, making the rectory's quiet walls feel more like a prison than a refuge. She tried to keep busy. Mrs. Michaels, perhaps sensing her restlessness, gently encouraged her to help with chores, mending linens, tending the small vegetable garden behind the house, polishing the church silver. Clara complied, her hands accustomed to the heavy, demanding work of the forge, feeling clumsy and awkward with delicate needlework or fragile teacups. The tasks felt meaningless, trivial, compared to the life and death struggle unfolding somewhere out on the plains. She found herself escaping to the garden frequently, needing the feel of earth under her fingernails, the scent of growing things, the illusion of productive labor, even if it was just pulling weeds. During these moments alone, surrounded by neat rows of beans and squash, her thoughts invariably returned to Liam. She replayed their conversations, dissecting every word, every glance, searching for clues, for reassurance, for answers to the questions that plagued her. His confession in the hayloft echoed constantly the revelation of his past, his loyalty to Matthew Tanner, his determination to see justice done. She saw the hidden scars, The burden he carried, the reluctant trust she'd granted him deepened, solidifying into a fierce, protective concern that surprised her with its intensity. She found herself defending him in her mind against the whispers she imagined still circulated in town, against the suspicions Brody hadn't voiced, but clearly held. But with that growing trust came a new, more personal anxiety. The unspoken question that had hovered between them in the hayloft now resonated more loudly in the quiet solitude of the rectory. What was he to her? Her protector? An ally? A dangerous entanglement? Something more? The memory of his hand holding hers, the brief touch on her arm, the intensity in his eyes when he promised to keep her safe, these moments sparked a warmth, a fluttering awareness in her chest that felt both thrilling and terrifying. She, Clara Thompson, the self-sufficient blacksmith who had armored her heart as effectively as she shaped iron, found herself inexplicably drawn to this complicated, dangerous man. It was madness. It courted disaster. Yet the feeling persisted, a stubborn counterpoint to her fear and ingrained caution. She was caught between the hammer of her independence and the anvil of this unexpected, unwelcome vulnerability. One afternoon, desperate for news, needing to escape the rectory's stifling quiet, she walked into town ostensibly to check on the forge, though Brody had advised against it. She needed to see it, to reassure herself it was still standing, still hers. Pulling her sunbonnet low, trying to appear inconspicuous, she approached cautiously. The back door of the cabin had been crudely repaired, boarded over by Brody or one of his deputies. The main forge doors were closed, barred presumably from the inside. Peering through a crack, she could see the chaos left by the bounty hunters' overturned tools, scattered debris, the lingering evidence of the toppled iron bars. A wave of anger and violation washed over her. This was her space, her inheritance, desecrated. But mixed with the anger was a cold knot of fear. Returning here alone felt impossible now. As she stood there staring at the mess, Mrs. Gable emerged from the general store across the street. Seeing Clara by the forge, she hesitated. Then, instead of her usual sharp greeting or suspicious glare, she approached slowly, her expression unusually subdued, almost apprehensive. "Clara," she said, her voice lacking its usual acidity. "Sheriff Brody said you were staying with the Michaels." Clara nodded stiffly, surprised by the woman's approach. "Yes, for now." Mrs. Gable twisted the handle of her ever-present basket. It was terrible. What happened? Those men breaking in like that. She lowered her voice. "Everyone's talking, saying it's not right. Even if folks have questions, violence like that, it scares people." It wasn't an apology, not exactly, but it was a crack in the facade of disapproval, a tacit acknowledgement of shared fear, perhaps even a glimmer of sympathy. The bounty hunter's actions had crossed a line, unsettling the town's fragile sense of order, making even judgmental busybodies like Mrs. Gable realize that the danger Clara faced could potentially spill over onto them. "They were looking for trouble, Mrs. Gable," Clara said quietly. "Yes, well." Mrs. Gable seemed uncomfortable, unsure how to navigate this new dynamic. "Is there anything you need from the store?" The offer was hesitant, unprecedented. "No, thank you. I have what I need for now," Clara replied, keeping her distance emotionally, wary of this sudden shift. Mrs. Gable nodded, seemingly relieved. "Well, you take care, Clara." She scurried back to her store, leaving Clara standing alone, contemplating the subtle but significant change in the town's atmosphere. The fear was still there, the suspicion, perhaps, but it was tempered now by a shared sense of vulnerability, a realization that the dangers of the frontier didn't always respect the boundaries between the conventional and the unconventional. Feeling slightly less isolated, but no less anxious about Liam, Clara turned away from the forge and walked towards the livery stable. Jedediah was mucking out stalls, moving with his usual unhurried pace. "Jedediah," Clara approached him cautiously. "That black stallion, Diablo, the one belonging to Mr. McBride, is he still here?" Jedediah paused, leaning on his pitchfork, regarding her with slow bovine eyes. "Nope," he grunted. Clara's heart sank. Mr. McBride took him?" "When?" Jedediah spat thoughtfully into the dirt. "Took him out last night, middle of the storm. Rode out fast, south." He squinted at her. Looked like he was expecting trouble to follow. So Liam had gone through with it. He had ridden out, deliberately leading the chase south. Relief that he hadn't simply abandoned her, warred with sharp fear for his safety. Jedediah's words confirmed he was actively courting danger. Did anyone follow him?" Clara asked, trying to keep her voice casual. Jedediah shrugged his massive shoulders. "Dunno. Heard tell them bounty fellas rode out south this morning, chasing some note the boy Tanner supposedly left." He chuckled humorlessly. "Whole towns jumpier 'n a flea on a hot griddle." He resumed his mucking, clearly having exhausted his capacity for conversation. Clara thanked him and walked away, her mind racing. Liam had succeeded in drawing the bounty hunters off. He had bought her time, bought the town some breathing room. But at what cost to himself? Was he riding into an ambush? Was he skilled enough, fast enough, to elude determined pursuers indefinitely? The unanswered questions gnawed at her. Returning to the rectory, the quiet felt even more oppressive. She tried to read one of the Reverend's books, but the words blurred on the page. She tried to help Mrs. Michaels knead bread dough, but her hands felt clumsy, her thoughts miles away, somewhere south, on a dusty trail, with a lone rider and unseen dangers. That evening, as dusk settled, bringing with it a renewed sense of anxiety, Sheriff Brody arrived at the rectory. His face was grim, etched with fatigue. He asked to speak with Clara alone. They sat in the small, quiet parlor, the air thick with unspoken apprehension. "Clara," Brody began, getting straight to the point, his voice low. "Got a telegraph message about an hour ago from the sheriff down in Twin Forks, about 50 miles south." Clara leaned forward, her hands gripping the arms of the chair. "Yes, what is it?" Brody hesitated, his gaze filled with something akin to pity. "There was an incident near Scorpion Gulch." He paused. 2 men found dead, shot clean. Looked like bounty hunters, matched the description of the fellas who left here this morning." Clara's breath caught in her throat. Dead? The bounty hunters? Had Liam... "And?" she prompted, her voice barely a whisper. "And," Brody continued heavily, "they found sign of another rider, leading a single horse, heading further south towards the border. Looked like he might have been wounded. There was blood sign on the trail. Blood sign. Wounded. Liam." The room seemed to tilt. Clara gripped the chair arms tighter, fighting a wave of dizziness, her heart pounding sickly in her chest. He had confronted them. He had survived, but he was hurt, alone, wounded, riding for the border. "Do they know who it was?" she managed to ask, her voice thin. "Reedy." Brody shook his head slowly. No positive identification. The rider was long gone by the time the bodies were discovered. Could have been anyone involved in this Tanner mess. He looked at her closely, gauging her reaction. But the horse tracks, they matched that black stallion McBride rides. It was confirmation. Liam was alive but wounded and riding deeper into dangerous territory, perhaps seeking refuge across the border, perhaps still pursuing the men who killed his friend. "Thank you for telling me, Sheriff," Clara whispered, feeling numb, detached. Brody stood up, looking down at her with weary concern. "Get some rest, Clara. You're safe here for now." He hesitated at the door. "And try not to worry too much, McBride. He strikes me as a man who knows how to handle himself, even wounded." He clearly suspected Liam was the rider, and his words, meant perhaps as reassurance, only deepened Clara's fear. A man who knew how to handle himself, but even the most capable man could fall, especially when wounded and alone. After Brody left, Clara sat alone in the darkening parlor, the silence amplifying the frantic beating of her own heart. Liam was alive. That was the first overwhelming thought, a wave of relief so profound it almost made her weep again. But he was hurt. How badly? And riding south towards the border, a lawless, dangerous region. Was he seeking help or running for his life? The image of him, wounded, pushing on alone, fueled by determination and perhaps desperation, twisted in her gut. He had done this partly for her, to draw the fire away, to keep her safe. The weight of that knowledge, combined with the terrifying uncertainty of his fate, was almost unbearable. Her carefully constructed independence, her reliance on her own strength, felt utterly inadequate in the face of this overwhelming worry for another person. The unspoken question, hanging between them, no longer felt abstract or theoretical. It solidified into a sharp, aching reality. What was Liam McBride to her? He was the man who saw past her soot and defensiveness. He was the man who shared her secrets and bore hidden scars. He was the man who stood guard through a stormy night. He was the man who rode into danger for her sake. And she realized, with a clarity that cut through the fear and confusion, that she couldn't simply wait here, safe in the rectory, while he faced danger alone, possibly wounded, somewhere out on the desolate plains. The hammer of her practicality warred fiercely with the anvil of her burgeoning feelings, her sense of responsibility, her terrifying, undeniable connection to him. The choice, agonizing and perilous, began to form in her mind, a decision forged not in the fire of the forge, but in the crucible of her divided heart. She couldn't stay here. She had to find him. Chapter 17. A choice forged in tears. The news of Liam's wounding struck Clara with the force of a physical blow, leaving her breathless and reeling in the suffocating quiet of the rectory parlor. The initial wave of relief, he's alive, was quickly swamped by a tsunami of fear. Wounded, alone, riding south towards the lawless borderlands, the images conjured by Sheriff Brody's grim report played relentlessly behind her eyelids. Liam slumped in Diablo's saddle, grimacing with pain, blood staining his shirt, pushing onward through sheer grit while danger lurked on the desolate trails. She sat frozen long after Brody departed, the untouched teacup cold beside her, the pious samplers on the wall seeming to mock her inner turmoil. The carefully constructed dam holding back her emotions, breached the night before, threatened to collapse entirely. He had ridden out to protect her, drawing the bounty hunters away, and now he was paying the price. Guilt mingled with the fear, sharp and piercing. If she hadn't helped Billy, if Liam hadn't felt compelled to intervene, none of this would have happened. He would still be just a horse breeder passing through, perhaps, and she would still be mistress of her forge, her isolation intact, but her safety unquestioned. But regret was a useless indulgence. What was done was done. The question now was what to do next. Stay here, safe under the Reverend's roof, passively waiting for news that might never come, or news that confirmed her worst fears. The thought felt like a betrayal of Liam, who had risked himself for her, and a betrayal of the burgeoning connection, the reluctant trust that had taken root between them. It also felt like a betrayal of herself, of the strength and capability her father had instilled in her. She wasn't a damsel in distress waiting for rescue. She was a blacksmith, accustomed to facing challenges head-on, shaping outcomes with her own hands. Yet, the alternative, to leave the sanctuary of the rectory, to venture out into the dangerous unknown in search of a wounded man, possibly pursued by forces far more ruthless than bounty hunters. It was madness. She was a blacksmith, not a tracker, not a gunfighter. What could she possibly do, except perhaps get herself killed, adding another burden to Liam's already heavy load? Her heart warred with her head. Her ingrained practicality and fear screamed caution, urging her to stay put, to trust in Brody, to hope for the best. But her gut, her conscience, and the fierce, unfamiliar ache in her chest whenever she thought of Liam hurt and alone urged action. It was the same instinct that had made her help Billy Tanner, a pull towards doing what felt right, necessary, regardless of the risk. The internal conflict raged throughout the sleepless night that followed. Clara lay rigid in the small, unfamiliar bed in the rectory guest room, staring into the darkness, the silence broken only by the gentle ticking of a clock somewhere in the house and the frantic pounding of her own heart. She weighed the risks, the potential consequences. Leaving meant abandoning the only safety offered her. It meant defying Brody's instructions. It meant venturing into territory she didn't know, facing dangers she couldn't anticipate. It meant relying on her own resilience in a way she never had before, far beyond the familiar confines of her forge. But staying meant accepting passivity, accepting helplessness. It meant waiting, consumed by anxiety, while Liam potentially bled out on some deserted trail. It meant living with the knowledge that she had chosen safety over loyalty, over the undeniable pull she felt towards him. Which burden would be heavier to bear? The danger of the unknown trail, or the crushing weight of inaction and regret? As the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky a pale, bruised gray, Clara made her decision. It wasn't a logical choice, perhaps not even a sane one. It was a choice forged in tears, shed silently in the dark. Tears of fear, of guilt, of a terrifying, burgeoning love she couldn't yet name but could no longer deny. She couldn't stay. She had to go after him. Moving with quiet determination, she rose from the bed. She dressed not in the borrowed gingham, but back in her own sturdy work dress and boots, which Mrs. Michaels had kindly laundered. The familiar weight of the practical fabric felt like donning armor again, reclaiming a piece of her true self. She penned a brief, hasty note to the Michaels, thanking them for their kindness, apologizing for her abrupt departure, assuring them she would be safe alive perhaps, but a necessary one. She left the note, propped against the cold teapot on the parlor table. Then, slipping out the back door as silently as Liam had the night before, she hurried through the damp, awakening town towards the only place that felt like hers, the only place where she could prepare for the journey ahead the forge. The alley was deserted, the repaired back door of the cabin holding firm. She let herself in, the familiar smells of coal dust and cold iron washing over her, strangely comforting despite the lingering sense of violation. The forge itself was still a mess, tools scattered, the debris from the toppled iron bars littering the floor. Ignoring the chaos for now, she moved with purpose. First, supplies. From the cabin, she gathered what little she had: a small sack of dried beans, a half-full tin of coffee, a chunk of hardtack bread, her remaining lamp oil, matches, her father's old compass. She filled her water skin from the rain barrel, now partially replenished by the storm. It wasn't much, barely enough for a few days, but it would have to do. Speed was more important than provisions. Next, tools, or rather weapons. The useless flintlock pistol was out. Her hammer was too heavy, too cumbersome for travel. Her eyes scanned the racks. She needed something practical, something she could handle. Her gaze settled on a sturdy, well-balanced hatchet, its blade kept sharp for splitting kindling or shaping wooden handles. Not ideal, but better than nothing. She tucked it securely into the thick leather belt she wore with her work dress. Finally, transport. Her mare, Bess, was sturdy, reliable, accustomed to the rough terrain around Redemption Creek, but not fast. Diablo was speed incarnate, but Diablo was with Liam. Bess would have to suffice. Clara hurried out to the small lean-to behind the forge where Bess was penned. The mare nickered softly, nuzzling Clara's hand, sensing the unusual tension. Clara quickly saddled her, strapping the meager supplies behind the cantle, her movements efficient, practiced, fueled by nervous energy. As she led Bess out towards the back alley, ready to mount and ride south, a voice stopped her, low and unexpected. "Leaving town, Clara?" Clara spun around, her hand instinctively going to the hatchet at her belt. Sheriff Brody stood leaning against the corner of the forge, arms crossed, his expression unreadable in the dim morning light. He hadn't approached from the street. He must have come through the alley, anticipating her move. Caught red-handed, Clara felt a flush of guilt and defiance rise in her cheeks. "Sheriff," she acknowledged stiffly. "Thought I told you to stay put at the rectory," Brody said, his voice deceptively mild, though his eyes were sharp. "Thought we agreed it wasn't safe for you at the forge, or on the trail." I can't just wait, Sheriff," Clara burst out, the carefully planned composure crumbling under his steady gaze. "Liam, Mr. McBride, he rode out there because of me. He's hurt. I can't just sit here polishing silver while he might be—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Brody sighed, the sound heavy with resignation, not anger. He pushed away from the wall, walking closer. "And what exactly do you think you can do out there, Clara? Track him down? Fight off whoever might still be after him? Patch him up with your blacksmithing tools?" His tone wasn't mocking, just pragmatic, highlighting the harsh reality she was choosing to ignore. "I don't know," Clara admitted, frustration and fear making her voice tremble. "But I have to try. I owe him that much. Maybe I can follow his trail, find him, get word back to you. Something. Anything is better than just waiting here, helpless." Brody studied her for a long moment, taking in her determined stance, the hatchet at her belt, the meager supplies strapped to the mare, the fierce, desperate light in her eyes. He saw not just a frightened woman, but the stubborn, capable blacksmith, Silas Thompson's daughter, ready to face fire, literal or metaphorical. He sighed again, scrubbing a hand over his face. "You're as stubborn as your father, girl. Told him time and again, not to stick his nose where it wasn't wanted, but would he listen? He shook his head, a faint, wry smile touching his lips. Guess the apple didn't fall far. He looked south, down the alley, towards the open plains, his expression turning serious again. All right, Clara, I can't stop you. Wouldn't be right, maybe. A person's got to follow their conscience, even if it leads them straight into hellfire. He reached into his own saddlebag, which lay draped over Bess's back. He must have ridden his own horse down the alley. He pulled out something wrapped in oilcloth. But you ain't going out there armed with just a hatchet and good intentions. He unwrapped the oilcloth, revealing a compact, efficient-looking firearm, a Colt Peacemaker like his own, but slightly smaller, perhaps lighter. He held it out to her butt first. Clara stared at it, momentarily stunned. Sheriff, I don't know how. I know you don't, Brody interrupted gruffly. Silas wouldn't teach you. Thought it wasn't proper. More fool him. Out here proper don't keep you alive. He pressed the gun into her hand. It felt heavy, cold, alien. It's loaded. 6 shots, a pointed straight. Pull the trigger. Don't think too much about it. Use it only if you absolutely have to. Understand? Clara nodded numbly, her fingers closing. Good, Brody continued, his tone all business now. McBride left blood sign near Scorpion Gulch. That's your starting point. But don't follow the main trail south around the unfamiliar grip. That's where those bounty hunters went. If McBride had half a brain, wounded or not, he'd have cut west off the main trail shortly after the gulch, heading towards the broken country near Copper Ridge. Rougher terrain, easier to lose a tail, harder to track, too, especially after the rain. He tapped a finger against his temple. Use that brain your father gave you. Look for sign off the main trail. Look for broken branches, disturbed stones, anything out of place. He then pulled out a more detailed map than the crude one Liam had planted, marking Scorpion Gulch and Copper Ridge. He also gave her a small pouch containing extra cartridges for the Colt, and surprisingly, a small flask. Water's more important, but sometimes a man needs something stronger to keep going. Might help McBride if you find him. Clara was overwhelmed by his unexpected assistance, his practical guidance masking a deep, unspoken concern. Sheriff, thank you, she stammered, feeling tears prickling at her eyes again, tears of gratitude this time. Don't thank me yet, Brody said gruffly, avoiding her gaze. Just find him, Clara. Find him and get yourselves back here in one piece. This town, it needs its blacksmith. And maybe, he added, almost under his breath, maybe it needs decent folks like McBride, too. Scars and all. He cleared his throat. Now get going before the whole town wakes up and starts asking questions I don't want to answer. He gave Bess a reassuring pat, then turned and walked back down the alley towards his own horse, leaving Clara standing alone with a map, a gun she barely knew how to use, a flask of whiskey, and a heart filled with a terrifying mix of fear, determination, and gratitude. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Clara tucked the map and flask into her saddlebag, checked the Colt again, feeling its alien weight, and then swung herself up onto Bess's back. The mare shifted beneath her, sensing the urgency. Clara gathered the reins, her knuckles white. She glanced back one last time at the forge, her home, her legacy, now silent and shadowed. Then, turning Bess south, she nudged the mare forward, riding out of the alley, away from the fragile safety of Redemption Creek, towards the vast, indifferent plains, following the faint, bloody trail left by a man with hidden scars, guided only by a sheriff's gruff advice and a choice forged in tears. The hammer and anvil of her old life receded behind her. The uncertain fire of the trail ahead beckoned. Chapter 18. The Gathering Storm. The plain stretched before Clara, vast and indifferent, a canvas of muted greens and browns beneath the heavy gray sky. The recent rains had settled the dust, but the air held a damp chill, and the clouds clung stubbornly to the horizon, threatening more storms. Riding south from Redemption Creek, Clara felt achingly small, a solitary figure dwarfed by the immense landscape. The familiar comfort of the town, even with its judgments and dangers, felt worlds away, replaced by an unnerving silence broken only by the rhythmic plodding of Bessie's hooves on the damp earth and the sighing of the wind through sparse grasses. Fear was a cold knot in her stomach, a constant companion on the trail. Fear for Liam, wounded and alone somewhere in this wilderness. Fear for herself, venturing into unknown territory, armed with a hatchet, a borrowed gun she barely understood, and a desperate hope. Fear of the men who might still be out there, the bounty hunters, perhaps realizing Liam's deception, or worse, the shadowy bigger players Liam had warned her about. Every distant mesa, every shadowed arroyo seemed to hold a potential threat. She found herself constantly scanning the horizon, jumping at the sudden flight of a hawk or the rustle of unseen creatures in the brush. Sheriff Brody's instructions echoed in her mind. Scorpion Gulch. Look for sign off the main trail. Head west towards Copper Ridge. She consulted the map Brody had given her, comparing the landmarks to the rugged terrain unfolding around her. Bess, bless her sturdy heart, moved steadily onward, seemingly unperturbed by the desolate landscape or her rider's tense anxiety. It took the better part of the morning, riding at a steady pace, to reach the area Brody had indicated Scorpion Gulch. It was a jagged scar across the plains, a dry, rocky wash carved by centuries of infrequent violent floods. Twisted mesquite and thorny bushes clung precariously to its crumbling edges. Clara dismounted, her legs stiff, and approached the edge cautiously, scanning the sandy bottom. And there it was, faint but unmistakable. Dark stains on the pale sand, partially washed by the rain, but still visible to a searching eye. Blood. Not a lot, but enough to confirm Liam had been here, and he had been bleeding. Nearby, she saw the tracks, the distinctive print of Diablo's large hooves, deeper than normal, perhaps indicating the horse was carrying a wounded, heavier rider. Mixed with Diablo's tracks were the prints of at least 2 other horses. Shod differently, the bounty hunters. They had definitely been here. Her heart pounded, a mixture of dread and grim validation. Liam had confronted them here. He had won, driving them off or leaving them dead, as the Twin Forks sheriff reported, but he hadn't emerged unscathed. Following Brody's advice, Clara began searching the area just south of the gulch, where the main trail continued towards the border. The ground was damp, making tracking difficult, but she moved slowly, patiently, her eyes scanning for any sign that Liam had deviated from the path. For a long while, there was nothing but the churned mud of the main trail, Yinji Ming Xian, showing where the bounty hunters had likely ridden hard after the planted note. Had Brody been wrong? Had Liam continued south, perhaps hoping the bounty hunters wouldn't realize the deception until he was closer to the border? Doubt began to creep in again, cold and discouraging. Maybe this was foolishness. Maybe she should turn back, leave the tracking to men like Brody, men like Liam himself. What could she possibly hope to accomplish out here alone? Then she saw it, almost hidden beneath a clump of brittle bush partway up the western slope, rising from the main trail. A single dark feather snagged on a thorn. It looked like, yes, a hawk feather. Small, barred, just like the carving Billy Tanner had dropped. But this one wasn't carved wood, it was real. Clara dismounted again, approaching cautiously. Near the bush, almost invisible against the damp earth, was a faint hoof print, partially obscured but matching Diablo's size, and beside it, a single, small, dark spot that looked ominously like dried blood. He had cut west. He'd left the main trail, heading into the rougher country towards Copper Ridge, just as Brody suspected. And the feather, had he left it deliberately? A sign? A message for someone following? Or just a coincidence? A feather dropped by a passing hawk? Knowing Liam's calculating nature, his experience in moving unseen, leaving signs seemed unlikely unless it was intentional. But for whom? For her? Or for someone else he expected might follow? The question added another layer of complexity to the puzzle. Regardless of intent, it was a trail. Faint, uncertain, but a trail nonetheless. Hope surged, fragile but persistent, pushing back the doubt. She mounted Bess again, turning the mare away from the main path, heading west into the broken country. The terrain grew rougher almost immediately. Rolling hills gave way to steep, rocky slopes, cut by narrow canyons, and dry washes choked with thorny brush. Progress slowed considerably. Bess picked her way carefully over loose stones and uneven ground, her breath beginning to labor. Clara had to dismount frequently, leading the mare through difficult passages, scanning the ground constantly for any further sign of Diablo's tracks or Liam's passage. The signs were few and far between. A scuffed rock here, a broken twig there, another faint hoof print in a patch of softer earth sheltered from the rain. Liam was moving carefully, covering his tracks skillfully, despite his wound. Or perhaps the rain had simply washed away most of the evidence. It was slow, painstaking work, requiring intense concentration. The silence of the wilderness pressed in, broken only by the wind whistling through rock formations and the occasional cry of a distant bird. The sense of isolation intensified, but so did Clara's determination. She was a blacksmith, accustomed to patient, focused work, to wrestling with stubborn materials until they yielded. Tracking Liam felt like another kind of forging, piecing together fragments, following faint lines, hoping to shape a desired outcome from resistant reality. As the afternoon wore on, the clouds grew thicker, darker, pressing down on the landscape. The air became heavy, charged with electricity. Another storm was gathering, this one looking meaner, more violent than the last. The wind picked up, whipping Clara's hair across her face, moaning through the canyons like a mournful dirge. The temperature began to drop. Clara pulled her thin shawl tighter around her shoulders, shivering slightly. She needed to find shelter soon, both from the impending storm and the approaching night. And she desperately needed to find Liam. If he was wounded, exposure to a cold, driving rain could be disastrous. She scanned the landscape ahead. Copper Ridge loomed in the distance, a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky, its slopes likely riddled with caves and overhangs that might offer shelter. But it was still miles away, too far to reach before the storm hit. She needed to find something closer. Urging Bess forward, she pushed deeper into a narrow canyon, hoping its walls might offer some protection. The canyon twisted and turned, the rock walls rising steeply on either side, blotting out what little light remained in the sky. The wind howled through the narrow passage, making Bess shy and whicker nervously. Then, rounding a sharp bend, Clara saw it. Tucked beneath a deep overhang, almost invisible, against the shadowed rock face was the faint flickering glow of a small campfire. Her heart leaped into her throat. Was it Liam? Had she found him? Or was it someone else? Prospectors, outlaws, the remnants of the claim jumpers Billy had fled. Fear warred with hope. Approaching a strange campfire alone in this wilderness was incredibly risky. She slid off Bess's back, patting the mare's neck reassuringly, though her own hand trembled. She drew the Colt Peacemaker Brody had given her, the unfamiliar weight cold and heavy in her hand. Holding her breath, she tethered Bess loosely to a sturdy mesquite bush, whispering soothing words to the nervous animal. Then, moving as silently as she could, hugging the canyon wall, she began to edge towards the campfire. The Colt held ready, her thumb resting uncertainly on the hammer. As she drew closer, she could hear the crackle of the flames and the low murmur of a voice. A man's voice, singing softly, slightly off-key. It wasn't Liam's low baritone. This voice was higher-pitched, rougher, with a strange, lilting cadence she couldn't quite place. Clara froze behind a cluster of boulders, peering cautiously around the edge. The overhang sheltered a small, level space. A meager fire of dry brush burned fitfully, casting dancing shadows. Beside the fire sat a man, small and wiry, wrapped in a ragged blanket despite the charged air. He had long, unkempt gray hair and a weathered face crisscrossed with wrinkles like an old map. He poked at the fire with a stick, humming tunelessly to himself now, seemingly oblivious to her presence. A pack mule stood tethered nearby, patiently chewing its cud. He looked like an old prospector, one of the solitary, slightly mad figures who haunted the remote corners of the territory, searching for elusive fortunes. Relief washed over Clara, so intense she felt weak. Not danger, just a harmless old eccentric. She started to lower the Colt, ready to step out and perhaps ask for shelter from the storm, when she noticed something else. Partially hidden by the prospector's blanket lying near the fire was a rifle, a modern, efficient-looking Winchester repeating rifle, well-maintained, starkly contrasting with the man's otherwise dilapidated appearance. And propped against a rock nearby was a saddle, a good quality saddle, showing signs of recent use, clearly not belonging to the pack mule. Whose saddle was it? And where was the horse it belonged to? Suspicion, cold and sharp, replaced Clara's relief. This wasn't just a harmless prospector. There was something wrong here. She raised the Colt again, her grip tightening. Just then the old man stopped humming. He lifted his head, sniffing the air like an animal testing the wind. His eyes, surprisingly sharp and alert, beneath bushy gray eyebrows, darted towards the boulders where Clara hid. Had he heard her? Smelled her? "Who's there?" he called out, his voice suddenly losing its gentle cadence, becoming sharp, demanding. He reached swiftly for Winchester beside him. "Show yourself, or I start shooting." Clara's heart hammered against her ribs. He knew she was there. Running now would be suicide. He had a rifle. Stepping out felt equally perilous. She was trapped. "Easy now," she called back, trying to keep her voice steady, pitching it low, hoping he might mistake her for a boy or another prospector. "Just seeking shelter from the storm. Mean no harm." "Shelter, eh?" the old man retorted, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. The rifle now held loosely across his lap, pointed vaguely in her direction. "Ain't much shelter to be had here. Best be on your way." He didn't sound welcoming. He sounded wary, territorial. Clara knew she couldn't retreat. The storm was about to break, and turning her back on a man with a rifle felt incredibly dangerous. Besides, the saddle. Liam's saddle? Diablo's saddle? The possibility, however remote, rooted her to the spot. Look, she said, deciding honesty or a version of it was her only option. My horse is tired. The storm's coming. I saw your fire. I just need a place to wait it out. I have my own provisions. She deliberately kept the colt hidden behind the boulder. The old man considered her words, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the shadows around her hiding place. The first heavy drops of rain began to fall, splattering against the rocks with increasing frequency. Thunder cracked directly overhead, making the ground vibrate. The wind howled through the canyon. Damn storm, the old man muttered, glancing up at the sky. He seemed torn between suspicion and the basic code of the wilderness offering shelter in a bad storm. All right, he conceded grudgingly after a moment. Come on out. Slowly now, keep your hands where I can see 'em. Taking a deep breath, Clara tucked the colt partially into her waistband, hidden by the folds of her dress, but still accessible, hoping the darkness and the distracting rain would conceal it. She stepped out from behind the boulders, raising her hands slightly, palms forward. The old man's eyes widened in surprise as he saw she was a woman, young and alone. His suspicion seemed to deepen. Well now, what's a gal like you doing out in this godforsaken country all by herself? Ain't safe. Trying to get to Copper Ridge, Clara replied, sticking close to a plausible story. Got caught out by the weather. He grunted, gesturing with the rifle towards the far side of the small sheltered space. All right then, hunker down over there, keep out of my way, mule bites, he added unnecessarily, nodding towards the placid animal. Clara moved cautiously towards the indicated spot, keeping a wary eye on the old man and his rifle. She settled onto the cold rock floor, pulling her shawl tighter as the rain began to fall in earnest, driven by the wind even under the overhang. The fire sputtered, threatening to go out. The old man cursed and added more dry brush, coaxing it back to life. They sat in silence for a long time, the only sounds the crackling fire, the drumming rain, the howling wind, and the occasional nervous shifting of the mule. The old man seemed lost in his own thoughts, staring into the flames, occasionally muttering to himself. Clara watched him covertly, trying to assess the threat he represented. Was he just a paranoid old prospector, or something more sinister? And whose saddle was that? As the storm raged, the firelight flickered, casting strange shadows. Clara's gaze kept drifting towards the saddle. It looked familiar. The tooling, the shape, it was very similar to the one she'd seen on Diablo. Could it be? If so, where was Liam? Where was the horse? Had this old man found him, helped him, or harmed him? The uncertainty was agonizing. Suddenly the old man stirred. He rummaged in a greasy leather pouch at his belt and pulled out a small flat bottle. He uncorked it and took a long swallow, sighing with satisfaction. The sharp, pungent smell of cheap whiskey filled the small space. He took another drink, then seemed to notice Clara watching him. He grinned, revealing surprisingly strong, yellowed teeth. Want some, gal? Cut the chill. He held the bottle out towards her. Clara shook her head quickly. No, thank you. Alcohol would dull her senses, make her vulnerable. The old man shrugged, taking another swig. The whiskey seemed to loosen his tongue. Yep, he muttered, mostly to himself, but loud enough for Clara to hear over the storm. Good haul this time. Found him just like they said, lying near the gulch, bleeding like a stuck pig. Clara froze, her blood running cold. Found him, like they said, bleeding. Was he talking about Liam, who were there? Thought he was done for. The old man continued, chuckling darkly. But tougher'n he looked, still breathing, left him the mule, took his fancy horse and saddle. Good trade, I reckon. He patted the Winchester resting across his lap. This here rifle, too. Payment for services rendered, you might say. Clara felt sick. This wasn't a harmless prospector. He was a scavenger, maybe worse. He'd found Liam wounded, and instead of helping, he'd robbed him, left him for dead, taking Diablo, the saddle, the rifle. And he mentioned they. Someone had told him where to find Liam. Someone had paid him. This was part of the conspiracy. Rage, cold and terrifying, surged through Clara, momentarily eclipsing her fear. Liam, wounded, robbed, left to die by this vulture. She gripped the hidden coat, her knuckles white. The old man seemed oblivious to her inner turmoil, warmed by the whiskey and his own perceived good fortune. Yep, he mumbled, taking another drink. Fancy horse like that'll fetch a good price down the Gallus way. Saddle, too. Easy money. He suddenly peered at Clara again, his eyes narrowing shrewdly, despite the alcohol. Say, you ain't looking for someone, are you, gal? Someone riding a big black horse? The direct question hung in the air, sharp and dangerous. He suspected. Her presence here, a woman alone heading towards Copper Ridge, it was too coincidental. Clara knew she couldn't lie convincingly now, and revealing the truth felt suicidal. She was trapped between the hammer of discovery and the anvil of denial. Her choice, forged in tears back at the rectory, now demanded action, however perilous. The gathering storm outside was nothing compared to the storm about to break beneath the small rock overhang. Chapter 19. When Steel Meets Flesh. The old prospector's question. Say, you ain't, looking for someone, are you, gal? Someone riding a big black horse? Sliced through the howling wind and drumming rain, sharp and pointed as the knife Clara had glimpsed tucked in his belt earlier. His eyes narrowed and shrewd despite the whiskey glazing them. Pinned her in the flickering firelight. The air crackled, not just with the storm's electricity, but with imminent, unavoidable confrontation. Denial felt futile. Her presence here, a woman alone heading towards rugged Copper Ridge, miles off any main trail, was too suspicious. Her reaction to his story about finding the wounded rider, the flicker of fear, the sudden tension must have been visible. He knew, or strongly suspected, she was connected to the man he'd robbed and left for dead. Clara's mind raced, scrambling for options. Attack, flee, plead. The Colt felt heavy and alien against her hip, Brody's brief instructions echoing uselessly in the face of immediate threat. Point it straight, pull the trigger. Simple words for a terrifying reality. The hatchet felt more familiar, an extension of the tools she wielded daily, but it meant getting close, dangerously close to the man and his rifle. Why do you ask? She countered, playing for time, trying to keep her voice even, stalling the inevitable while desperately seeking an advantage. She shifted slightly, trying to ease the Colt further into reach without alerting him. The old man chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that held no humor. Just curious, gal. Mighty curious. He took another swig from his bottle, wiping his mouth with a grimy hand, his eyes never leaving her face. See, the fellas who told me where to find that fancy rider, they mentioned someone might come looking. Someone unexpected. He leaned forward conspiratorially, the whiskey making him bold, careless. Said to keep an eye out, said there might be a bonus for information or for silencing loose ends. They, the shadowy figures Liam had warned about. They hadn't just hired the clang jumpers, they had eyes and ears even out here, using scavengers like this old man as informants, perhaps even as executioners. The net was wider, more insidious than she'd imagined, and she had walked right into one of its strands. "I don't know what you're talking about," Clara said, forcing firmness into her voice, though her heart hammered against her ribs like a trip hammer. "I'm just trying to get out of this storm." "Are you now?" The prospector's grin widened, showing yellow teeth. He shifted his weight, bringing the Winchester rifle more fully into position across his lap, his thumb stroking the trigger guard. The movement was casual, almost lazy, but charged with menace. "Funny place to get caught miles from nowhere. Funny coincidence, you showing up right after I mentioned the fella on the black horse." He set the whiskey bottle down carefully beside him. The brief camaraderie, fueled by alcohol, vanished, replaced by cold, calculating suspicion. Maybe you know where that horse breeder went after I relieved him of his burdens." He knew Liam was a horse breeder. They had told him that too. They knew who Liam was. Clara realized with chilling certainty that talking her way out of this was impossible. He believed she knew something, believed she was connected to Liam, and saw her now not as a fellow traveler seeking shelter, but as a potential source of profit or a loose end to be silenced. Her only chance lay in action, swift and decisive. "He went south," Clara lied quickly, desperately trying to misdirect him, buying herself a precious second. "Towards the border. That's what people in town were saying." The prospector squinted, considering her words. "South, eh?" He seemed momentarily uncertain, perhaps weighing her lie against what they had told him. That flicker of hesitation was all Clara needed. In one fluid motion born of desperation and the ingrained muscle memory of swinging a hammer with force and precision, she acted. She lunged forward, not directly at him, but low towards the flickering campfire. With her left hand, she grabbed the handle of the greasy frying pan resting near the embers, likely holding the remains of his meager dinner. With her right, she drew the Colt peacemaker, the heavy metal surprisingly smooth in her grip. Swinging the frying pan in a wide, desperate arc, she flung its contents, hot grease, maybe bean remnants, directly at the prospector's face. He roared in surprise and pain as the hot grease splattered against his skin, instinctively throwing up a hand to shield his eyes, momentarily blinded. The rifle wavered in his lap. In that instant, Clara scrambled backwards, putting distance between them, bringing the Colt up with both hands, just as Brody had shown her recruits do outside his office. Brace it, point it straight. Her hands trembled violently, the long barrel shaking. The old man clawed at his face, cursing furiously, trying to blink away the grease. He fumbled for the rifle, his eyes watering, vision blurred. He swung the barrel wildly in her direction, firing blindly into the darkness under the overhang. The roar of the Winchester inside the confined space was deafening. The bullet ricocheted off the rock wall near Clara's head with a terrifying whine, showering her with stone fragments. She flinched violently but held her ground, gripping the Colt tighter. "Point it straight. Pull the trigger." She squeezed the trigger. The Colt bucked in her hands with unexpected brutal force, the recoil jarring her arms right up to her shoulders. The explosion seemed even louder than the rifle shot, echoing in the small space. She hadn't aimed, hadn't consciously thought about it, just reacted. She saw the old man jerk backwards as if punched, a startled grunt escaping his lips. He dropped the rifle, clutching at his shoulder, a dark stain rapidly spreading across his ragged blanket near the collarbone. He stared at the wound, then at Clara, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. the whiskey haze momentarily burned away by pain and surprise. He hadn't expected the gal to fight back. He hadn't expected her to be armed. He staggered to his feet, swaying slightly, his face contorted in pain and rage. He fumbled at his belt, drawing the wicked-looking knife she'd noticed earlier. "Damn you, girl!" he snarled, spitting grease and blood. "You'll pay for that." He lunged towards her, knife held low, surprisingly fast, despite his wound and age. Clara stumbled backwards, trying to bring the Colt up for another shot, but her hands were shaking too badly. He was too close. Instinct took over again. Dropping the now useless pistol, her hand flew to the hatchet tucked in her belt. She drew it just as the prospector reached her, his knife slashing upwards in a vicious arc, aimed at her belly. Clara twisted away, the blade slicing through the fabric of her dress, nicking the skin beneath a sudden, searing line of pain. She cried out, stumbling back against the rock wall. The prospector pressed his advantage, lunging again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. There was no room to swing the hatchet effectively, no time to think, only reaction. As he lunged, she brought the hatchet up defensively, holding it almost like a shield, the flat side towards him. He slammed into it, the force of his momentum driving the blade's sharp edge deep into his own oncoming forearm as he tried to stab past her defense. He screamed, a raw, agonized sound, staggering back, dropping the knife, clutching his arm as blood pulsed between his fingers. He stared at the gushing wound, then at Clara, his face a mask of agony and disbelief. He opened his mouth to curse her again, but only a strangled gurgle emerged. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack, landing heavily near the sputtering campfire. He lay still, face down, the rain starting to hiss on the exposed skin of his back. Silence descended, broken only by the drumming rain, the howling wind, and Clara's own ragged, desperate gasps for air. She stood pressed against the cold rock wall, trembling violently, the hatchet still gripped in her hand, its blade dripping with the prospector's blood. Her side stung where his knife had grazed her. She stared down at the crumpled figure on the ground, dimly lit by the dying fire. Was he dead? Unconscious? She couldn't tell, didn't want to know. The reality of what had just happened washed over her, the brutal, desperate violence, the feel of steel meeting flesh, the sight of blood. Nausea rose in her throat, hot and acrid. She stumbled away from the body, dropping the bloody hatchet as if it burned her hand, and leaned heavily against the rock wall, retching dryly, her body shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't like shaping iron. This wasn't clean heat and controlled force. This was chaos, desperation, the ragged, tearing finality of violence. She had shot a man, she had cut another. Even in self-defense, the act felt monstrous, alien, a violation of something deep within her. The blacksmith who created, who repaired, had just destroyed. After what felt like an eternity, the shaking began to subside, slightly, replaced by a chilling numbness. Adrenaline still coursed through her veins, but shock was setting in. She forced herself to move, to think. She couldn't stay here. The prospector might wake up, or someone else, the mysterious, they he worked for, might come looking for him. And Liam was still out there, wounded. She needed to check the prospector, ensure he wasn't an immediate threat, and more importantly, search for any clues about Liam. Taking deep, shuddering breaths, she forced herself to approach the still figure. Using the toe of her boot, she nudged him cautiously. No response. She knelt beside him, pressing trembling fingers against his neck, searching for a pulse. Faint, thready, but there. He was alive, unconscious from blood loss or shock, or perhaps the combined effect of whiskey and injury. Relief warred with revulsion. She hadn't killed him, but she couldn't help him either. Leaving him here felt wrong, but taking him with her was impossible, and staying meant risking his waking or discovery. Her gaze fell on the stolen goods near the fire, Liam's saddle, his Winchester rifle. Retrieving them felt like a small victory, a reclamation. She quickly checked the saddlebags, empty, except for a few stray horseshoe nails and a faint scent of horse liniment. No clues there. She picked up the rifle. It felt solid, deadly, more potent than the Colt she'd dropped. Brody's words echoed. Use it only if. She slung the rifle's strap over her shoulder. Then she remembered the Colt. Scanning the ground near where she dropped it, she found it lying in the dirt. Partially, you absolutely have to. Covered by mud. She picked it up, wiped it clean as best she could on her skirt, and tucked it securely back into her waistband. 2 firearms now. The thought was both terrifying and grimly reassuring. She needed to get away. Quickly. But first, the mule? The prospector had said he'd left Liam the mule. Could this be the same animal? It seemed unlikely the old man would abandon his own pack mule. Still, she approached the tethered animal cautiously. It watched her with placid eyes, chewing steadily. It carried a heavy pack, likely the prospector's own gear and ill-gotten gains. Searching it might reveal something, but it would take time she didn't have. Her priority was Liam. She had to assume he was still alive, still moving west towards Copper Ridge, possibly without a horse now, relying on the mule the prospector claimed to have left him. Or maybe the prospector lied about that too. The uncertainty was maddening. Glancing back at the unconscious man, a wave of dizziness washed over her again. The stinging pain in her side reminded her of her own injury. Lifting the torn fabric of her dress, she saw a shallow but bloody gash along her ribs, not deep, but painful, needing attention. Using a strip of cloth torn from her petticoat, she pressed it against the wound, trying to stanch the bleeding, her hands still shaking. She felt weak, battered, emotionally shattered. But she couldn't rest, couldn't give in. Liam needed her, or at least the possibility that he needed her drove her onward. She untethered Bess, who whickered nervously, unsettled by the smell of blood and gunpowder. Easy, girl, Clara murmured, stroking the mare's neck, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. She checked her meager supplies, slung the stolen Winchester more securely, and mounted Bess, casting one last shuddering look at the scene under the overhang, the dying fire, the unconscious prospector, the scattered debris of the struggle. Turning Bess away from the grim tableau, Clara urged the mare back out into the storm-lashed canyon. The rain had lessened slightly, but the wind still howled, and the darkness remained profound. She rode west, deeper into the broken country, towards the distant, unseen promise of Copper Ridge. She was no longer just a blacksmith seeking a wounded man. She was a survivor, marked by violence, armed and resolute, propelled forward by a desperate hope and a terrifying, undeniable truth. The steel of the forge was simple compared to the complexities of the human heart. And the flesh, once torn, could never be entirely mended. The gathering storm had broken, and she had weathered it, but the landscape of her own soul felt irrevocably altered, scarred by the choices made when steel met flesh. Chapter 20, Reckoning at Sundown. The world had narrowed to the next rise, the next canyon bend, the next cluster of rocks that might hide a sign. Clara rode numbly, the adrenaline from the confrontation with the prospector slowly draining away, leaving behind a bone-deep weariness and the dull, throbbing ache in her side where his knife had grazed her. She had cleaned the wound as best she could with water from her canteen and bound it tightly with another strip torn from her petticoat. But every jolt of Bess's movement sent a fresh stab of pain through her ribs, yet physical discomfort was a distant echo compared to the gnawing anxiety for Liam. Copper Ridge loomed closer now, a jagged spine of rock thrusting violently upwards from the broken plains, its slopes scarred by erosion and clothed in sparse, hardy vegetation. Brody had said Liam might head this way rough country, easier to lose a tail. Easier to get lost in, too, Clara thought grimly, scanning the confusing maze of arroyos and box canyons that dissected the ridge's base. The clouds still hung heavy, though the rain had stopped, and the air felt thick, charged, as if holding its breath before the final act of the day. Sundown wasn't far off. The light was already beginning to fail, turning the gray landscape into deepening shades of purple and indigo. She found more sign, confirming Brody's intuition. Faint mule tracks accompanied occasionally by the scuff of a boot heel where a rider had dismounted, perhaps to rest or check his surroundings, and once, chillingly, a small piece of discarded cloth, stiff with dried blood, likely a makeshift bandage Liam had replaced. His wound was still bleeding. How badly hurt was he? How much strength could he have left? Bess, sensing her rider's urgency, pushed onward gamely, her sturdy legs navigating the treacherous terrain with surprising agility. Clara murmured encouragement to the mare, her voice hoarse, leaning low over the saddle, scanning the ground, the rocks, the sparse vegetation for any clue. The silence was profound, broken only by the wind's mournful sigh through the rocks and the rhythmic click of Bess's hooves. It was a silence that felt watchful, unnerving. Clara couldn't shake the feeling of being observed, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck that made her glance nervously over her shoulder, though she saw nothing but the empty, desolate landscape stretching behind her. Was it just her frayed nerves? Or were they out here too? The men the prospector had worked for, the men Liam feared. Had they anticipated Liam cutting west? Were they closing in, using her perhaps, as unwitting bait to flush him out? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through her. She checked the Colt tucked in her waistband, its unfamiliar weight a grim comfort. The stolen Winchester rifle felt heavy and awkward across her back, its presence a constant reminder of the violence she'd been forced to commit, and the violence that might still lie ahead. As the light began to fade in earnest, deepening the shadows within the canyons, Clara spotted something that made her pull Bess to an abrupt halt. High up on the slope to her right, nestled amongst a jumble of weathered boulders, was a small opening, the dark mouth of a cave or shallow shelter. And just below it, almost invisible against the darkening rock, was a faint disturbance in the loose scree, consistent with a horse or mule scrambling for purchase. More tellingly, tethered to a stunted, wind-twisted juniper tree a little way down from the opening, stood a creature Clara recognized with a jolt, the old prospector's pack mule. Liam! He had to be here. He must have found the mule, just as the prospector had claimed, and ridden it this far before needing to take shelter. Perhaps his wound finally overwhelming his strength. Hope surged, heavy, as she unslung it, holding it ready, fierce and desperate, momentarily eclipsing her fear. Dismounting quickly, her injured side protesting sharply, Clara tethered Bess beside the mule, which regarded her with placid indifference. The Winchester felt impossible, though her primary hope was for reunion, not confrontation. "Liam," she called out softly, her voice swallowed by the wind and the vastness. "Liam, are you in there? It's Clara." Silence answered her, only the mournful sigh of the wind through the rocks. Fear clenched its icy fist around her heart again. Had she arrived too late? Was he unconscious, or worse? Taking a deep breath, gripping the rifle tightly, she began the steep scramble up the loose scree towards the dark opening, her boots slipping on the treacherous footing. Reaching the cave mouth, she paused, peering into the Stygian blackness within. The air inside felt cool, damp, smelling faintly of earth and something else, something metallic. Blood. "Liam," she whispered again, her voice trembling. A low groan answered her from the depths of the cave. Relief washed over her, so potent she nearly sagged against the rock face. He was alive. "Clara?" His voice was weak, strained, barely audible. That's you?" "Yes, it's me." She plunged into the darkness, stumbling over uneven ground, her eyes struggling to adjust. As they did, she began to make out his shape, a dark form slumped against the back wall of the shallow cave, barely more than a deep overhang offering minimal shelter. She rushed to his side, dropping the rifle, kneeling beside him in the dirt. "Liam! Oh, thank God!" Reaching out, her hands found his shoulder. He felt cold, clammy, despite the charged air. "Clara," he murmured again, trying to push himself upright, hissing in pain as the movement clearly aggravated his wound. Shouldn't have come. Dangerous. "Hush," she said softly, gently easing him back against the rock wall. "I had to." In the dim light filtering from the cave entrance, she could now see his face, pale and drawn beneath the grime and stubble. His breathing was shallow, ragged. His shirt was stiff with dried blood, and a crude bandage, likely fashioned from his own undershirt, was soaked through with fresh crimson where the prospector had shot him high on the left shoulder, dangerously close to the chest. How bad is it?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Bad enough," he admitted, his voice tight with pain. "Bullet went clean through, I think. But hit something. Bleeding won't stop proper." He coughed, a weak, rattling sound that terrified Clara. Lost Diablo. That old buzzard took him, left me the mule." His words were slurred with exhaustion and pain. Tried to keep moving, but got dizzy. Storm. Needed shelter. "You found shelter?" Clara reassured him, her hands trembling as she tried to assess the wound, unsure what to do. Brody's flask. She fumbled in her saddlebag, which she realized she'd dropped. Near the entrance, retrieved it quickly and uncorked it. "Here, drink some of this. Brody said it might help." Liam looked at the flask, then at her, a flicker of his old wry humor, briefly animating his pain-filled eyes. "Brody, eh? Guess he figured you wouldn't listen either." He took the flask with a shaky hand, managing a small sip, grimacing as the raw spirit burned its way down. "Thanks. We need to stop the bleeding," Clara said, trying to sound capable, practical, channeling the blacksmith within. Properly, this time. She looked around the small cave. "Is there water?" Liam nodded weakly towards a small trickle, seeping down the rock face in one corner, collecting in a shallow pool. Some. Using the cleanest strip of cloth left from her petticoat and the precious water, Clara gently cleaned the wound as best she could in the fading light. It looked angry, inflamed, still oozing blood sluggishly. The bullet had indeed gone through, tearing muscle, possibly nicking the lung, judging by his ragged breathing. Panic threatened to overwhelm her again. She didn't know enough. She wasn't a doctor. What if she made it worse? Easy, Clara, Liam murmured, sensing her distress, his hand weakly finding hers. His touch, though faint, steadied her. Just pack it tight, slow it down. Taking another deep breath, she did as he said, using the remaining cloth to create a thick pressure bandage, tying it as tightly as she dared. Liam gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his pale forehead, but made no sound. When she was finished, the bleeding seemed to lessen, but his pallor, his shallow breathing worried her deeply. He needed proper medical attention soon. Getting him back to Redemption Creek, even to Doc Davies's questionable care, felt like an impossible task. Rest now, she urged softly, helping him settle more comfortably against the rock wall, covering him with his own thin bedrolls she found beside him. I'll keep watch. Liam closed his eyes, exhaustion claiming him almost immediately. Clara watched him, her heart aching with a mixture of fear, tenderness, and fierce protectiveness. Seeing him like this, vulnerable, dependent, stripped of his usual confidence, solidified the chaotic emotions swirling within her. The unspoken question no longer felt like a question, but a terrifying, undeniable answer. She cared for this man, deeply, recklessly. She retrieved the Winchester and the Colt, placing them close at hand. She built up the meager fire Liam had managed to start near the cave mouth, adding dry brush she gathered from just outside, needing its light and warmth as much for comfort as for practicality. The flames pushed back the encroaching darkness, casting flickering light on Liam's pale, still face. As she sat watch, the full weight of their situation pressed down. They were trapped in a remote cave, Liam seriously wounded, with unknown dangers potentially lurking outside. The gathering storm of the past few days had broken into open violence, and they were caught in its heart. What happened next? Could they make it back to Redemption Creek? Would help arrive? Or would the men Liam feared find them first? Suddenly, a sound from outside cut through the wind's howl, a sharp crack, like a dry twig snapping underfoot. Then another, closer this time. Clara froze, every sense instantly on high alert. She grabbed the Winchester, peering cautiously out of the cave mouth. The world outside was bathed in the eerie, bruised light of sundown filtering through the storm clouds. Long, distorted shadows stretched across the canyon floor. And then she saw them. 2 figures, moving stealthily up the slope towards the cave, keeping low, using boulders for cover. They weren't the bounty hunters. These men moved with a chilling efficiency, a predatory grace that spoke of professional skill. They carried rifles, held at the ready. They knew exactly where they were going. They had tracked Liam here. Or perhaps tracked her. Panic seized Clara again, cold and suffocating. They were found, trapped. Liam was too weak to fight. It was up to her. She scrambled back from the entrance, heart pounding, trying desperately to think. Barricade the entrance? Impossible. Fight? 2 against 1, and they were clearly experienced killers. Liam's eyes flickered open, sensing the change in her demeanor, the sudden tension. "What is it?" he rasped, trying to push himself up again. "They're here," Clara whispered, her voice choked with fear. 2 men, coming up the slope. Liam swore weakly, reaching instinctively for the Colt still holstered at his hip, though it was clear he barely had the strength to lift it. How did they find us?" "Maybe they followed me," Clara said, guilt washing over her. "Maybe I led them right to you." "No," Liam countered, his voice surprisingly firm despite his weakness. Not your fault. They were coming anyway. Knew it was only a matter of time. He coughed again, wincing in pain. Listen, Clara, take the rifle. Get back deeper in the cave if you can find cover. Don't let them take you alive. Understand? His eyes held hers, filled with grim intensity. He was preparing her for the worst, trying to protect her even now. His words, his willingness to face death to protect her, ignited a spark of fierce defiance within Clara, overriding her fear. No, she wouldn't hide. She wouldn't let him face this alone. She wouldn't let these men win. There's no hiding, Liam, she said, her voice low, steady, infused with a cold resolve she hadn't known she possessed. And I'm not leaving you. She checked the load in the Winchester, her hand surprisingly steady now. She might be a blacksmith, not a gunfighter, but she wouldn't back down. She would stand her ground. Here. Now. Footsteps crunched on the scree just outside the cave mouth. A shadow fell across the entrance. All right, McBride, a cold voice called out, devoid of emotion. We know you're in there. And the woman. Come on now. Make it easy on yourselves. Clara flattened herself against the rock wall beside the entrance. The Winchester held ready, peering around the edge. One man stood framed against the dying light, rifle aimed casually towards the cave mouth. The other was flanking him, moving cautiously towards the side. They were professionals, methodical, boxing them in. Liam groaned softly behind her, trying to raise his coat, but the effort was clearly agonizing. No takers, the first man called again, his voice laced with chilling patience. Suit yourself. He raised his rifle, taking aim into the darkness of the cave. Clara knew she had only one chance. Before he could fire, before his partner could get into a flanking position, she had to act. It wasn't about strategy now, it was about survival. It was the reckoning. Taking a deep breath, recalling Brody's blunt instruction, point it straight, pull the trigger, she stepped partially out from behind the rock, raised the Winchester, braced it against her shoulder as she'd seen men do, aimed towards the center mass of the man at the entrance, and fired. The rifle kicked harder than the Colt, the roar echoing through the canyon. The man at the entrance staggered back, dropping his own rifle, clutching at his chest, a look of utter surprise on his face before he crumpled to the ground. The second man reacted instantly, firing wildly towards Clara's position as he dove for cover behind a large boulder. Bullets ricocheted off the rock near her head, forcing her back into the cave's shadows. Her heart hammered against her ribs. One down, one to go, but he was behind cover, and she was exposed if she tried to step out again. A deadly stalemate played out in the fading light of sundown. Behind her, Liam coughed, then spoke, his voice strained but clear. Clara, the fire. Kick the fire towards the entrance. The fire, of course. Smoke, confusion, cover. Without hesitating, Clara turned, and using her sturdy boot, kicked the small campfire forward, sending burning embers, smoke and sparks scattering towards the cave mouth. A thick cloud of acrid smoke billowed outwards, momentarily obscuring the entrance. Now, Liam urged. Clara scrambled forward under the cover of the smoke, peering through the haze. She could just make out the second man, still crouched behind the boulder, momentarily blinded or confused by the smoke. She raised the Winchester again, her hands shaking, but her resolve firm. Point it straight. Pull the trigger. She fired. The rifle roared again. The man behind the boulder cried out, a sharp yelp of pain, and then silence fell, broken only by the crackling of the scattered embers, the sigh of the wind, and Clara's own ragged breathing. She waited, listening intently, rifle still raised. No movement, no sound except the wind. Slowly, cautiously, she edged towards the cave entrance again, peering through the thinning smoke. The second man lay slumped beside the boulder, unmoving, his rifle lying uselessly beside him. It was over. The immediate threat was gone. They were alive. She lowered the rifle, the heavy weapon suddenly feeling like an impossible burden. The adrenaline drained away, leaving her weak, trembling, nauseous. She looked down at her hands and stained with soot, gunpowder, and Liam's blood. She looked at the two still figures lying outside in the twilight. She had done it. She had killed to survive. To protect Liam, the blacksmith had become a killer. Turning back into the cave, she stumbled towards Liam. He looked up at her, his eyes wide, with a mixture of pain, exhaustion, and something else. Awe, respect, concern. "Clara," he whispered, reaching a shaky hand towards her. She sank to her knees beside him, the rifle clattering to the cave floor. She took his hand, clinging to it, as if it were the only solid thing left in a world that had just shattered around her. Tears streamed down her face again, silent tears this time. Tears not of fear or relief, but of profound shock and the crushing weight of what she had done. The reckoning had come at sundown and they had survived. But the cost was etched onto Clara's soul, a scar deeper and more permanent than any wound carved by knife or bullet. The storm had passed, leaving behind a fragile, blood-soaked dawn, and two survivors bound together by violence, secrets, and the terrifying unspoken truth of their dependence on each other. Chapter 21. Ashes and Embers. The silence that descended after the final gunshot was profound, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind whipping through the canyon and the ragged, gasping breaths Clara couldn't seem to control. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the damp earth scent of the cave and the metallic tang of blood, Liam's, the prospector's, and now the blood of the two men lying dead just outside the entrance. The small fire she had kicked forward sputtered weakly amongst the scattered embers, casting a dim, flickering light on the grim reality of their situation. Clara knelt beside Liam, his hand still clasped tightly in hers, her body trembling with reaction. The fierce adrenaline that had fueled her desperate defense drained away, leaving her feeling hollowed out, weak, nauseous. She had taken lives, not in the heat of passion or blind panic, but with a cold, deliberate resolve born of necessity. Point it straight, pull the trigger. The stark simplicity of the act warred violently with the complex, horrifying finality of its consequence. The faces of the men, surprised, then vacant, flashed behind her eyelids. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to banish the images, but they clung like soot. Liam's fingers tightened weakly around hers, pulling her back to the present. She opened her eyes, meeting his gaze in the dim light. His expression was a complex mixture of pain, exhaustion, and a deep, unsettling concern, not for himself, it seemed, but for her. "Clara," he whispered, his voice rough, strained. Are you all right? Did they hurt you?" His first thought, even now, wounded and weak, was for her. The realization sent a fresh wave of confusing emotion through her: gratitude, tenderness, and a sharp pang of guilt for the violence she had unleashed. Violence somehow connected to his dangerous world. "Just a scratch," she managed, her voice trembling slightly. She touched her side where the prospector's knife had grazed her. "Nothing like yours." She looked down at the blood-soaked bandage on his shoulder, fear returning with force. "Liam, we need to get you help, real help." He tried to shift, grimacing as pain shot through him. Not going anywhere. Just yet. He coughed, a wet, ragged sound that tore at Clara's heart. Need to rest. Wait for daylight. He was right. Traveling in the dark, especially with him in this condition, was impossible. They were trapped here for the night, surrounded by the dead with the lingering threat of the unknown. Were there more men out there, hanging over them? All right, she agreed softly. Rest, I'll tend to the fire, keep watch. Releasing his hand gently, she forced herself to move, to act, needing the focus of practical tasks to keep the horror at bay. First, the bodies. She couldn't leave them lying just outside the entrance. It felt wrong, disrespectful perhaps even for killers, and strategically foolish. It advertised the recent violence. Steeling herself, taking the Winchester for grim reassurance, she went back to the cave mouth. The wind had picked up again, swirling dust and stray embers around the two still figures. In the faint, dying light of the fire and the bruised twilight sky, their faces looked pale, ordinary, robbed of the menace they held in life. Just men, caught on the wrong side of a desperate fight. Clara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Dragging them away from the entrance, further down the slope into the deepening shadows, was grim, heavy work. Her injured side screamed in protest, but she gritted her teeth, fueled by a numb determination. She didn't search their pockets. She didn't want to know their names, didn't want to personalize the violence any further. She simply moved them, removing the immediate, visceral evidence of the confrontation. Returning to the cave, she felt utterly drained, physically and emotionally. Liam watched her, his eyes filled with a deep, weary understanding. He knew what this cost her. He had seen death before, lived with its consequences. He recognized the shock, the hollowness etched on her face. You did what you had to do, Clara, he said quietly, his voice stronger now, perhaps fueled by a sip from Brody's flask which lay beside him. To survive, to protect us, doesn't make it right, she whispered, sinking down near the fire, avoiding his gaze, staring instead into the dying flames. Right, Liam echoed, a trace of bitterness in his tone. Out here, sometimes right is just staying alive long enough to see the sunrise. He paused. Those men, they worked for the people who killed Matthew, who sent that old prospector after me, who would have killed you without a second thought. Don't waste your conscience on them. His words were harsh, pragmatic, born of his own scarred past. Perhaps he was right, but the weight of taking a life, any life, felt heavy, indelible. It was a boundary crossed, a part of herself irrevocably changed. She focused on the fire, carefully gathering the scattered embers, adding small, dry twigs she found inside the cave, coaxing the flames back to life. The growing light and warmth felt like a small victory against the encroaching darkness, both outside and within her own soul. She found Liam's small coffee pot near his bedroll, filled it with water from the seep in the rock face, and set it near the flames. The simple, familiar ritual of making coffee felt grounding, ordinary, a stark contrast to the extraordinary violence that had just occurred. As the coffee heated, filling the small cave with its rich, welcome aroma, a fragile silence settled between them again. Liam seemed to drift in and out of consciousness, his breathing shallow, his face pale and clammy in the firelight. Clara watched him anxiously, bathing his forehead with cool water when he seemed feverish, offering sips of water or Brody's whiskey when he stirred. Her own exhaustion was immense, but the need to care for him, the responsibility she felt, kept her alert. In his moments of lucidity, their conversation was fragmented, hesitant. He asked about her escape from the forge, listening intently as she recounted the break-in, the chaos with the falling iron, omitting only her brief terror and tears afterward. He nodded grimly when she mentioned Brody's intervention, the planted note, the bounty hunters riding south. Good, he murmured. Bought us. Sometime. Then his eyes clouded with worry again. But the ones who sent these two, he gestured weakly towards the cave entrance. They won't give up so easily. They know I'm alive. They know I'm looking for proof. Proof of what, Liam? Clara asked softly, needing to understand the full scope of the danger. What's hidden on that land that's worth all this? Liam hesitated, his gaze distant, weighing his words, perhaps weighing the risk of telling her. More than just a rich vein of silver or gold, he finally said, his voice low, conspiratorial, something bigger, something the government would be very interested in, something powerful men have spent years trying to control, keeping it off the official maps, dealing with anyone who stumbled too close. He looked at her intently. Matthew found proof. Records, old survey markers. He told me about them vaguely in his last letter. That's what I was coming to see when I found him dead. Records, survey markers, government interest. It hinted at something more complex than a simple mining claim. Perhaps illegal land grants, treaty violations, resources stolen from designated territories. Something that could ruin powerful men, shift boundaries, rewrite history. The stakes were immense. Do you know where the proof is? Clara whispered. Liam shook his head weakly. No, he didn't say specifically. Just that he'd hidden it well, on the claim. That's what they're really after. Why they needed Billy silenced, in case Matthew told him. Why they need me silenced, in case Matthew told me. He coughed again, the effort seeming to drain him. It's on that land, Clara, somewhere. The knowledge settled heavily between them. Liam wasn't just seeking vengeance. He was seeking proof that could expose a massive conspiracy. Proof hidden somewhere on the land stolen after his friend's murder. And now, Clara was inextricably linked to that search, to that danger. She poured the steaming coffee into Liam's tin cup, helping him hold it, guiding it to his lips. He drank gratefully, the warmth seeming to revive him slightly. She drank from her own cup, the strong, bitter brew cutting through her fatigue, sharpening her senses. We need a plan, she said, her voice firmer now, the blacksmith taking over again, needing practicalities, needing structure. When daylight comes, we can't stay here. We need to get you somewhere safe, somewhere you can heal. Redemption Creek is too far, especially with you like this. Liam nodded, wincing as the movement jarred his shoulder. Agreed. Too far. Too exposed now. He thought for a moment, his brow furrowed. There's an old line cabin west of here. Maybe half a day's ride if the mule holds out. Used by ranchers years ago, abandoned now. Should be shelter. Water nearby. Can you ride? Clara asked doubtfully, looking at his pale face, the shallow breathing. Have to, he said grimly. Staying here is suicide. They'll send more men, or that old prospector might wake up and lead them right to us. He met her gaze, his eyes filled with determination despite the pain. Help me onto the mule when it's light. We head west, towards the cabin. It was a desperate plan, relying on his dwindling strength, and the slow pace of a pack mule, but it was better than waiting passively for discovery. "All right," Clara agreed. "West, to the cabin." As the first pale fingers of dawn touched the sky, painting the clouds in strokes of gray and faint rose, they prepared to leave. Clara helped Liam to his feet. He swayed, leaning heavily on her, his face ashen, beaded with sweat. Getting him onto the mule was an agonizing, slow process, every movement clearly causing him intense pain. Clara's heart clenched with worry, but she pushed it down, focusing on the task, supporting his weight, trying to be gentle yet firm. Finally, he was settled precariously on the mule's back, slumped forward, clutching the saddle horn of the prospector's saddle she'd transferred from Bess. Clara quickly gathered their meager supplies, strapped the Winchester securely, checked the colt at her waist, and mounted Bess. She took the mule's lead rope, keeping the animal close beside the mare. Before leaving the canyon, Clara took one last look back at the cave, the dead fire, the dark stains on the ground where the bodies had lain, ashes and embers. That's what remained of the night's violence, the stark evidence of survival's brutal cost. Taking a deep breath, she turned Bess west, leading the mule carrying the wounded man who had become inextricably bound to her fate, leaving the scene of the reckoning behind, riding towards an uncertain future, guided only by a faint hope and the flickering embers of courage in her own weary heart. The storm had passed, but the air remained heavy, promising more trials ahead, testing the resilience forged between them in the heart of the fire. Chapter 22. A Future Shaped by Hand. The journey west was a blur of gray skies, biting wind and relentless effort. Each mile gained felt like a victory, wrestled from the unforgiving landscape and Liam's ebbing strength. He drifted in and out of consciousness, slumped against the mule's saddle horn, his breathing shallow, his face pale and slick with feverish sweat, despite the chill air. Clara rode beside him, constantly scanning his condition, her own aches and pains, the stinging gash on her side, the bruises from the fight, the profound exhaustion relegated to the background by the consuming urgency of keeping him alive. She pushed them onward relentlessly, guided by Brody's map and her own developing instincts, reading the subtle shifts in terrain, conserving Bess's strength while forcing the sturdy pack mule forward. She stopped only when absolutely necessary, finding shallow depression sheltered from the wind where she could check Liam's bandage still oozing sluggishly, force sips of water between his cracked lips, and offer him Brody's whiskey, which he sometimes swallowed weakly, sometimes refused with a barely perceptible shake of his head. During these brief halts, she would whisper encouragement, not just to him, but to herself, her voice rough and unfamiliar in the vast silence. "Almost there, Liam, just a little further. Stay with me." The rugged slopes of Copper Ridge drew closer, becoming steeper, more formidable. Canyons narrowed, choked with thorny brush and loose rockfall. Several times Clara had to dismount and lead both animals through treacherous passages, half carrying, half dragging Liam on the mule when he seemed about to slide off unconscious. Her muscles screamed in protest. Her side throbbed viciously. But she gritted her teeth and pushed onward, fueled by a primal determination she hadn't known she possessed. This was different from the controlled strength required at the forge. This was raw endurance, sheer will pitted against exhaustion and despair. As the sun, a weak disk behind the heavy clouds, began its final descent towards the jagged western horizon. Casting the landscape in long, eerie shadows, she finally saw it. Tucked into a fold of the hills, almost swallowed by encroaching juniper and pinon pine, stood the dilapidated shape of a small log structure, the abandoned line cabin Liam had spoken of. Smoke curled faintly from its crumbling stone chimney. Smoke? Clara's blood ran cold. The cabin was supposed to be abandoned. Smoke meant occupation. Friend or foe? After the encounter with the prospector, she trusted nothing. No one. Had Liam's enemies anticipated this refuge? Or had some other traveler, perhaps equally desperate, claimed it? Pulling Bess and the mule into the cover of a thicket of pines, Clara dismounted silently. Liam stirred, his eyes fluttering open, cloudy with fever but sensing the change. "Cabin?" he rasped. "Yes," Clara whispered, her hand instinctively going to the Colt at her waist. "But there's smoke. Someone's inside." Liam tried to push himself upright, fumbling weakly for his own weapon, his expression hardening despite his obvious weakness. "Trouble?" "Stay here," Clara commanded softly but firmly, surprised by her own authority. "Stay quiet. Let me see who it is." Leaving Liam slumped on the mule, partially hidden by the trees, Clara drew the Colt, checked its load with trembling fingers, and began a cautious approach towards the cabin. Using the rocks and trees for cover, moving with a stealth born of terror and necessity. The cabin was small, crudely built, its log walls chinked with mud that was crumbling in places. A single window, covered with what looked like stretched animal hide, glowed faintly from within. The door hung slightly crooked on leather hinges. She crept closer, hugging the rough log wall until she reached the edge of the glowing window. Holding her breath, she risked a tiny peek through a crack in the hide covering. Inside, a small fire burned low on a stone hearth, casting flickering shadows. The space was tiny, bare bones, a rough wooden bunk built into the wall, a crude table, a few pegs on the wall, holding dusty remnants of gear, and sitting on a three-legged stool near the fire, stirring something in a small pot, was Billy Tanner. Clara gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth to stifle the sound. "Billy! Alive! Here? How?" He looked older, thinner, his youthful face etched with hardship and weariness, but it was undeniably him. He seemed relatively calm, focused on his meager meal, suggesting he felt safe, at least for the moment. But his presence here, in the very cabin Liam was seeking, felt like an impossible coincidence, a twist of fate that could be either miraculous or disastrous. Before Clara could decide how to react, Billy suddenly looked up, his head cocked, listening intently. He set the pot down quickly and reached for a familiar object leaning against the wall beside him, a long rifle. The same rifle Clara had seen the nervous young rider carrying when he first arrived at her forge. He moved towards the crooked door, peering out cautiously into the gathering dusk. Clara ducked back behind the corner of the cabin, her heart pounding. Should she reveal herself? Would he recognize her? Trust her? Or would he, in his fear and paranoia, see her as another threat? She heard the cabin door creak open. Billy stepped out, rifle held ready, scanning the surrounding trees and rocks, his eyes narrowed, wary as a hunted animal. He circled the cabin slowly, checking the perimeter. When he reached the spot where Clara was hidden, she held her breath, pressing herself flat against the logs, praying he wouldn't see her. He paused, seeming to sense something, his gaze lingering on the spot where she crouched, before finally moving on, apparently satisfied the immediate surroundings were clear. He retreated back inside, pulling the door almost shut, but leaving it slightly ajar, unwilling, perhaps, to be completely closed in. Clara let out a shaky breath. That was too close. She needed to approach carefully, announce herself clearly. Taking another deep breath, she stepped out from behind the corner, keeping the Colt held loosely at her side, visible but not pointed threateningly. "Billy?" she called out softly, her voice carrying clearly in the still evening air. "Billy Tanner. It's Clara. Clara Thompson. From the forge in Redemption Creek." Silence. Then the door creaked open wider. Billy peered out again, his rifle immediately snapping up, aimed directly at her chest. His face was pale, his eyes wide with shock and suspicion. "Stay right there," he ordered, his voice cracking with tension. "Don't move." "Easy, Billy," Clara said soothingly, raising her free hand slowly, palm outward. "I mean you no harm. Remember, I fixed your mare's shoe." Recognition flickered in his eyes, warring with the ingrained fear. "The blacksmith woman," he breathed. What are you doing here? How did you find me?" His rifle didn't waver. "It's a long story, Billy," Clara said, keeping her voice calm. "I wasn't looking for you exactly. I was looking for the man who owns the Black Stallion. Liam McBride. He's hurt. Badly. We saw the smoke from your fire, hoped this cabin was abandoned, a place he could rest." Billy's eyes widened further at the mention of Liam's name, then narrowed again with suspicion. "McBride, you're with him, the fella from the livery?" He clearly remembered seeing Liam that day. "Why should I trust you? Maybe you're working with him. Maybe he's one of them." His fear was understandable. He was alone, hunted, trusting no one. Clara knew she had to convince him quickly before his panic escalated. "No, Billy. Listen," she pleaded, taking a cautious step closer, her hand still raised. "Liam isn't one of them. He was a friend of your father's, Matthew Tanner." That name, his father's name, seemed to penetrate Billy's wall of fear, his rifle lowered slightly, his expression shifting from suspicion to confusion. My pa, McBride knew my pa?" "Yes, they were friends, prospecting partners years ago. Liam came back looking for your father, found out what happened. He's been trying to find you, Billy, trying to help you, trying to find out who was behind your father's murder." Clara spoke quickly, urgently, hoping the truth would resonate. Billy stared at her, processing the information, his young face a mask of conflicting emotions. "Help me?" he repeated doubtfully. "Everyone wants to find me, to shut me up." "Not Liam," Clara insisted. "He knows me from Redemption Creek, away from you. You might have seen something that night, something that could bring the men who killed your father to justice. He wants to protect you." She paused, then played her final card. "He sent those bounty hunters chasing south, away, Billy. He planted a false note to protect you." Billy's eyes searched hers, looking for any sign of deception. He remembered the bounty hunters, the fear that had driven him from Redemption Creek. Could this woman, this blacksmith who had shown him kindness, be telling the truth? "Where is he?" Billy asked finally, his voice barely a whisper, the rifle now pointing towards the ground. "You said he was hurt?" "He is," Clara confirmed, relief washing over her as she sensed his tentative trust. "He's back there," she gestured towards the trees, "on a mule. He was shot. He needs shelter, Billy. He needs help." Billy hesitated for only a moment longer, then seemed to make up his mind. He nodded curtly. "All right, bring him in, quickly, before it gets full dark." He lowered the rifle completely, leaning it against the cabin wall. The immediate crisis had passed. Clara hurried back to Liam, relief making her steps light despite her fatigue. "It's all right, Liam," she said, reaching the hidden thicket. "It's Billy. He's inside. He'll help us." Liam looked up, surprise and relief flickering in his feverish eyes. "Billy? Here?" He shook his head weakly. "Worlds? Small?" Getting Liam off the mule and into the small cabin was another slow, agonizing process. Billy, despite his youth and thin frame, helped Clara support Liam's weight, his earlier suspicion replaced by a worried concern as he saw the extent of Liam's injury. They settled Liam onto the rough wooden bunk, piling spare blankets Billy produced from his meager pack around him for warmth. Inside the cabin, the firelight illuminated the three of them, the wounded man, the frightened boy, and the determined woman, an unlikely alliance forged by shared danger and circumstance. Billy offered them some of the thin stew, simmering over the fire, mostly roots, and some kind of tough, stringy meat, probably rabbit, but it was hot, and Clara ate gratefully, realizing she was ravenous. Liam managed only a few spoonfuls before succumbing to exhaustion again, his breathing still worryingly shallow. As darkness enveloped the small cabin, broken only by the flickering firelight, Billy finally told his story. After fleeing Redemption Creek, he had ridden south hard, just as Clara had advised. But realizing he was likely being followed, remembering Liam's skill in covering tracks, something his father had apparently mentioned admiringly years ago, he had cut west into the broken country himself, hoping to shake any pursuit. He'd stumbled upon the abandoned cabin by chance a day earlier, holing up to rest his exhausted horse, which had since wandered off or been stolen, he wasn't sure, and figure out his next move. Finding Liam, his father's friend, wounded and seeking the same refuge felt like a sign, albeit a terrifying one. Clara, in turn, explained what had happened in Redemption Creek after he left the bounty hunters, the break-in at the forge, Liam's intervention, the fight at the prospectors' camp, Sheriff Brody's help. She showed Billy the small wooden hawk carving, returning his lost keepsake. Billy clutched it tightly, tears welling in his eyes as he looked from the carving to the unconscious form of Liam on the bunk, the man who knew his father. The pieces of the puzzle began to fit together, cementing a fragile bond of trust between the boy and the woman. They spent the night taking turns watching over Liam and keeping vigil at the door and window. Liam's fever worsened, and he grew delirious, muttering fragmented names in places: Matthew, Scorpion Gulch, Copper Ridge, names Clara didn't recognize, pleas for forgiveness. Clara bathed his forehead, forced water between his lips, her heart aching with helplessness. Billy sat huddled by the fire, clutching his rifle and the wooden hawk, his young face grim, aged beyond his years by fear and loss. Sometime before dawn, Liam's fever broke. His breathing eased slightly, and he fell into a deeper, more natural sleep. Clara sagged with relief, leaning her head back against the rough cabin wall, exhaustion finally claiming her. She drifted off, lulled by the crackling fire and the quiet presence of Billy keeping watch. She awoke to sunlight streaming through the cracks in the hide window covering. The storm clouds had finally broken, revealing a clear, achingly blue sky. Billy was adding wood to the fire, moving quietly. Liam was still asleep, but his color looked better, his breathing deeper. Hope, fragile but real, stirred within Clara. She went outside, stretching her stiff muscles in the bright morning sun. The air was crisp, clean, washed new by the storm. The landscape, brutal and unforgiving the day before, seemed almost beautiful now, bathed in golden light. She checked on Bess and the mule. Both seemed rested, contentedly cropping the sparse grass. As she stood there, breathing in the clean air, feeling the sun's warmth on her face, Liam's words came back to her. A different future for this town, maybe. Depends on who holds the coin when it lands. And her mother's fears. Will this harsh land break her spirit? Looking back at the small cabin, holding the wounded man and the orphaned boy, looking out at the vast, challenging landscape, Clara felt a profound shift within herself. The fear hadn't vanished entirely. The dangers were still real, but something else had taken root alongside it: resilience, connection, a fierce determination not just to survive, but to choose her path. The harsh land hadn't broken her spirit. It had forged it anew, testing her limits, revealing strengths she hadn't known she possessed. The weight of expectation from the town, from her parents' ghosts, even from herself, seemed lighter now, replaced by the solid weight of choices made, actions taken. Liam still needed healing. Billy needed safety and a future. The conspiracy behind Matthew Tanner's death remained unresolved, the hidden proof still lost. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with potential danger. But standing there, bathed in the morning light, Clara knew she wouldn't face it alone. And she knew, with a certainty that settled deep in her bones, that whatever future lay ahead, it would be one shaped not by fear or expectation, but by her own hands, guided by the unexpected, hard-won connections forged in the heart of the storm. The hammer and anvil of her life were hers to command now. Epilogue, where the plains meet the sky. 2 springs had blossomed and faded since the reckoning at Copper Ridge, each painting the harsh landscape around Redemption Creek with the fleeting, defiant beauty of desert wildflowers. The relentless sun still beat down. The dust still rose on the wind. But something in the air, or perhaps something within Clara Thompson herself, felt different, changed, settled, like the dust after a long, cleansing rain. The rhythmic clang of hammer on steel still echoed from Thompson's forge, a familiar heartbeat in the small town. But the hand wielding the hammer, though still strong and sure, moved with a different kind of certainty now. Clara stood at the anvil, shaping a length of glowing iron, not with the fierce defensive energy of her younger years, but with a focused, quiet intensity that spoke of hard-won peace and acknowledged scars. The forge remained her sanctuary, her place of creation, but it no longer felt like armor or a cage. It felt simply like home, a space earned not just through inheritance, but through trial by fire, both literal and metaphorical. She paused, wiping sweat from her brow with a forearm, still marked by the faint, pale line where the prospector's knife had grazed her ribs. The physical wound had healed quickly, leaving only a reminder. The deeper wounds, the ones etched onto her soul by the violence she had witnessed and enacted, had taken longer to mend, leaving scars that were invisible but no less real. There were nights still when the echo of gunfire, the weight of the Winchester, the vacant stare of dying eyes would surface from the depths of memory, leaving her cold and trembling. But the horror no longer consumed her. It had become part of the complex tapestry of her life, a somber thread woven alongside brighter strands of resilience, loyalty, and a love she hadn't sought, but couldn't deny. Liam McBride leaned against the doorframe, much as he had that first day he'd arrived with Diablo, though the hesitant stranger was long gone. replaced by a man whose quiet confidence now seemed rooted in acceptance rather than guardedness. The lines around his eyes were deeper, testament to the pain he'd endured and the burdens he still carried. But the haunted look, the shadow of the ex-regulator wrestling with his past, had softened. His left shoulder still bore the puckered scars of the bullet wound, an injury that had taken months of slow, painful healing in the cramped confines of the abandoned line cabin, tended first by Clara's desperate ministrations, and later by careful, infrequent visits from Doc Davies, sworn to secrecy by Sheriff Brody. Liam rarely spoke of his regulator past now, not out of shame, perhaps, but because he seemed to have finally made peace with it, integrating the hard lessons learned into the man he was today. He wasn't just a horse breeder passing through anymore. After his recovery, after the dust had settled quite literally on the events surrounding Matthew Tanner's death, he had stayed. Not in Redemption Creek itself, not initially. He'd bought a small piece of land a few miles out, bordering the creek, building a modest ranch house with his own hands, slowly stocking it with fine horse flesh, including Diablo, who had been recovered, along with Liam's rifle, from the prospector's abandoned camp by Sheriff Brody shortly after Clara had led Liam away. Liam's presence near Redemption Creek was a quiet statement, a putting down of roots, a choice to face the future rather than run from the past. Brody rode out this morning, Liam said now, his voice calm, breaking the rhythmic clang of Clara's hammer. Heading towards Tucson, said the territorial governor finally agreed to meet him. Clara set her hammer down, plunging the shaped iron into the slack tub with a satisfying hiss. She turned towards Liam, wiping her hands on her leather apron. About time. After everything. The word encompassed so much, finding Matthew Tanner's hidden proof, not gold or silver, but meticulously kept journals and copies of fraudulent land surveys detailing the illegal acquisition of vast tracts of resource-rich territory, including land promised to local tribes, orchestrated by a consortium of powerful businessmen and politicians whose influence reached far beyond the territory. Liam, guided by his memories of Matthew's talk and Billy's fragmented recollections of his father's hiding places, had eventually located the journals tucked deep within a hidden crevice on the stolen claim, but only after a long, arduous search following his recovery. Getting that proof into the right hands, ensuring it wasn't simply buried by the very men it implicated, had been another battle altogether. Brody, initially skeptical, but ultimately convinced by the evidence and perhaps by Liam's quiet determination, had become their unlikely, indispensable ally. He had navigated the treacherous political waters using his network of contacts, leveraging the deaths of the bounty hunters and the claim jumpers, whose bodies were also eventually found, as evidence of the violent lengths the conspirators would go to, slowly, painstakingly, building a case that couldn't be ignored. It hadn't been a clean victory. The bigger players Liam had feared were indeed powerful. Some faced investigation, their reputations tarnished, their influence curtailed, but few faced actual prison time. Deals were made, scapegoats found, the full extent of the conspiracy perhaps never fully revealed. Justice, Clara had learned, was often a messy, compromised thing, especially when challenging entrenched power. But Matthew Tanner's name had been cleared. His murder was acknowledged as part of the conspiracy, not just a random act of frontier violence. And the stolen land, including the Tanner claim, was placed under territorial protection, pending federal review and, hopefully, eventual restitution to its rightful owners, or designated use, though that process, everyone knew, could take years, Decades even. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. Ashes and embers indeed. From the ashes of violence and greed, small embers of justice had been coaxed into a fragile glow. Think the governor will finally listen? Clara asked, leaning against the anvil, feeling the familiar cool solidity of the iron. Liam shrugged, pushing away from the door frame and walking further into the forge, moving with only the slightest stiffness in his shoulder now. Hard to say. Men like that listen when it's politically convenient. But Brody's persistent, and he's got the weight of truth on his side now, documented proof. He stopped near her, his gaze thoughtful. Maybe Matthew's journals will finally achieve what he died trying to do. A quiet satisfaction settled on his face, easing some of the lingering shadows. And Billy Tanner? He was miles away now, safe finally. After Liam's recovery in the line cabin, guided by Brody's discreet arrangements, Billy had been taken under the wing of a Quaker family known to Reverend Michaels, living on a farm far to the east, away from the territory and the reach of those who might still see him as a threat. He was learning farming again, slowly healing from his trauma, the small wooden hawk, carving always in his pocket. Clara received occasional, carefully worded letters from him, filled with youthful observations about crops and weather, but underlaid with a quiet resilience that spoke of his survival. He wouldn't forget his father or the violence that had shattered his young life, but he had a future now, a chance for peace, perhaps the truest justice Liam could secure for his friend's son. Clara looked around her forge. The chaos from the break-in had long since been cleaned up, the tools restored to their rightful places, the scars on the doorframe the only visible reminder. Her relationship with the town had subtly shifted after the events. The fear the bounty hunters had instilled had ironically fostered a grudging respect for the blacksmith woman who had faced them down, who had connections to the man who eventually exposed a dangerous conspiracy. Mrs. Gable was still sharp-tongued, but her comments now lacked their former venom, replaced by a wary curiosity. Others, like Mrs. Davies or the ranchers Brody had deputized, treated her with a newfound deference. They still didn't entirely understand her, perhaps, but they no longer dismissed her. She had earned her place not by conforming, but by proving her strength and resilience on her own terms. The whispers hadn't vanished entirely, but they were quieter now, often tinged with respect rather than mere judgment. She still preferred her solitude at times, the peace of the forge, the focus of the work. But it wasn't the brittle isolation of before. She sometimes shared coffee with Abigail Evans, the seamstress, discussing town events or trading skills mending for metalwork. She occasionally attended Reverend Michael's Sunday service, sitting quietly at the back, finding a strange comfort in the shared rituals, even if her own beliefs remained more grounded in the tangible realities of iron and fire. She was still an outsider, in many ways, but no longer entirely alone. Liam reached out, his fingers gently brushing a stray wisp of hair back from her soot-smudged cheek. The gesture was simple, familiar now, yet it still sent a jolt of warmth through her. The unspoken question that had hung between them in the hayloft had found its answer not in grand declarations or passionate embraces, but in the quiet unfolding of the seasons that followed, in shared burdens, steadfast loyalty, and unspoken understanding. Their relationship wasn't the stuff of conventional romance novels. There were no flowery words, no public displays of affection that would set Redemption Creek's tongues wagging more than they already did. Their bond was quieter, deeper, forged in the crucible of shared danger and tempered by the realities of their scarred pasts. It was built on mutual respect, his for her strength and skill, hers for his integrity and resilience. It was grounded in companionship. The easy silence is often more comfortable than conversation, the shared knowledge of battles fought and survived, and beneath it all, undeniable and profound, was love, a quiet, steady flame nurtured in the ashes of violence and mistrust, warming the lonely corners of their lives. He didn't live at the forge. His ranch, his horses were his anchor, his chosen path away from the violence of his past. And Clara wouldn't abandon her forge, her independence, the legacy she had fought so hard to claim. They met in the spaces between quiet evenings, sharing meals in her small cabin, long rides out across the plains where the vast sky seemed to offer perspective, comfortable silences working side by side when he brought his horses for shoeing or needed a tool repaired. Their connection existed in the glances exchanged over the anvil, the shared worry when Brody brought news, the comforting presence of the other just knowing they were near. It was a partnership built on trust earned the hard way, acknowledging their individual strengths while recognizing their shared need for connection. A love story written not in ink, but forged in fire and tempered by hardship. Thinking about leaving the forge early today? Liam asked, now a hint of teasing warmth in his eyes. The creek's running high after last night's rain. Might be good fishing. Clara considered it. The thought of escaping the heat, sitting beside the creek with Liam, the quiet murmur of the water replacing the clang of the hammer, was appealing. A year ago, even 6 months ago, she would have likely refused, chained to her work by habit and a sense of obligation. But something had loosened within her, an acceptance that life wasn't just about enduring, but about finding moments of peace, of connection, where they could be found. Maybe, she allowed, a small smile touching her lips, let me finish this gate latch first. Old Man Hemlock's been waiting. Liam nodded, content to wait, leaning back against the workbench, watching her work with quiet appreciation. He understood her need for the forge, respected the rhythm of her labor. He didn't try to pull her away from it any more than she tried to pull him away from his horses, his hard-won peace. Clara picked up her hammer again, heating the iron for the final shaping. The metal glowed, malleable, responsive to her touch. She brought the hammer down, the clang ringing true and clear in the quiet forge. Each strike felt purposeful, not just shaping the iron, but shaping her own future, her own narrative. The past was part of her. The scars remained, but they no longer defined her. She was Clara Thompson, blacksmith of Redemption Creek, survivor, partner, shaper of her own destiny. Looking up, she met Liam's gaze across the flickering heat haze rising from the anvil. His eyes held warmth, understanding, and the quiet promise of shared tomorrows, whatever they might bring. The unspoken question had been answered not with words, but with presence, with constancy, with a love that acknowledged the ashes, but focused on the enduring embers. The future remained unwritten, stretching out like the vast plains beyond the forged doors, holding unknown challenges, potential dangers, but facing it together, side by side, with strength forged in fire and hearts bound by shared scars, felt like the truest kind of hope. A future shaped like the finest steel, by hand, by heart, by the enduring power of resilience found where the plains meet the sky, with a love that acknowledged the ashes, but focused on the enduring embers. The future remained unwritten, stretching out like the vast plains beyond the forged doors, holding unknown challenges, potential dangers, but facing it together, side by side, with strength forged in fire and hearts bound by shared scars, felt like the truest kind of hope. A future shaped like the finest steel, by hand, by heart, by the enduring power of resilience found where the plains meet the sky.